They thought they could hit you and walk away clean, but the universe already stamped their names on a list titled, "You're done." That's the truth they're running from right now. They pulled something dirty, something bold, something they thought would crush you. But the universe doesn't play about balance, and the universe doesn't play about you. When they moved against you, they signed a contract they didn't read. A contract where the last line basically says, "Chosen one, your enemies are as good as dead for the moves they tried to make." Think of it like this. When someone keeps shaking a soda bottle over and over, thinking the pressure won't blow back on them, they're not smart, they're reckless. That's exactly what your enemies did. They kept shaking your life, poking you, mocking you, trying to break you, acting like nothing would ever come back their way. But pressure has a funny rule. Once it hits the limit, it doesn't ask permission. It just explodes right in the person's hands. And right now, that blast is aimed directly at the ones who tried to play with your journey. And here's the fact that screams you were right the whole time. The universe doesn't lose track of anything. People think they get away with stuff because nothing happens in the moment. Nah, the universe just likes to watch people dig their own hole first. Your enemies dug deep. They kept going. They kept pushing. And now the hole is so deep, they can't climb out. They're not about to face consequences. They're already standing in them. The universe already moved the pieces behind the scenes, and the chain reaction that's built for them is already rolling downhill. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe so it reaches more souls. It's on all of us to spread the light and keep this wisdom moving. Thanks for being part of this mission. You're not just listening, you're part of a force. Now let's slide right back into what's really happening to you. See, this isn't some random downfall happening to random people. This is the direct result of the stuff they pulled on you. When they tried to twist your path, the universe took it personal. When they tried to block your growth, the universe started stacking evidence. When they tried to embarrass you, the universe wrote their sentence. Every move they made was documented. Every fake smile, every shady joke, every plan behind your back. They thought they were clever. They thought you were clueless. They didn't know the universe was watching the whole time, like, keep going. Just keep going. You're setting yourselves up. Chosen one, everything you suspected was real. The weird energy, the sudden shifts, the tension that didn't make sense. You weren't being dramatic. You weren't imagining it. You were picking up signals way before their downfall even started. Your intuition was months ahead of their consequences, and that's why they looked nervous around you. Their spirit always knew something was coming, even if they pretended to be brave in front of you. They tried to ruin your name. They tried to twist your story. They tried to make people question you. They wanted to see you break because watching you strong made them feel small. They were obsessed with seeing your fall because they couldn't handle watching your rise. But the universe doesn't reward people like that. When someone tries to destroy a chosen one, all they do is destroy their own path. It's always been like that, and now they're finally seeing it. Picture this. You're standing on a bridge after a storm you didn't cause. Everything is wet, messy, broken. Trees are down, signs are bent. But you're still here. You're breathing, you're stable, you're growing. Meanwhile, the people who started the storm, they're slipping, falling, crashing into the very chaos they created. They don't know how to navigate it because they were only built for attacking, not surviving consequences. They underestimated you in a way that actually looks embarrassing now. They thought you were slow. They thought you were blind. They thought your heart made you weak. They didn't know your heart was a shield. They didn't know your silence was strategy. They didn't know your patience was power. And they definitely didn't know that the universe backs anyone who moves with truth, respect, and real strength. They chose the wrong person to target. They messed with someone the universe actually favors. And that's why everything is collapsing on them so fast. They're losing things left and right. People are pulling away from them. Plans are failing. Money is slipping. Connections are dying off. Doors that used to open for them are stuck shut. They don't know how to fix it because the problem isn't out there. The problem was their decision to come for you in the first place. You were the line they weren't supposed to cross, and they crossed it with confidence they didn't earn. Now they're paying for it with a price tag they can't afford. Chosen one, this intro is your confirmation. The universe didn't let them slide. It didn't overlook what they did. It didn't ignore your pain. It didn't forget your silence. It didn't miss your tears. It wasn't blind to your loyalty. It saw everything. And now the universe is returning everything to balance. Their downfall isn't random, it's earned. Their fear isn't random, it's earned. Their misfortune isn't random, it's earned. You survived what was meant to destroy you. They won't survive what they created for themselves. And this is only the beginning. And chosen one, seriously, thank you for being here. You're part of a rare group that actually understands what's happening behind the scenes, and the universe keeps pulling you back to messages like this for a reason. Now, take a breath, lock in, and get ready to go deeper, because what comes next might hit harder than everything you've heard so far. This whole situation with your enemies isn't small, and once you hear the next part, you'll see why the universe already marked them as done for what they pulled. If you're ready for the truth, drop a 777 in the comments so the world knows another chosen one is awake. And if you want to push this mission forward, you can bless the team with a super thanks. Your support keeps these messages alive and growing. Whether it's 1 cent or 1,000, it all fuels this movement. And now, let's move in step by step. If you're really the chosen one you think you are, you'll feel the pull to stay until the end. Let's get into it. Number 1. They didn't just target you. They picked a fight with your whole bloodline. They thought they were hurting one person, but the universe logged it as an attack on an entire legacy. Chosen one, let's get one thing straight from the start. The people who came for you didn't just cross a line, they stomped right over a boundary they had no business touching, and the universe didn't take it lightly. The universe looks at you as the product of generations who fought, survived, built, struggled, and refused to quit. So when someone decides to strike at you, the universe doesn't see it as a little drama or a misunderstanding. It sees it as a hit job against everything that came before you. They didn't just disrespect you, they disrespected the entire path that made you possible. Imagine someone throwing a rock at a single tree, thinking it's funny. But that tree stands in a massive forest, and every tree in that forest has roots connected deep underground. The moment that rock hits, the whole forest feels the vibration. That's exactly what happened when they tried to break you. They had no idea the roots behind you were stronger, older, and way more powerful than their weak intentions. They thought they were messing with a leaf, not realizing the leaf was connected to a whole ecosystem ready to snap back. And here's a fact your enemies always miss. The universe defends balance. When people take things too far, the universe doesn't argue, it corrects. What they did to you triggered a correction that's now headed straight for them. They didn't know that coming for you was the same as stepping into a trap that generations before you already set. They thought they were being bold, they were actually being stupid. At this point, you might be asking yourself, did they really hate me that much? Was it really that deep? Yes, it was. And that's the part that hurts the most. A lot of the people who tried to damage you played friendly, smiling in your face while sharpening the knife behind their back. They pretended to support you while quietly feeding energy into your downfall. You're not wrong for feeling confused about them. You're not wrong for thinking everything felt off. The energy was off because their intentions were off. Let's break it down in simple terms. They wanted you isolated, you doubting yourself, you losing opportunities, you struggling while they watched. Some didn't just want your setbacks, they wanted your exit. And no, that's not paranoia. That's the truth people never want to admit. When someone carries envy long enough, it becomes obsession. And when obsession gets too heavy, they start doing things that cross lines they can't uncross. That's exactly what happened here. They used your kindness as a weakness. They used your silence as an opening. They used your loyalty as a blindfold. They counted on you not noticing how their energy changed. They counted on you being too caring to see the attack forming. They counted on you doubting yourself long enough for them to get the upper hand. They thought you were naive. They thought you were soft. They thought you were alone. But here's the twist the universe revealed. You were never alone. The universe had your path mapped out long before any of these people even knew your name. Every test, every setback, every painful moment you went through wasn't a sign of weakness. It was training. You were being shaped into someone they would never be able to break. Your enemies didn't understand that. They thought your struggle meant they were winning. They didn't realize the universe puts chosen people through pressure, not to destroy them, but to reveal them. You were built to handle storms that would swallow them whole. And deep down, that's why they feared you. They saw strength in you didn't even see in yourself yet. Let's answer another question you might be feeling. Why did they come after me so hard when I didn't even do anything to them? Because your existence alone triggered them. Your growth annoyed them. Your resilience confused them. Your potential threatened them before you even understood it. People with weak character always feel attacked by people with strong energy. And instead of working on themselves, they try to break the person who exposes their flaws by simply existing. You walking in a room made them insecure. You leveling up made them jealous. You healing made them uncomfortable. You staying calm made them furious. They didn't understand how you kept rising after every hit. They didn't understand why people naturally gravitated toward you. They didn't understand how you kept showing compassion even when you were hurting. And when people don't understand something, they fear it. And when they fear something, they try to destroy it. But the universe has a rule they forgot about. Whatever you send out comes back. They sent harm. They sent jealousy. They sent attacks. Now it's coming back to them like a boomerang they didn't see returning until it was inches from their face. They were laughing at you then, but the universe isn't laughing with them now. Here's another metaphor to make it clear. Picture a person trying to flip over a massive boulder with their bare hands just to block your path. They push and push, sweating and shaking, using all their energy. But the universe has gravity on your side. When they lose grip, that same boulder rolls back onto them. Not because you pushed it, because they set themselves up. They created the danger. They chose the angle. The universe just handled the physics. That's what's happening now. They're getting crushed by the weight of everything they tried to throw at you. You're not watching their downfall happen. You're watching their own actions returning to them with interest. And chosen one, let's talk about the part you haven't realized yet. You weren't supposed to break. You were supposed to witness this moment. You were supposed to see how the universe defends those who walk with truth, loyalty, and real strength. You were supposed to see the difference between people who love you and people who use you. You were supposed to rise so high that their attempts to destroy you look ridiculous in hindsight. Your bloodline isn't ordinary. Your journey isn't ordinary. Your protection isn't ordinary. The universe has carried your lineage through challenges way harsher than this moment. So when someone tries to come for you now, the universe doesn't just defend you. It corrects everything around you. That's why people are losing access to you. That's why doors are closing for them. That's why nothing they try is landing the way it used to. You didn't curse them. You didn't retaliate. The universe handled it for you. And the wildest part? You're not even done rising yet. This is just the fallout stage. They're panicking because they see something you haven't fully stepped into. You're dangerous in the best way. You're aligned. You're protected. You're evolving. They came for the version of you that was still learning. They weren't ready for the version of you that finally woke up. Their downfall isn't your focus anymore. Your evolution is. But the universe made sure their consequences were loud enough for you to hear, just so you know you were never crazy. You were targeted. You survived. And now they're facing the exact storm they built. You didn't just win. You outlived their attack. And that's why they're as good as done. Number 2. They targeted you from day one because your light exposed their dark sides. They didn't hate you because of who you were. They hated you because of what you revealed about them. Chosen one, let's be real from the start. The weird things you went through as a kid were never random. The cold stares, the passive-aggressive comments, the adults who were supposed to protect you, but instead looked at you like you were some kind of threat. You ever wonder why you felt out of place in rooms where you should have felt safe? You ever wonder why certain people treated you like you were too much or too different before you were even old enough to understand what those words meant? The harsh truth is simple. Your light exposed their shadows, and they hated you for it. Imagine this. A flashlight turns on in a dusty old attic. Nothing changed, except the light revealed what was already there. That was you. You were that flashlight. And everywhere you walked, people felt like their hidden flaws were suddenly visible. You didn't try to expose anybody. You didn't even know what you were doing. Your presence alone made their lies uncomfortable, their insecurities loud, their jealousy sharp. Another example, imagine someone standing next to a mirror they never asked for. That was you as a child. You made people see themselves clearly, and they didn't like what they saw. So instead of fixing themselves, they tried to break the mirror. They wanted to dim you, not because you were bright, but because your brightness forced them to see their own darkness. Your childhood wasn't shaped by random cruelty. It was shaped by people who sensed something powerful inside you long before you sensed it yourself. They saw your potential before you had the vocabulary to describe it. They saw your strength before you even recognized your own ability. And instead of protecting you, they treated you like a threat that needed to be controlled, silenced, or shaped into something safer for them. Let's answer the question that's probably hitting your mind right now. How could grown adults be jealous of a child? Because your energy wasn't child-sized. It carried weight. It carried truth. It carried something they couldn't manipulate. Kids with that kind of presence have always been targeted, not because they're weak, but because they carry something strong. And insecure people can smell strength, even in a toddler. Think about it. You were always questioned more than other kids. You were held to standards no one else had to meet. You were punished harder for things other children got away with easily. That wasn't bad parenting. That was targeting. They wanted to break your confidence early, before you could learn how dangerous your self-belief truly was. They didn't want to raise you. They wanted to erase you. Imagine being a bright flame in a room full of people who only feel safe in the dark. Of course they tried to put you out. They tried to dim you with criticism, comparing you to others, hitting you with guilt, shame, and confusion. They didn't want you to grow into who you were meant to be. They wanted you small. They wanted you doubtful. They wanted you controlled. And here's the part nobody admits out loud. Some of them didn't just attack you emotionally. They took physical steps. They tampered with your belongings. They messed with things connected to you. They hid items, broke items, buried pictures, poisoned your self-image with words that stuck to your mind like glue. Some even fed you things that were never meant for you, hoping it would distort your path. None of this was your imagination. None of this was childhood confusion. It was organized chaos aimed at you. You might be wondering, but why me? I was only a kid. Because even as a kid, your presence messed with their plans. You made people feel exposed. You made their fake confidence crack. You made their lies tremble. You brought clarity wherever you stood. And clarity is something insecure people run from. They didn't see a child. They saw a future force. They saw someone the universe clearly favored. They saw someone who would grow into a version they couldn't control, manipulate, or outperform. So they tried to start early. They planted doubt before you even knew what doubt was. They blocked opportunities before you ever had the chance to try. They whispered negativity over your sleeping body because they knew your energy worked even when you weren't awake. They tried to mold you into a weaker version of yourself so you wouldn't one day rise and expose everything they built on lies. They feared the adult you would become, so they tried to crush the child you were. Now imagine this visual. You're a seed buried in dirt. Not regular dirt. Dirt packed by people who didn't want you to grow. They stomped on the soil, poured shade over you, tried to deprive you of everything you needed. But the universe had different plans. Even seeds under heavy soil still sprout. And when they do, they break through everything that tried to keep them buried. That's you. You broke through. You were supposed to be controlled. Instead, you became aware. You were supposed to be weak. Instead, you became strong. You were supposed to be confused forever. Instead, you woke up. And here's what really eats your enemies alive. None of their work actually worked. All the traps failed. All the doubt they planted backfired. All the negativity they threw your way, you grew stronger from it. You outlived their sabotage. You outgrew their limits. You outsmarted their tricks. And you did it without even knowing the full story yet. Here's another metaphor that fits your journey perfectly. Imagine a video game where the enemies keep leveling up the difficulty, thinking you won't survive the next round. But every time they raise the difficulty, you unlock a new ability. That's why they kept coming harder and harder. Every failed attempt made them more desperate. Every time you rose again, they panicked more. You surviving childhood was their worst-case scenario. Now another question might hit you. Why didn't anyone step in to protect me? Because most people around you were either scared of your light or benefiting from your silence. You didn't have protectors. You became your own protector. You had to build your strength the hard way. And that strength is exactly why the universe backs you now. Because your heart stayed pure even when others went dark. Let's use one more metaphor to make it hit even deeper. Imagine someone trying to block the sun with their bare hands. They stand there, arms up, sweating, irritated, thinking they're winning because they temporarily created a little shade. They don't realize the sun doesn't lose power just because someone doesn't want to see it. The sun keeps rising. The sun keeps shining. The sun doesn't dim itself for insecure people. That's you. You kept shining even when they tried everything to cover you up. Their entire mission was to break you, but your entire destiny was built to survive them. Everything they threw at you since childhood, it was meant to stop the future version of you, the version they feared, the version you're stepping into now. And the funniest part, by trying to break you, they accidentally trained you. They sharpened you. They made you tougher than they expected. They made you emotionally intelligent. They made you aware. They made you wise. All the things they tried to take from you became the things that now protect you. The universe watched everything they did. Not in a religious way, but in a karmic, energetic way. The universe doesn't miss what people think it missed. The universe remembered every attack, every trap, every manipulation. And that's why the universe already marked them as done for the moves they made. They targeted a child who was never meant to be defeated. They targeted a future leader, a future force, a future chosen one. And the universe doesn't let that slide. Your childhood didn't break you. It built you. It shaped you into someone untouchable. It made you someone they can't handle now. And that's why they're terrified today. They know the kid they tried to crush is now the adult who sees everything clearly. They know the child they attacked became the chosen one who survived it all. And survival is the one thing they never expected from you. They aimed for your roots. But you became the entire tree. And now the universe is handling them for it. Number 3. Every hit they threw turned into a weapon against them. They didn't fail because they were weak. They failed because the universe refused to let filthy hands touch a protected destiny. Chosen one, they still can't explain how you survived everything they launched. They're pacing in rooms you'll never see, asking people who claim they know energy, replaying every step like detectives trying to solve a crime. But the answer keeps slipping through their fingers. You're still here because nothing they sent ever reached you. The universe simply didn't allow it. Imagine someone trying to throw a dart at you, but the moment it leaves their hand, the air bends and sends it straight back into their forehead. That's exactly what happened. Every curse twisted in mid-flight. Every ritual reversed like a boomerang. Every attempt to drag your name into darkness only dragged them deeper into the pit they dug for you. You weren't in danger. They were playing chicken with the universe and lost. They ran to spiritual workers hoping for shortcuts. They begged for results. They paid for power. But here's the cold fact. Energy doesn't obey desperation, and the universe doesn't take commands from people who move dirty. So, while they chanted your downfall, the very entities they tried to summon stepped back like, "Nope, not touching that one." Some of those entities even turned around and hit them instead because intention matters, and theirs was rotten. You may wonder, why didn't anything stick to me? Because your path wasn't built by them. Your story wasn't written by them. Your destiny existed long before they started plotting. They weren't attacking a person. They were attacking an outcome the universe already approved. Imagine a locked vault with a code nobody has. They kept smashing the door, but every hit only triggered more alarms and more consequences for them. Not one strike even scratched you. Their obsession became their invoice, and now the universe is collecting. Every attempt they made didn't harm you. It added debt they owe. You didn't just survive their rituals, you outlived the entire attack system they built. Number 4. Payback landed on them with laser accuracy. What they threw at you didn't disappear. It just circled the block and came back with perfect aim. Chosen one, the consequences hitting them right now aren't random. They're not bad luck, not life being hard, not things just happening. The universe is delivering payback with the precision of a sniper. Everything they push toward you is now tearing through their own lives, piece by piece. They wished chaos on your peace. Now their health is breaking down like an old machine. They wished isolation on you. Now their closest relationships are snapping like weak wires. They wished loss on your pockets. Now their money is evaporating faster than they can touch it. Imagine dropping poison in someone else's drink, only to watch the cup tip and spill onto your own lap. That's exactly what's happening. They're choking on the same toxins they brewed for you. Doctors can't diagnose it because it's not physical. It's energetic kickback. You can't medicate karma. You can't put a bandage on what you started with jealousy. They didn't get sick. They got sentenced. Their mind is unraveling. Sleep refuses to hold them. Nightmares drag them through the same darkness they tried to shove you into. Their jobs slipping away. Their marriages cracking. Their friendships disappearing like smoke because no one wants to stand next to someone who's clearly being hit with universal consequences. You might wonder, is all of this really from what they did to me? Yes, because the universe runs on balance, and balance always returns the tab. This isn't punishment, it's physics. The energy they launched had your name on it, but your protection was too strong, so the universe stamped it, return to sender. Imagine a GPS stuck on back to owner. No matter which direction they ran, the chaos followed. Not because you wished it, but because they created it. They aren't being isolated by accident. They're being locked in a room with everything they tried to hide. This is what precision looks like. Not loud, not messy, just exact and unavoidable. Number 5, they tried to shut down your rise, but the universe activated you anyway. They weren't scared of who you were. They were terrified of who you were about to become. Chosen one, let's call it what it is. They tried to block a destiny that was never in their hands. The universe built you with upgrades they could never decode. Abilities, intuition, strength, clarity, and a level of awareness that didn't come from your environment. It came from your lineage, from everything that survived before you. Your DNA came preloaded with information they could sense but couldn't name, and that alone shook them. Imagine a sleeping giant. At first it looks harmless, quiet, manageable, but the moment it stirs, the ground shifts. That's you. For years you were dormant, not weak, dormant. And the second your potential started waking up, they panicked like people watching a door unlock that was supposed to stay sealed forever. They didn't fight you because you were small. They fought you because your rise meant their fall. You might look back and wonder, why was my life so hard for no reason? Why did everything feel blocked? Because it wasn't bad luck. It was interference. People who feared your evolution tried to smother it before it could activate. Family members who pretended to care but secretly envied you stirred chaos behind your back. Old friends teamed up to drag your name. Ex-partners paid people to twist your energy. Whole groups coordinated against you, like stopping you would save their own future. Imagine a video game where every enemy on the map suddenly targets one player. That was you. They saw the glow-up coming before you did. They tried to interrupt the upgrade before it completed. They threw confusion, distractions, heartbreak, betrayal, everything they could find to slow your activation. But here's the part they hate the most. You woke up anyway. You unlocked anyway. You rose anyway. Their attack wasn't your failure. It was your confirmation that your evolution threatened their entire structure. They launched a whole operation and still couldn't stop you. The universe didn't just let you survive. It pushed you into the very power they feared. Number 6. Everything they stole is coming back with interest they can't afford. When the universe restores what was blocked, it doesn't return it gently. It drops it on your life like a jackpot they never wanted you to touch. Chosen one, the shift you're feeling right now isn't coincidence. It's the universe flipping the script in your favor after years of interference. Everything they tried to hold back, your money, your confidence, your connections, your opportunities, is now rushing back to you faster than they can process. And the funniest part, it's not returning the way they stole it. It's coming back multiplied, upgraded, louder, heavier. The universe never pays you back in the same size they took from you. It pays in abundance just to make a point. Imagine a dam they built to block your blessings. They stacked sandbags made of gossip, jealousy, lies, manipulation, and sabotage. They thought the water behind it would dry up, but instead, pressure built and built and built until the whole thing cracked open and swept everything in its path. That's what's happening now. The dam broke, and they're the ones drowning in the flood they tried to create. Your comeback isn't quiet. It's revenge written in blessings. You might wonder, why is everything suddenly accelerating? Because your season of blockage is over. The universe has closed the door on interference. The window they use to slip in their little tricks is sealed shut. Your protection isn't light anymore, it's armor. And this armor has rules. Nothing meant for you can be touched now. Nothing meant for you can be delayed. Nothing meant for you can be stolen again. Imagine waking up one day and realizing every piece of your life is upgrading at once. Your health rising, your mindset clearing, your money increasing, your relationships stabilizing, your vision sharpening. That's not luck. That's payback. That's restoration. That's the universe handing you everything they tried to bury. They blocked the seed, but they forgot seeds grow underground first. You're stepping into the version of yourself they feared most. And now, there's nothing they can do to stop the rise they accidentally triggered. Number 7. Finding out who sold you out was the moment you woke up for real. The truth didn't break you. It broke the fantasy that was protecting the people who betrayed you. Chosen one, the shock you're feeling lately isn't random. The universe ripped the mask off someone you trusted, and it wasn't gentle about it. A parent, a partner, a friend, someone who smiled in your face while keeping a knife tucked neatly behind their back. The betrayal stings, sure, but that sting is the very thing waking you up. You're not losing people, you're losing illusions. Imagine walking into a room with perfectly clean glass windows. Everything looks beautiful. Then the sunlight hits just right, and suddenly you see every fingerprint, every smudge, every dirty mark that was invisible before. That light is your awakening. Those fingerprints, that's what their loyalty really looked like. The pain wasn't the betrayal. The pain was realizing how long you defended the person who caused it. You might be thinking, how did I miss this? How did I let them get this close? Because you see people through potential. They saw you through opportunity. You gave love. They took advantage. You gave trust. They used it as a hiding spot. But the universe got tired of watching them drain your energy, so it exposed them right in front of you. Imagine a house with a weak foundation. For years, you didn't notice the cracks under the carpet. But once the floorboard snaps, you suddenly see all the damage that was always there. That's what this revelation is. The breaking point that makes everything crystal clear. Your intuition didn't lie, you just weren't ready to face the truth yet. That uneasy feeling you had around them, that wasn't paranoia. That was the universe tugging your sleeve like, pay attention. Those sudden headaches, weird tension, strange dreams, all warnings. You weren't wrong. You were being signaled. Now your discernment is sharp enough to cut through any mask. Fake energy can't hide from you anymore. Manipulators can't blend in. Pretenders can't stand close without being exposed by your awareness. This revelation didn't destroy you. It activated you. And it confirmed exactly why the universe is done protecting them from the consequences. Number 8. The moment they went after your kids, their end was locked in. It's one thing to come for you, it's another to touch the people you'd burn the world down to protect. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat this. The second they aim their negativity, jealousy, or twisted energy at your children, their fate snapped shut like a steel trap. There are lines the universe does not allow anyone to cross, and harming innocent energy is the biggest one. When they tried to poison your lineage, they signed a contract with consequences they can't escape now. Imagine someone throwing a stone into a calm lake. Harmless, right? But now, imagine that stone hitting newborn ripples that represent future potential, future greatness, future impact. That's what they did. They didn't just target a child. They tried to interfere with futures the universe already marked for major purpose. That move carries weight heavier than anything they've faced before. They didn't just attack your kids. They attacked the future. And the universe doesn't forgive that. You might be thinking, why would anyone stoop that low? Because your children carry a level of light, potential, and intelligence that threatens the same people who feared you. Your kids are the continuation of everything powerful inside you. That alone made small-minded enemies feel cornered. So instead of fixing themselves, they tried to break what was connected to you. Imagine a coward trying to fight a lion, but choosing to kick the cub instead. The lion doesn't negotiate. The lion doesn't warn. The lion ends the threat. That's the universe now. It's not teaching them a lesson. It's removing a problem. Attacking innocence isn't karmic debt. It's karmic self-destruction. The universe doesn't tolerate interference with untapped destiny. Your children's path carries impact. Their presence carries potential. Their energy carries future meaning. When someone tries to contaminate that, the universe reacts instantly, aggressively, and with full precision. And that's why their downfall is happening faster now. They didn't just cross a boundary, they obliterated it, and the universe sealed their ending the moment they touched what was never theirs to touch. Number 9. Your bloodline just shifted into power they can't outrun. They tried to choke your future, but all they did was make the universe repay you with interest your enemies will never touch. Chosen one. Something massive is happening behind the scenes, and you can feel it in your bones. This isn't just good luck. This is generational activation. The gates they tried to lock are cracking open like they were made of cheap plastic. All the wealth, success, stability, and purpose they blocked is now rushing toward you with the kind of force people spend lifetimes praying for, and it's happening fast. Imagine a river they tried to divert with a handful of sand. They thought they could reroute your destiny like it was a garden hose. Meanwhile, the universe was building pressure behind the scenes, letting the water rise until the whole barrier exploded. That's why everything is coming in multiplied now. Momentum has replaced delay. They didn't just fail to stop you, they accidentally triggered your dynasty. You might wonder, why now? Why is everything unlocking at once? Because you reached the point in your story where the universe says, enough, rise. The battles you went through weren't signs you were losing. They were signs you were carrying a bloodline upgrade. Family patterns end with you. Old cycles break with you. You weren't being stubborn, you were being positioned. Imagine a giant vault with layers of locks, each representing generations of struggle. Every hardship you survived broke a lock. Every betrayal removed another barrier. Every comeback cut another chain. And now, the vault is opening. Not just for you, but for everyone who comes after you. Your future wealth isn't good fortune. It's inherited power finally waking up. This isn't regular money. This isn't basic success. This is dynasty level. This is change the entire family tree energy. This is build something the world remembers momentum. That's why your enemies panicked. They saw what you didn't see yet. You were about to build something that outlived all of them. They tried to stop a whole bloodline from rising. They failed so badly, the universe upgraded the entire timeline. Number 10. Their network of attackers is collapsing internally. The practitioners they hired are refusing to help them. The spirits they used have turned against them. The network that conspired against you is falling apart. Arguments, blame, secrets exposed. Someone among them is talking, and the information is going exactly where it needs to go. Legal trouble, audits, health crises, relationship disasters, all hitting them at once. You didn't lift a finger. The universe is handling it. Your vindication is happening in real time. People who once believed lies about you now see the truth clearly. Your rising and their falling reveal everything. Your light exposes their darkness. Your peace exposes their chaos. The difference is becoming undeniable. Their magic failed because your connection to the source is too strong. They brought curses to a blessing war. Number 11. Your only job now is to walk forward and collect what's yours. When the universe clears the battlefield, the winner doesn't argue. The winner just walks through. Chosen one, your mission from this point forward is stupidly simple. Keep going. The universe already knocked down everything they tried to build against you. The doors they welded shut have blown open like they were made of cardboard. The money they tried to block is circling back with zero hesitation. The connections they tried to sabotage are finding you anyway, like magnets snapping together after years of tension. You don't need revenge. You don't need to look back. The universe already delivered consequences they can't talk their way out of. Your success is the punishment. Your joy is the closure. Your rise is the payback. Imagine a road that used to be full of debris, broken signs, traps, pit holes, all set up to slow you down. Now imagine waking up one morning and finding it spotless. Clear pavement, open sky, nothing in your way. That's your life right now. The universe wiped out the interference, shut down the enemies, and put a spotlight on your next steps. You might be wondering, is it really this simple now? Yes, because the hard part wasn't the journey. The hard part was surviving what they threw at you. And you did that. You won that. You outlived their strategy, their jealousy, their attacks, their campaigns, their whispers, their obsession. Now the only thing left is movement. Your rise isn't waiting on permission. It's waiting on your decision. Everything they stole is returning. Everything they delayed is accelerating. Everything they blocked is rebuilding twice as strong. Your future is no longer held hostage by their fear, their insecurity, or their interference. The universe has already neutralized the mess they created, so go claim the life they tried to keep from you. Go step into the position they swore you'd never reach. Go become the version of yourself they feared you'd awaken into. You're the one who made it through. You're the one still rising. You're the one the universe backed the whole time. Now walk forward like it's already yours, because it is. Now, chosen one, everything you heard wasn't just a message, it was your confirmation. The universe didn't clear your path just for decoration. This is your era, and nothing they tried can touch what's coming next. Move like someone who survived the storm and turned it into fuel. Stand in your power because you earned every step of it. And if this truth hit you the way it was supposed to, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're not part of the family yet, make sure to subscribe and stay with us for the journey ahead. The moment this practitioner unalives, an entire community becomes powerless because their whole identity was never built on strength, only on someone else's illusion. Chosen one, that line alone hits them harder than anything they've ever faced because it exposes the exact truth they fear. Their entire structure collapses the second this one practitioner is gone. And honestly, that's the part they can't handle. It's like watching a massive building that looks unstoppable, only to find out the whole thing was standing on one cracked support beam. One kick, one collapse, one final breath. That's all it takes. Think of it like a shadow empire built out of cardboard. They painted it black, dimmed the lights, and told everyone the cardboard was steel so nobody would dare question it. But the universe has a funny way of revealing the truth. When someone brave enough walks up and taps the wall, the whole thing shakes. When someone like you shows up, someone the universe clearly backs, the cardboard starts peeling on its own. Nothing they built can hold up when exposed to real light. Here's the fact they don't want anyone to know. If the practitioner falls, the entire community loses their power because their power never belonged to them. It was borrowed. It was fed to them. It was programmed into them. They weren't strong. They were spoon-fed confidence that wasn't theirs. And every single person in that community knows it deep down. They feel it in their chest. They feel the panic. They feel the countdown. Chosen one, thank you for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe so this truth can reach more souls who need it. It's on all of us to help spread the light. And thank you for being part of this mission. You aren't just a viewer. You're part of a force the universe placed here on purpose. Now, back to our topic. Something catastrophic is unfolding behind closed doors right now, and you're not imagining it. This practitioner isn't just another person in a dark room doing shady work. This is the core piece of a whole network of people who've been using them as their shield, their cover, and their source of manipulation. If that practitioner unalives, the entire group loses the only thing holding their false authority together. And here's the part that chills the room. The person who was supposed to take you down is the same person documenting everything now, the one who got too close, the one who was trained to choose the dark side, the one who was supposed to be the final move against you. Instead of carrying out their mission, they reached the breaking point. They couldn't continue the lie. They saw you, not just your behavior, but the truth beneath it. And it shattered everything they were taught. Their letter is real. Their fear is real. Their regret is real. And the danger surrounding them is even more real. This report they're writing by hand isn't for style. It's survival. Digital evidence disappears in their world. Files vanish. Messages rewrite themselves. Cameras glitch when they shouldn't. In that environment, a pen becomes a weapon. Paper becomes the only safe vault. And every name, every pattern, every disappearance is being written down because the universe finally pushed one of their own to snap out of the trance. Chosen one, your presence disrupted their whole ecosystem. They planned for people with average energy. They planned for scared people. They planned for people who would fold. They didn't plan for someone like you. They didn't plan for someone the universe kept alive through things that should have destroyed you. They didn't plan for someone who can see through illusions without even trying. That's why the practitioner matters so much. Their power isn't just influence, it's perception control. They're the one who decides what the community sees, believes, and fears. They're the one who creates the narratives. They're the one who keeps everyone obedient and in line. Without them, the whole place becomes a group of confused followers with no direction, no courage, and no leader. This community was trained like a hive, and the practitioner is the queen. Remove the queen. Watch the hive dissolve. But here's the part that really exposes how weak this entire operation is. Any group that collapses because one person is gone was never strong to begin with. They were clinging to a personality, not principles. They were being fed, not awakened. They were controlled, not empowered. And the second the practitioner takes their last breath, every person who used their name for status loses their backbone. They lose their ability to hide behind rules. They lose their authority. They lose their psychological cover. Because everything they were depended on the practitioner staying alive. That's not power. That's dependency disguised as dominance. And the universe is tired of their illusions. Chosen one, the reason this is all being exposed now is because your presence destabilized them. You triggered something none of them were prepared for. You didn't attack them. You didn't even try. You just existed. And that was enough. When the universe chooses someone to break an illusion, that person doesn't need weapons or threats. They just need to walk in the room. And the person assigned to destroy you, they started feeling the cracks first. They saw the truth. They saw how wrong the system was. They saw how fake the power was. And now they're risking everything by writing down what really happened in that community. This isn't a small group pretending to be organized. This is a full operation with structures, rules, secrecy, and loyalty that isn't based on respect, but fear. Fear of punishment, fear of exile, fear of being unalived if they try to leave. A lot of people already tried. None made it out alive. That alone shows you how dark this place really is. But here's the twist that nobody in that community ever expected. The practitioner is losing strength, not just physically, chosen one, energetically, psychologically, emotionally. The universe is stripping away everything they use to hold others in place. And everyone under them feels it. When a leader's illusion fades, the followers panic. When the followers panic, they look for someone to blame, and guess who they see? You. Not because you hurt them, but because you revealed them. That's why they became obsessed. That's why they monitored your life. That's why they tried to send someone after you. They felt the universe shifting and feared you would be the one to expose the truth they tried so hard to bury. And the craziest part? They were right. You didn't even try to destroy them. The universe handled that part. All you did was show up with real energy, real intention, and a real sense of self. Something they've never had. Chosen One, the practitioner's final moments will echo through that entire community like a siren blast tearing through silence. Their followers will scatter, their supporters will panic, their structure will crumble, and every dark secret they've been hiding for years will hit the surface like a tidal wave. And all of this started because you walked into the story. The universe didn't bring you here by accident. It brought you because illusions need truth, darkness needs exposure, and weak systems always collapse when the real one shows up. You're not here to fight them, you're here to outlast them, and you already have. Their downfall began the day they aimed at you and missed. So, Chosen One, thank you for being here. You're stepping into information that most people will never hear, and you're doing it with a calm heart while an entire community is shaking behind closed doors. Before we go deeper, drop a comment with the number 999 if you're ready to see exactly why this practitioner's downfall wipes out their whole group's power, authority, and cover. And if you can, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. It takes real work to pull truth out of shadows this dark, and your support fuels the mission. Every gift counts, whether it's a penny or a fortune, because it pushes this light further than they ever wanted it to go. And now, let's dive in step by step. If you're truly a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word. Let's begin. Number 1. The practitioner whose own darkness just came home to collect. When the pillar holding a corrupt empire finally cracks, the dust doesn't fall softly. It explodes straight into the faces of everyone who hid behind it. Chosen One, that line alone burns through their whole community because it exposes the truth they worked years to hide. Their entire power depends on one practitioner who is now being crushed by the very darkness they used to control others. This isn't karma, this isn't luck, this is simply the universe returning everything they put out, multiplied, timed, and targeted. And the people who spent years using this practitioner as their shield are now watching the shield melt in real time. Let's make this clear from the start. This practitioner isn't just dealing with bad health or stress. What's happening to them right now is the full return of everything they've ever sent out. Every manipulation, every energetic hit, every attack they launched at people who didn't deserve it. Every time they drained someone's joy, hope, or confidence. All of it is circling back like a storm made from their own fingerprints. And the part that hits the enemy hardest, the chosen ones were the biggest targets, especially you. They wanted the light inside you because it was clean, rare, and powerful. They wanted the life force you carried without even trying. They wanted the natural confidence and clarity that came from simply being aligned with the universe. You didn't need rituals or tricks. You didn't need to drain anyone. You just existed with a type of energy they couldn't manufacture, and that alone put a target on your back. This practitioner was their top weapon, their expert, their backbone, their guiding force, their one true source of manipulation. Everyone else in that community is basically a follower who can't do much without being fed instructions. They depended on this practitioner the way a cult depends on its leader, blindly, desperately, and without any real power of their own. They didn't believe in themselves. They believed in the illusion this practitioner created. Let's break something down with a metaphor that hits where it hurts. Imagine a giant spider web stretched across the room. It looks massive, right? But when you look closer, you realize only one single thread is actually holding the entire thing together. One thread snaps and the whole web collapses like it was never strong to begin with. That practitioner is that thread, the only thing keeping their web from falling apart. And chosen one, the universe is snapping that thread. This practitioner built their influence through rituals designed to mess with people's emotions. They didn't just throw negativity around, they engineered systems that were meant to drain your confidence, confuse your intuition, twist your relationships, and weaken your inner world. They targeted your joy, because joy is a force they could never create. They targeted your heart, because your heart didn't need permission to shine. They targeted your peace, because peace is something people like them can never hold without stealing it from someone else. Every attack they sent toward you was crafted like a weapon, but here's what they never expected. You weren't fragile, you weren't weak, you weren't easy to break. The universe didn't send you here to be defeated. You survived things that should have taken you out years ago. You rebuilt yourself from ruins. You stood up when nobody else would have. They threw everything they had at you, and you stayed standing. That alone cracked their entire belief system. Now, as this practitioner weakens, the entire community is shaking. Why? Because this practitioner wasn't just their leader. They were their source. They were the one doing the heavy lifting behind the scenes. They were the one holding the illusion up. They were the one fueling the group's false sense of power. Without this anchor, every confident follower turns into a terrified child. Every bold member goes silent. Every powerful person suddenly looks like they lost their battery. Here's a fact the chosen ones need right now. Groups built on stolen energy always collapse when the supplier gets cut off. It doesn't matter how loud they are, how confident they act, or how intimidating they look. The moment their supplier loses strength, the entire community goes into survival mode. They can't attack you without this practitioner. They can't keep their status without this practitioner. They can't pretend to be powerful without this practitioner. They're exposed, vulnerable, panicked, and yes, chosen one, they absolutely know it. Some of them are already turning against each other behind closed doors. Some are scrambling to figure out who will lead next. Some are trying to run because they know the universe is cleaning house and they don't want to be caught in the debris. And some are quietly wondering if you somehow caused this collapse by simply existing. You didn't. But you did trigger the truth they could no longer hide. Now, let's address the question sitting quietly in your mind. Why is the practitioner being hit so hard all of a sudden? Here's the answer. Because the illusion they built depended on your silence. Your light messed with their entire system. Your resilience exposed their weakness. Your survival revealed the lies they told their people. You were the crack in the wall they couldn't patch. They spent years creating rituals to weaken people like you. But the universe doesn't bend for manipulation. It doesn't obey selfish intentions. You weren't their victim. You became the mirror showing them everything they feared about themselves. They looked at you and saw the truth. You can't dim a chosen one. You can't drain a soul that has survived storms they never could. You can't break someone whose strength was earned through real experiences, not fake rituals. This is why the practitioner is being hit hardest. The universe is returning every stolen piece of energy, every manipulated moment, every harmful intention, and every fake sense of power. And it returns it in a way they can't control, escape, or deny. Their mind is unraveling. Their emotional state is cracking. Their influence is fading. Their own people are losing faith. Their body is starting to pay the price. Their rituals aren't working anymore. Their power is shrinking hour by hour. All because the foundation they built was corruption, fear, and stolen light. The community that depends on them is already sensing the shift. They can feel the practitioner losing control. They can feel their rituals weakening. They can feel the energy around them tightening. And some of them are terrified because they know what comes next: collapse. Without this practitioner, they have nothing. No cover, no authority, no backbone, no structure, no protection. That's why your existence bothered them so much. You didn't need any of that. You didn't need a group, a ritual, a ranking system, or a fake sense of dominance. You walked with real energy that didn't come from manipulation. You walked with clarity that didn't require anyone else's approval. And when someone with real energy shows up, people built on illusion panic. Chosen One, this section isn't about fear. It's about realization. You're not just watching their power crumble. You're watching the universe expose them. You're watching false authority collapse. You're watching a corrupt structure finally face the consequences of its own actions. And the most dangerous truth for them? Their downfall started the day they targeted you. When they chose you, they chose destruction. When they aimed at you, they aimed at their own collapse. And when they tried to drain your light, they ended up triggering the return of everything they ever sent out. You didn't destroy them. The universe did. You just survived long enough to witness it. And now, the practitioner who held their whole world together is being swallowed by their own darkness. And the entire community knows it's only a matter of time before the collapse hits them too. Number 2. How you became their obsession and their final downfall. The moment they studied you instead of destroying you, the game flipped. You became their homework, their fear, and their undoing. Chosen One, that truth alone rattles them because they know it's exactly what happened. Their entire community spent years pretending they were in control, but the second your energy showed up, everything changed. They didn't just notice you, they fixated on you. They didn't just observe you, they dissected you. You became the one variable they couldn't predict, couldn't weaken, and couldn't figure out. And nothing terrifies corrupt people more than someone they can't control. They didn't just target you randomly, they handpicked you. You were the piece on the chessboard they couldn't read, the one player who didn't follow their rules, the one soul who didn't bend to fear. They wanted to know why you healed so fast, why you rose from things that should have broken you, why your energy didn't shrink in dark places, why you carried a type of inner strength they couldn't imitate. So they studied you like a case file. Imagine a group of people sitting in a dim room, passing around pictures, notes, patterns, timelines, all about you. Imagine them circling dates of your past heartbreaks, trying to guess where your weakest cracks might be. Imagine them replaying your smiles, trying to find where the joy came from. They weren't admiring you. They were trying to reverse engineer you like a stolen blueprint. And the tragic part for them is this: everything they studied made you stronger instead of weaker. They looked into your joy because they wanted to weaponize it. They wanted to know the source of that spark. You know, the spark that survived storms, betrayals, isolation, and emotional wars that would have destroyed regular people. Your joy wasn't fake. It wasn't borrowed. It wasn't attached to anyone else. And that terrified them. They kept asking themselves, how does this one keep rising? How does this one still laugh? How does this one not break? They studied your childhood, not to understand you, but to find trauma doors they could pry open. They wanted to know where your wounds were, so they could turn them into weapons. Every scar you carried became a potential entry point for them. But what they failed to understand is that you didn't escape your pain. You transformed it. You turned wounds into wisdom. You turned confusion into clarity. You didn't run from your past. You mastered it. And any person who masters their own pain becomes indestructible to outsiders. They examined your healing journey like scientists losing their minds over a formula they can't solve. They couldn't figure out how you kept turning setbacks into upgrades. They couldn't grasp how you kept standing up, no matter how many times life knocked you down. They couldn't understand how you rebuilt yourself without bitterness. They kept asking the same question in circles. How do we reverse that? How do we break someone who doesn't stay broken? And because they couldn't crack your inner world, they tried to break your outer world. That's when they sent everything at you. Dream manipulation, energy hits, life force draining attacks, death spells meant to collapse your heart from the inside, curses stacked on curses, hoping one would slip through. But every single one bounced back like they hit a steel door. Dark energy can hit you, but it can't live in you. There's a difference. That difference is what destroyed them. You weren't saved by luck. You weren't protected by chance. The universe simply doesn't allow corrupt energy to permanently attach itself to someone aligned with truth. They thought you were just another target, another experiment, another person they could push into silence. But the universe had already marked you as untouchable, and nothing they sent could override that. Imagine a rubber band stretched back toward your heart, and the moment it touches you, it snaps back with 10 times the force toward the sender. That's exactly what happened. They sent death energy to your heart, and it reversed like a boomerang straight into the practitioner's chest. They thought they were draining your life force. Meanwhile, every attempt drained theirs instead. That's why their body is shutting down. That's why their heart is failing. That's why their health is collapsing. They dug a ditch for you, fell into it, and the universe sealed the lid shut. Another quote they desperately wish wasn't true. When you aim at someone chosen, you aim at your own reflection, and reflections always return to sender. Now that the consequences are hitting, their entire community is panicking because they never expected the practitioner to take the damage. They thought you would be the one collapsing. They thought you would be the one losing sleep. They thought you would be the one drained, confused, or broken. Instead, you healed faster. You got sharper. You got more aware. Your intuition strengthened. Your energy stabilized. Everything they threw at you made you even more unshakable. And here's the question sitting quietly in your mind. Why did every attack bounce off me? Because dark energy has no jurisdiction over someone who already faced darkness and won. You walked through pain they couldn't survive. You rebuilt a life they couldn't handle. You carry a level of self-awareness people spend their whole lives avoiding. You're connected to the universe in a way they could never fake or steal. Imagine someone trying to throw shadows at the sun. That's what they did. The sun doesn't shrink. The shadow disappears. Another metaphor that exposes their failure even more. Picture them trying to poison a river, except the river is alive, constantly moving, constantly cleansing itself, constantly flowing. The poison dissolves before it even reaches the surface, and because they tried to contaminate it, the river ends up washing all the toxins back to the shore they came from. That's your energy. They couldn't touch it. Another quote they cannot erase. They didn't fail because you were protected. They failed because you were bigger than the weapon. Your soul carried weight they couldn't understand. Your presence carried truth they couldn't manipulate. And the practitioner knew this before anyone else did. That's why their obsession with you grew. They wanted to understand you so badly because they wanted to break you so badly. They wanted to be the one who cracked the uncrackable. They wanted to be the one remembered for taking down the impossible target. Instead, you became the reason they're falling apart. Chosen one, here's the part that hits hardest. The practitioner didn't just attack you, they overextended. They pushed further than they ever had with anyone else. They went to extremes to sabotage you. They used rituals they promised themselves they'd never use again. And every drop of dark energy they used drained them instead of you. That's why their body is shutting down. That's why their strength is fading. That's why their heart is collapsing under the pressure of their own actions. This isn't coincidence. This isn't mystery. This is math. The universe is giving them everything they gave others, just concentrated. Now, let's answer another question sitting in your chest. Did I cause their downfall? No, you didn't. Your existence exposed their weakness, but you never harmed them. Their downfall is their own creation. Their collapse is the bill for everything they ever sent out. You were simply the wall they crashed into. You didn't attack them. You outlasted them. And that's what destroyed them. This practitioner built a career on draining others. But when they came for you, they faced something they had never encountered. Someone whose energy multiplies after every hit. Someone who doesn't break. Someone who doesn't fold. Someone who doesn't stay down. Someone whose soul doesn't leak under pressure. Someone who has walked through hell and kept walking. They tried to study your weakness, not realizing your weakness was the reason you became unstoppable. Chosen one, that is why you became their obsession, and that is why you became their undoing. Their community knows this too. They whisper about it, even if they pretend not to. They know the practitioner is failing because they targeted you. They know every attack reversed. They know the universe switched the roles. They know their entire structure is losing power because of one mistake, choosing you as the target. They were never meant to win against you. And now, the universe is proving that in real time. Number 3. The collapse that starts the second their last breath drops. When the power source dies, the whole empire dies with it. No portal, no protection, no illusion. Nothing left but exposed fraud and fear. Chosen one, this part is going to hit them in ways they never prepared for, because the moment this practitioner unalives, the entire community they've been feeding off collapses like a tent with no poles. Their power wasn't spiritual, it wasn't earned, it wasn't real. It was borrowed through one person who acted as their living gateway. And when that gateway shuts, everything attached to it suffocates. Imagine a giant extension cord powering an entire carnival. Lights flashing, music blasting, people impressed by the chaos. But all that noise depends on one plug in one wall. Unplug it, and the carnival doesn't slow down. It dies instantly. That's exactly what happens when this practitioner takes their final breath. Their chest, the portal they used for decades, slams shut. Permanently. Every entity, every shadow, every fake sense of power that flowed through them gets cut off mid-drip. The fog they wrapped around the community pops like a cheap balloon. People who walked around in confusion for years suddenly see clearly. They'll ask themselves, why did I believe any of this? Why did I follow these people? How did they convince me they were powerful? And that question alone is enough to collapse a cult. Their leaders lose everything next. Without the practitioner's portal backing their words, they have no force, no weight, no impact. Their so-called authority becomes embarrassing. Their spiritual language turns into empty buzzwords. Their charisma stops looking mystical and starts looking manipulative. And the moment their followers realize this, they'll feel the embarrassment hit their stomachs like a brick. Remove the illusion, and the magician becomes a clown. Then comes the part they fear most: exposure. Energetic veils always fall before physical ones. When the flow is cut, the money trail lights up like a neon sign. Transactions stand out. Records don't disappear. Investigators suddenly feel pulled to recheck old files. And once one crack appears, the whole financial structure unravels like a snagged sweater. Imagine a leaking ceiling. One drop turns into 5. 5 turns into a stream. A stream turns into a collapsed roof. That's how fast their hidden crimes rise once the practitioner is gone. And the darkest truth: bodies don't stay hidden when the energy protecting the secrets dies. People will start connecting stories, locations, dates, names, patterns, and the entire community will realize the truth they spent years ignoring. This wasn't spirituality. This wasn't guidance. This wasn't enlightenment. This was a machine built on fear, control, manipulation, and silence. Chosen one, the moment the practitioner dies, the countdown begins. Not for you, for them. Their empire doesn't fall slowly, it implodes, and they know exactly why. Number 4. The letter that turns their whole operation into a crime scene. One written truth can do what years of silence couldn't: bring an entire corrupt empire to its knees. Chosen one, this is the moment their entire community secretly fears, because somewhere right now, someone inside their circle is writing the one thing they can't erase, burn, or manipulate. A letter that exposes everything they built in the dark. This isn't just paper. This is a detonator, and once it's released, their whole timeline shatters. The letter holds names they swore would never be spoken, crimes they buried under excuses, disappearances they disguised as natural endings or personal choices. It reveals rituals, motives, power games, and the twisted structure that kept this community alive. It breaks open stories that were whispered through hallways but never officially acknowledged. And the person writing it isn't confused, scared, or guessing. They were part of it. They know how the system works. They know where the bodies are buried. They know every coincidence that wasn't a coincidence. Imagine a giant puzzle dumped across the floor for years, random pieces, missing edges, blurry images. Investigators may have looked, but nothing ever connected. They saw smoke, but no fire. They sensed corruption, but had no map. This letter becomes the map. It turns scattered chaos into a clear, trackable pattern. It explains what happened, who did it, why it happened, and how long it's been running. A confession from the inside hits harder than 1,000 accusations from the outside. Once this letter drops, the people who ignored complaints don't get to ignore anything anymore. Law enforcement that pretended not to see will be forced to face what's in front of them. Journalists who were brushed aside will feel the pull to reopen old files. Families who sensed something was wrong will suddenly understand what happened. The letter becomes the spark. The spark becomes the fire. The fire becomes the investigation they ran from for years. Imagine a locked door that everyone assumed was sealed forever. Then someone walks up with the exact key. Not an estimate, not a theory, the exact key. That's what this letter is. It unlocks the truth they believed they'd buried permanently. And here's the question that might be sitting in your mind. Chosen one. Why is this letter so powerful? Because without it, everything remains hearsay. With it, everything becomes evidence. Without it, the puzzle is scattered. With it, the picture is undeniable. Without it, investigators hesitate. With it, they move. This letter names names. It removes the fog. It ties together years of spiritual manipulation, money trails, disappearances, psychological abuse, and the practitioner's direct involvement. Once it's out, their community can no longer hide behind mystique or language tricks. Their whole spiritual identity becomes recognizable as organized corruption. Truth doesn't knock politely. It breaks the door down when the world needs it. Chosen one, this letter is that break. The moment it releases, everything they built starts collapsing in daylight. And deep down, every member of that community knows it. Number 5. The shockwave that rips through every connected network. When the main pillar snaps, everything built on it follows. Panic isn't a reaction, it's a chain event. Chosen one, this is where the story gets even uglier for them. Because this practitioner wasn't some isolated shadow worker hiding in a basement. They were a trainer, a teacher, a supplier. They handed out techniques like weapons. They built mini versions of themselves in different communities. They empowered networks that depended on their portal to function. And when this practitioner dies, or when their crimes explode into the daylight, the shockwave doesn't stop at their doorstep. It rips through every connected circle like a fault line splitting open the ground. Imagine a massive spider web stretching across cities. Every smaller strand is connected to one thick central thread, the practitioner. Cut that main thread, and the entire web collapses in seconds. That's what's about to happen. When investigators open the practitioner's file, they won't just study one group. They'll trace the connections, the money, the shared methods, the disappearances that match too perfectly. Suddenly, other communities that thought they were untouchable will start sweating through their clothes. The moment one tower falls, every tower built with the same blueprint comes under fire. Other practitioners who learned from this one will feel the pressure next. Techniques they bragged about suddenly look like evidence. Rituals they sold suddenly appear criminal. The elite circles they belong to will be exposed as nothing more than coordinated manipulation rings, and their followers, once proud, loud, and confident, will start questioning everything. Loyalty dies fast when the truth hits harder than the illusion. And here's the part that slices them the deepest. It all traces back to you. Not because you attacked them, not because you exposed them, but because you refused to break. Your resilience triggered every domino. Your survival interrupted their pipeline. Your energy bounced back every hit they sent. Your refusal to collapse forced the universe to snap their whole system in half. Imagine trying to push down a wall that doesn't move. Eventually, the force rebounds and crushes the one pushing. That's exactly what happened. The blowback of decades of darkness is what's killing them now. Not you, not coincidence, not chance. Their own actions finally found the way home. Chosen one, this isn't just their downfall. It's the unraveling of every dark network they ever touched. Number 6. The empire that ran on one human battery. They never knew they needed. Take away the power source and the whole cult goes dark. No spells, no visions, no authority. Just silence that exposes everything. Chosen one, this is the part that humiliates them the most. Their entire community walked around acting powerful, enlightened, spiritually advanced. But they were nothing without one single practitioner powering their whole illusion. They believed their rituals worked because they came together. They believed their spiritual highs were the result of collective energy. They believed their leaders carried divine authority. In reality, every bit of their power came from one human battery. Imagine a city bragging about its bright skyline while hiding the fact that only one generator is running every building. The people think the city is powerful. The leaders think they're brilliant. But the second that generator dies, the whole skyline goes black. That's exactly what will happen to this cult when the practitioner's portal closes. Their rituals will fizzle out. Their visions will fall flat. Their meditations will feel empty. Their chants will hit the air and go nowhere. When the light switch flips off, everyone notices, especially the ones who never knew there was a switch. Members will feel a vacuum hit their chest. Not fear, just emptiness, silence, zero connection. The so-called spiritual experiences they worshipped will vanish overnight, and nobody will understand why. Leaders will panic first, because they'll realize their entire authority was borrowed power. Without the practitioner's anchor, their voices carry no force. Their commands fall flat. Their charisma turns into awkward rambling. And of course, leaders will try to blame the members. You're not focusing enough. You're losing faith. You're disconnected. They'll throw guilt like confetti. But the timing will expose them. Someone will connect the dots. The power died the moment the practitioner died. And once that sentence is spoken out loud, everything crumbles. Members will start whispering. Whispers turn into truth. Truth turns into rebellion. The moment people realize their power came from one dying human, the cult stops feeling spiritual and starts looking pathetic. Chosen one. This is the beginning of their collapse, and they know it. Number 7. When their fake identity shatters and the real freedom finally shows up. When a lie collapses, it doesn't fall gently. It drags every false identity down with it. Chosen one, this section hits the deepest nerve in their entire community, because what's coming isn't just the end of their system. It's the end of the stories they built about themselves. These people weren't just following a practitioner. They were building their identity around stolen power, borrowed energy, and illusions dressed up as spirituality. And when the practitioner dies, every mask they ever wore snaps in half. Imagine someone living inside a crystal palace, only to find out it was a cage made of glass the whole time. It looked beautiful. It felt safe. It felt powerful. But one crack exposes everything: the cold air, the weakness, the truth. That's what happens the moment people realize their collective power was never real. It was siphoned, it was stolen, it was fed to them through someone else's suffering and manipulation. A borrowed crown feels heavy the moment you learn it was never yours. Their identities will break because they weren't built on truth. They were built on dependency. They were built on blind trust. They were built on a practitioner who acted as the engine behind everything they believed made them special. When that engine stops, their self-image collapses like a hollow statue. For some, this collapse will feel terrifying. For others, it'll feel like a breath of fresh air. For the chosen ones who were targeted, it'll feel like liberation. Spells break, cords dissolve, hooks detach, Attachments snap like overstretched rubber bands. The chosen ones will feel it first. There will be a sudden quiet inside, a clarity they haven't felt in years, a pressure lifting off their chest. Their intuition sharpens, their thoughts straighten, their energy becomes their own again. It's like waking up from a nightmare they didn't realize they were trapped in. Imagine fog that lingered for years, suddenly blowing away in a single gust, and for the first time, you can see miles ahead. That's what this moment brings. Members who spent years living under confusion will feel their minds unlock. Memories will return, patterns will become obvious. They'll start asking themselves questions they never dared to ask. If the power wasn't ours, what was I actually feeling? Why did I trust these leaders so blindly? Was anything real, or was it all engineered? Who am I without this community telling me who to be? Those questions are painful, yes, but they're the beginning of rebirth. Identity collapse isn't destruction, it's detox. A cage disguised as a castle is still a cage, and the moment the practitioner dies, the door swings open. People who never realized they were prisoners will suddenly have space to breathe, to think, to choose. Their entire emotional gravity shifts. They'll feel themselves unplugged from something heavy and draining, and after the confusion comes the truth they never expected. This collapse isn't punishment. It's freedom. The chosen ones especially will feel an immediate lift. For years, they were energetically targeted. For years, they carried weight that wasn't theirs. For years, they walked through fog someone else created. Now that fog evaporates, their mind unclenches, their energy returns home, their spirit stands taller. It's not just release, it's restoration. Chosen one, the liberation was always hidden inside the collapse. The destruction isn't the end, it's the reset. And the universe timed it perfectly. Number 8. When their whole organization implodes and every hidden sin hits daylight. Corruption doesn't die quietly. It screams on the way down, dragging every guilty hand with it. Chosen one, this is the part they have nightmares about, because the moment their practitioner dies, the organization doesn't struggle, it self-destructs. Everything they built on secrecy, manipulation, and stolen energy begins collapsing in real time. Their leaders will scramble like rats when the lights flip on. Emergency meetings, whispered arguments, fake optimism, sudden attempts at rebranding. They'll slap new names on old corruption and hope nobody notices. But the universe isn't giving them cover anymore. Imagine a ship hit with a torpedo. The crew runs around plugging holes, yelling orders, pretending they can save it. But once the hull is cracked, the ocean decides the rest. That's what happens here. No amount of spin, no new leadership, no frantic cover-up can save an organization whose power source just died. Once truth hits the room, lies lose oxygen. They'll try everything: hide records, scrub emails, replace the practitioner, relocate the group, rewrite their history. But nothing sticks. When the portal shuts, the energy holding their illusions in place evaporates. Their charisma turns into cringe. Their authority turns into suspicion. Their structure turns into a crime scene. And the exposure comes fast. Reporters will smell smoke. Whistleblowers will speak. Investigators will notice inconsistencies. Families will connect old dots. Members will start talking, comparing experiences, sharing timelines. Imagine a row of dominoes falling in slow motion. Once the first one tips, the rest don't get a choice. One exposure reveals the next. One testimony unlocks another. One financial leak cracks open an entire trail. A corrupt legacy collapses the moment the people it harmed find their voice. Practitioners who abuse their power can no longer hide behind a dying portal. Their titles mean nothing, their reputations dissolve, their influence turns to dust. People who once bowed to them now see them for what they always were: manipulators in costumes, predators with rituals, cowards who needed someone else's power to feel important. Chosen one, the manipulation ends here. Their empire folds, their masks fall off. Their authority evaporates the second daylight hits their lies. The collapse isn't coming quietly. It's coming loudly, publicly, and in a way nobody in that organization can escape. Number 9. The moment your power snaps back and your real life finally begins. When the parasite dies, the host doesn't just heal, it evolves. Chosen one, this is the chapter they never wanted you to reach. Because the moment this practitioner takes their final breath, the energetic hooks they buried into you dissolve like dust in sunlight. Everything they drained, everything they suppressed, everything they tried to siphon from your spirit comes flooding back into you at full force. This isn't a slow recovery. This is a surge, a return of power they never imagined you would feel again. Imagine a giant weight you forgot you were carrying suddenly dropping off your shoulders. Imagine your lungs finally expanding after years of breathing half air. Imagine clarity hitting you so sharply that the world feels brand new. That's exactly what happens when their portal closes. You stop surviving and start creating. You stop defending and start expanding. You stop dimming yourself to navigate darkness and step into your life with the brightness you were always meant to have. Your light didn't return. It was waiting. Abilities you thought faded come back stronger. Intuition spikes. Creativity unlocks. Strength stabilizes. For the first time in years, you feel whole. You feel undiluted. You feel yourself. And this isn't temporary. It's the reset of your entire path. The next chapter of your life won't take force, effort, or struggle. It will unfold naturally, powerfully, effortlessly, because nothing is draining you anymore. This practitioner's death is more than the end of one corrupt figure. It's the end of an entire era of darkness pretending to be light. Their collapse sends a warning across every spiritual space, every dark network, every manipulative practitioner who built their identity on stealing from others. Chosen ones are no longer targets. They are consequences. Anything that tries to extinguish you gets extinguished instead. Anything that tries to drain you collapses under its own weight. Anything that aims at you signs its own ending. Their downfall isn't just justice, it's proof of your destiny. You weren't random. You were a beacon, a stabilizer, an anchor point in a world that needed someone exactly like you. Their death removes the last blockage between you and your real timeline. The practitioner's heartbeat is fading, their organization is draining, and you're still here. Untouched, unbroken, undeniable. This, right here, is what victory looks like. So, chosen one, you just watched an entire corrupt empire fall while you stood untouched in your own light. Their collapse marks the beginning of your rise, your clarity, your real life finally snapping into place. If this message hit home, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to smash that subscribe button. More truth is coming, and you don't want to miss what the universe unfolds next. Your story is only getting louder, brighter, and more unstoppable from here. You should have stayed in your place, because now they can't sleep knowing you crossed the line they thought would break you. That's the whisper running through their heads right now, and yes, it hits them like a slap because it's true. You didn't just go somewhere risky, you went somewhere they begged you not to touch. You moved in a direction they warned everyone about. You made a choice they never believed you had the courage or clarity to make. This isn't random. This is the exact nightmare they were trying to avoid. And now it's real. Picture this. Imagine a locked room. Everyone tiptoes around. Everyone talks about it, but never enters. Everyone warns you, don't open that door. They laugh like it's a joke, but secretly they're scared of what's inside. And then you walked straight up to it, pushed it open, and didn't even flinch. That's what you just did in real life. You stepped into a place they thought only a reckless person would dare enter. But instead of falling apart, you stood there calm, quiet, sharp, like you were built for that moment. And facts don't lie. When someone moves with confidence in a place others avoid, it's not recklessness. It's evolution. It's the universe giving them a reality check. They said you wouldn't do it. They said you couldn't. They said you weren't built like that. And now every one of them is dealing with the truth they ran from. You followed through. You took the step they swore you'd never take. And when you did it, everything in their world cracked. That's why their group chats are dry. That's why conversations stop when you walk by. That's why they stare at their phones like they're waiting for a warning that won't come. They thought you'd stay predictable forever. The universe had other plans. And chosen one, before we go any deeper, thank you for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by liking and subscribing, not for me, but so this light reaches more people who need it. You're part of something bigger, something that moves through the universe and wakes up those who've been quiet for too long. Thank you for being part of this force, chosen one. Now, back to you actually going there. See, the reason they're freaking out isn't just because you made a move. It's because you made the right move at the right time with the right energy. You didn't yell. You didn't beg. You didn't warn anyone. You didn't post about it or try to impress anybody. You just did it. And that type of silence, it scares people who depend on you being small. It shakes people who depend on you doubting yourself. They weren't prepared for your calm. They weren't ready for your clarity. They weren't expecting your power to show up with zero noise. They used to mock you. They used to test you. They used to play mind games, thinking you'd never see through anything. But every laugh, every lie, every trick sharpened you. You were taking notes when they thought you were clueless. You were growing while they were busy performing. You didn't react. You observed. And you learned the patterns before anyone realized you were even watching. The truth is, you didn't just respond to their games, you outgrew them, and nothing terrifies insecure people more than realizing the person they underestimated has out-leveled the entire room. Listen closely, because this part matters. The reason they're panicking isn't because you hurt them. It's because you finally stopped letting them hurt you. You ended the cycle. You closed the door they kept forcing open. You took your energy back without announcing it. That's the move that messed them up. That's the moment you went there. That's the nightmare they accidentally built with their own behavior. Their fear right now isn't confusion. It's recognition. They know exactly what they created. They know exactly why you changed. And they know the universe is backing your shift because nothing about it feels weak or impulsive. It feels natural. It feels overdue. It feels earned. They're replaying old moments now, the times they mocked your ideas, laughed at your dreams, or doubted your strength. They're realizing how wrong they were, how blind they were, how slow they were to understand who you actually are. And that regret, It's eating them alive. They can't stop imagining how different things would look if they treated you right. People only panic like this when they realize the person they pushed away is now impossible to reach. You moved into a new version of yourself that they don't have access to. You're not the character they wrote anymore. The script they tried to trap you in. You burned it quietly. You didn't make a scene. You just outgrew the role so fast they couldn't keep up. What you just did wasn't revenge. It was revelation. You didn't destroy anything. You exposed everything. You didn't attack them. You revealed their weak spots. You didn't shout. You removed your presence. That's why it hit so hard. Silence carries more weight than anger when it comes from someone who finally knows their worth. This moment, this exact shift, is the part they feared most. Not because you're dangerous, but because you're awake. You're aware of your value now. You see the truth clearly. You see the patterns. You see the games. And once a chosen one sees things clearly, there's no going back to pretending. So let's go deeper. Because you didn't land here by accident. You found this message because you crossed a line inside yourself that can't be uncrossed. And now that you've gone there, the universe is opening doors that were closed before. The old version of you is gone. The new one is here, sharp and unbothered. And the people who once underestimated you, they're learning why that was the biggest mistake of their lives. You're not their nightmare because you're evil. You're their nightmare because you finally stopped being quiet. And this is only the beginning. And Chosen One, before we go any deeper, thank you for actually being here. You didn't land on this message by accident. You showed up because you felt the shift you just created, and you know something important is coming next. If you're ready to keep walking through the chaos you unleashed, drop a comment with the number 777 so the universe knows you're claiming this new version of yourself. And if you want to support the team behind this message, go ahead and hit that super thanks. Every bit of support keeps this mission alive, whether it's a penny or a fortune. Now take a breath, Chosen One, because what comes next will explain exactly why they're freaking out after you went there. Let's move forward. Number 1, your kindness was the quiet thunderclap that warned them, and they laughed until the storm hit them in the face. They thought your kindness made you harmless. Then they learned the hard way that it was the last soft moment they'd ever get from you. That line alone is enough to make them choke because it forces them to face something they've avoided for years. You were never the weak one. They were. They mistook your calm for fear, your patience for confusion, your silence for emptiness. They never imagined your kindness was a countdown, not a personality flaw. They didn't see the storm forming behind your soft tone, the razor hidden behind your gentle words, the strength you were keeping tucked away, until you saw what they really were. And now they're scrambling because the truth is finally in their face. Your kindness was the warning they ignored, and now they're living in the consequence you didn't even have to say out loud. Here's what nobody admits. People only like kind souls when they think they can use them. They love your softness when it serves them. They clap for your patience when it benefits them. They praise your calm when it keeps their chaos comfortable. But the moment your kindness stops being a free service, suddenly you're acting different. Suddenly you're cold. Suddenly you're selfish. But let's get real. Was any of that true? Or did they just lose the unlimited access they were never supposed to have? Think about it. How many times did you hold back? How many times did you say nothing so they wouldn't feel embarrassed? How many moments did you forgive because you thought they'd learn from it? And every time, instead of taking it as grace, they took it as weakness. They believed you wouldn't notice the little jabs. They believed you wouldn't react to the tiny cuts. They believed you wouldn't walk away because you'd stayed this long. That's where they messed up. They didn't understand that you were quiet because you were studying. You were patient because you were calculating. You weren't ignoring the red flags. You were counting them. Here's the punchline the universe eventually delivers. Kind people don't snap. They disconnect. No yelling, no dragging anyone to court, no dramatic final text. Just silence, just absence, just distance. And that silence hits harder than any explosion because it forces them to sit with everything they did without the distraction of your forgiveness smoothing it over. That's the nightmare you birthed. They pushed and pushed, expecting softness forever. And now, they don't know how to function without it. Let's answer what's probably echoing in your mind right now. Why did they treat me like that when I was nothing but good to them? Here's the ugly truth. People who lack depth cannot value what they don't understand. You offered patience to people who only respond to punishment. You offered empathy to people who only respect dominance. You offered calm to people addicted to drama. They weren't ready for someone like you, so they handled you like you were disposable until you finally treated them exactly like they treated you. Your kindness was never the weakness. Your kindness was the test, the measuring tool, the quiet experiment. You weren't watching their actions emotionally. You were observing patterns logically. You learned who joked about you behind your back. You learned who got too comfortable crossing lines. You learned who only loved you when you made things easy. And once kindness stopped being your default, you saw their true colors faster than ever. Let's use a metaphor they'll hate. Imagine you loan someone a golden key that opens a door to peace, support, and understanding. At first, they act grateful. Then they get sloppy. Then they get entitled. They open the door whenever they want, leave a mess, slam it behind them, act like it's their house. Then one day you quietly change the lock. No warning, no speech. They show up, jiggle the handle, and nothing happens. That sinking feeling they get, that's exactly what they're dealing with right now. And the worst part for them? They don't get to complain. Because deep down, they know the truth. They burned the bridge while thinking you'd rebuild it every time. Here's another question you might whisper to yourself late at night. Did they ever really care? Care, sure, but not enough. Not in the way you deserved. Not in the way that grows anything healthy. They cared as long as comfort was guaranteed. They cared as long as you absorbed their mistakes like a sponge. They cared as long as you stayed predictable. But the moment your kindness expired, the moment you pulled back, the moment you stopped letting disrespect slide, suddenly they woke up. That panic you see in their eyes, that anxiety in their voice, that weird tension when they're around you. That's not confusion, that's recognition. They realize your kindness wasn't weakness, it was protection. You were protecting them from the version of you that has boundaries, clarity, standards, and self-respect. You were protecting them from losing you, and once you stopped protecting them, reality hit like a punch to the face. Let's break their favorite lie. You changed. No, chosen one, you didn't change. You stopped pretending their behavior didn't hurt. You stopped covering for them. You stopped carrying the whole relationship or friendship by yourself. You stopped being their emotional first aid kit. You stopped letting disrespect slide because maybe they didn't mean it. You stopped giving chances to people who proved they didn't deserve them. Your kindness ended. And when it ended, it exposed the truth. They were only good to you when you made it easy. Once they had to show real effort, they folded. Once they had to show real character, they froze. Once they had to meet you halfway, they disappeared. Let me tell you something they'll never admit out loud. They miss the version of you they could use. They miss the version of you they could guilt trip. They miss the version of you who forgave without thinking. They miss the version of you who didn't know their own worth. They don't miss you. They miss the access. And nothing is funnier than watching people panic when they realize they lost access to a soul they thought would never walk away. Let's hit them harder because they earned it. Your kindness was the door. Your silence was the lock. Your absence is the lesson. Your growth is the revenge they never saw coming. But here's the real glow-up. You didn't cut them off out of anger. You outgrew them because staying kind in the face of their behavior was draining your energy. The universe doesn't let someone stay in situations that shrink them. So it pushed you. It broke your patience on purpose. It made you see everything clearly, because your next chapter requires a version of you that isn't carrying dead weight. People who lose you always blame your change. People who deserve to lose you always blame your standards. People who can't replace you always blame your boundaries. But the truth remains, your kindness was the first warning, and they ignored it like fools. Now they're left in the emptiness they created. And you're finally stepping into the power they pretended you didn't have. This is only part one. And chosen one, the storm they tried to avoid. It's just beginning. Number 2. You didn't just endure their hits. You turned every attack into a manual that exposed their weaknesses. They wanted to break you, but all they did was teach you how they operate. Pain didn't damage you. It trained you. Every hit they threw became a chapter in the book you now use against them. They thought they were hurting you, but you were collecting data the whole time. They have no idea how badly they miscalculated you. They truly believed that throwing chaos at you would make you fold. They were sure that stress would blur your vision, that fear would cloud your thinking, that heartbreak would shut down your logic. They thought you operated like them, fragile under pressure, sloppy under emotion, messy under stress. They were convinced attacks would make you crumble. They didn't know who they were dealing with. Imagine this. Someone throws you into a maze thinking you'll panic. They expect you to cry, scream, run into walls, get lost. But instead, you start tracing every corner, every turn, every shadow. You start noticing where the light hits, where the air shifts, where the footsteps echo. By the time they come back to check on you, you've mapped the entire thing in your mind. That's what you did with pain. You didn't panic, you studied. Pain didn't distract you, it sharpened you. Here's the part they'll never admit out loud. While they were trying to hurt you, they were revealing everything about themselves. Who they really are, how they react under pressure, how they behave when they think they have power. They showed their real face, and you memorized every detail. You watched who smirked when you struggled. You watched who disappeared when things got heavy. You watched who got loud when they thought you were weak. You watched who only cared when you were useful. None of it was an accident. None of it slipped past your awareness. You didn't just survive their attacks, you decoded them. Here's a question rising in your mind right now. Why didn't I see their true nature earlier? Because you needed the pressure to expose it. People act nice when life is smooth. Their real character shows when they think you're vulnerable. And when you hit your breaking point, they hit their real behavior. That's how the universe works. It reveals people through friction. Imagine this. You drop a person into cold water. Some freeze, some flail, some adapt. Pain did the same thing to everyone around you. It exposed who was built for loyalty and who was built for leverage, and you saw it all clearly. Every betrayal wasn't just betrayal, it was a timestamp. Every manipulation wasn't just manipulation, it was a blueprint. Every lie wasn't just a lie, It was a leak in their mask. You weren't breaking, you were gathering evidence. Let's hit them harder because it's what they earned. They thought they were winning when you went quiet. They thought you were lost when you stepped back. They thought your silence was defeat. But your silence was something they never planned for: strategy. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was surveillance. While they were bragging, you were observing. While they were plotting, you were analyzing. While they were celebrating, you were preparing. You weren't retreating, you were repositioning. Imagine this. Someone swings wildly, thinking they're landing hits, not realizing you're studying the rhythm of their punches. You start noticing the angle, the timing, the pattern, and when you strike back, you hit exactly where it hurts, exactly when they least expect it. Not out of rage, out of precision. That's what you did. You used every emotional cut as information. You used every disappointment as a lesson. You used every moment of loneliness as a space to think clearly. They thought they were attacking you, but they were training you to see their weaknesses. And here's where it gets beautiful. You didn't hit back with anger, you hit back with accuracy. That's why it shocked them. People expect an emotional explosion when they hurt someone kind. They expect tears, begging, chaos, confusion. They don't expect someone to become calm. And nothing scares insecure people more than someone who walks away with calm hands and a clear mind. They weren't ready for the version of you that took notes. Let's answer another question forming inside you. Was all that pain necessary? Necessary? It was transformation. You didn't ask for it. You didn't deserve it. But you absolutely used it better than anyone imagined. The universe doesn't waste suffering. It repurposes it. And you turned pain into knowledge, knowledge into clarity, clarity into strategy. They thought they were pushing you to your breaking point. They were actually pushing you to your awakening. Imagine this. You're handed a puzzle with no picture. At first it feels impossible, but piece by piece you start recognizing patterns, the edges, the colors, the shapes, and suddenly it all makes sense. That's what your journey looked like. Pain gave you the pieces. You built the picture. And now they're terrified. Because you didn't react how they expected. You didn't fall apart. You didn't beg. You didn't break. You evolved. Their biggest mistake was assuming you were operating emotionally. They assumed hurting you would make you reckless. Instead, it made you calculating. They assumed you'd lash out. Instead, you became patient. They assumed you'd lose yourself. Instead, you found your power. Survival didn't make you cruel. It made you competent. Competent people scare manipulators because competence can't be controlled. It can't be guilt-tripped. It can't be gaslit. Once you learn how someone operates, they lose every advantage they thought they had. And that's why your move hit them so hard, not because it was dramatic, not because it was loud, but because it was precise. You applied pressure exactly where they were weak. You stepped back exactly when they depended on your presence. You pulled away your energy exactly when they needed it most. Your timing was flawless because they taught you the timing. Let's dig into the part that haunts them the most. You didn't change quickly. You didn't transform overnight. You were leveling up while they were too busy mocking you to notice. Their attacks didn't destroy you. They built your intelligence. Their cruelty didn't break you. It sharpened your truth. Their games didn't confuse you. They revealed themselves. Everything they threw at you became a lesson. Every lesson became leverage, and that leverage became the power you hold now. Imagine this. A thief tries to break into your house, not realizing you installed cameras. They think they're getting away with everything. They think they're clever, but you're watching the entire time. When you finally confront them, they panic because you knew their moves before they knew their consequences. That's exactly how this played out. You didn't just survive the attacks. You outgrew the battlefield. And now you move with a level of clarity they can't compete with. You see through people faster. You trust yourself deeper. You react slower. You choose smarter. Their chaos no longer controls you. Your calm now controls the room. This is what happens when a chosen one studies the storm instead of drowning in it. Pain was never the weapon they thought it was. Pain was the flashlight. Pain was the blueprint. Pain was the training ground. And the nightmare they're living right now? It's simple. They made you stronger. They made you wiser. They made you unshakable. And now they have to deal with the version of you they accidentally built. You didn't just survive their attacks. You mastered them. And they will never forget it. Number 3, you didn't explode. You let their own structure collapse on top of them. They swear you changed, but really, you just stopped holding up the tower they built on your back. They keep telling themselves you snapped because it helps them sleep at night. It makes them feel like you lost control, like you acted out of emotion, like they weren't the architects of the disaster now swallowing them whole. But here's the real truth they can't handle. You didn't snap. You released. You stepped away from what they created, what they fed, what they weaponized. And the moment you stepped back, the whole thing fell apart, exactly the way it was always going to. That wasn't chaos. That was physics. Imagine this. Someone stacks a tower using crooked blocks, cracked pieces, unstable parts, and then blames gravity when it finally collapses. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They built something toxic and expected you to hold it steady forever. When you walked away, you didn't break anything. You simply stopped carrying it. Precision scares people who only understand power when it's loud. You didn't yell, you didn't plead, you didn't slam doors. You moved with calm intention, and calm is terrifying to those who rely on emotional fog to stay in control. Your silence showed them the truth. You were never trapped. You were choosing not to strike. Let's answer the question echoing inside you. Why did they panic so fast? Because the second you stopped seeking their approval, the whole game ended. Their control depended on your kindness, your patience, your willingness to communicate. Once that ended, they had nothing left to work with. That's why they hit you with lines like, "This isn't you." Translation: "We liked you better when you tolerated us." Imagine another scene. A zookeeper leaves a cage unlocked, thinking the animal won't notice. When it steps out, the zookeeper screams, not because the animal is different, but because the illusion of control is gone. That's what happened when you showed them a fraction of your real power. You didn't get cold, you got exact. Everything they used on you, pressure, timing, manipulation, you used back with discipline instead of chaos. They trained you without realizing it, and now they're terrified of the monster they accidentally created. But here's the final punch. You didn't unleash anything new. You just stopped shielding them from the fallout of their own behavior. And that's why they'll never forget this version of you. Number 4, you walked out and the whole atmosphere died behind you. They thought you were replaceable until the room stopped breathing the moment you left. They'll never admit it out loud, but the real psychological break didn't happen when you spoke. It happened when you went silent. You didn't storm out. You didn't slam anything. You didn't leave a dramatic message. You just exited. Clean, sharp, final. And that quiet exit hit them harder than any rage ever could, because it showed them the truth they never prepared for. You were the piece holding everything together. Imagine this, a room full of people talking, laughing, pretending everything's fine. Then someone pulls the plug on the lights. Everyone freezes. That's what your absence felt like. They didn't notice how much stability you brought, until the whole atmosphere turned cold without you. Your presence was the temperature. Your energy was the equilibrium. When you left, the balance snapped. Silence is only scary to the ones who depended on your noise to hide their guilt. Your silence wasn't empty. It was accountability. It made them hear their own actions without the cushion of your explanations. Without you smoothing things over, the truth echoed louder. That's why nights feel different for them now. That's why certain memories replay on loop. That's why they're suddenly reflecting. It's not reflection, it's regret, the kind that doesn't get replies, the kind that rewrites itself at 3 a.m. because there's no fixing it. And here's a question you've probably asked yourself. Was leaving really the right move? Yes. Because staying would have meant shrinking. Staying would have meant ignoring what you felt. Staying would have meant giving them more power than they deserved. You didn't walk out to punish them. You walked out because the universe finally showed you what your peace was worth, and the room you were in couldn't afford it. Imagine this. A planet pulls away from a star. The star dims. It loses its pull. It collapses inward. That's exactly what happened when you stopped orbiting them. They relied on your emotional gravity to feel important, stable, and centered. When you stepped out of their system, their entire structure caved in. Walking away wasn't weakness. It was the cleanest power move you ever made. They're telling themselves stories now, that you'll come back, that you just need time, that you secretly still need them. But those stories rot fast when real life proves otherwise. You didn't pause, you didn't look back, you didn't leave breadcrumbs. You moved forward like someone who finally remembered their worth. And that's what terrifies them. Not that you left, but that you left with peace, and you took that peace with you. Your absence became a mirror, a heavy, quiet mirror, one they can't escape from, one that forces them to face the version of themselves they tried to hide from you. And the worst part for them, you're not coming back to soften it, because here's the truth they're finally choking on. You didn't need to stay to win. Leaving was the win. Controlled absence is a weapon, intentional distance is power, and you used both without lifting a finger. You didn't destroy them, you just stopped being the glue that held their world together. And now they finally understand what they lost when you walked out. You weren't just a person in the room, you were the room. Number 5, you shattered their script, and now their whole system keeps crashing. They didn't lose control of you, they lost control of the story they wrote about you. When you stopped repeating your old lines, their whole show fell apart. Predictability was their weapon. You broke it with one decision. Nothing scares a manipulator more than a target who no longer reacts. This is the moment everything glitched for them, and it wasn't emotional, it was structural. They had you mapped out like software. They memorized your reactions the way someone memorizes cheat codes. Push this button, you comfort them. Pull back, you chase. Say something sharp, you apologize. They weren't connecting with you, they were programming you. To them, you weren't a person. You were a predictable loop that made them feel powerful. And then, you broke the loop. You didn't yell louder, you didn't explain clearer, you didn't improve communication. You simply stopped responding the way they expected. And that one shift shattered the entire system they depended on. Their model of you didn't fail emotionally, it failed to load. It's like they clicked on the same old file and suddenly the screen froze. Error, corruption, system not responding. Imagine this. Someone uses the same password for years to access a door. One day, the password stops working. They try again, and again, and again. Wrong, wrong, wrong. That's exactly how their mind feels right now. The access didn't fade slowly. It shut off instantly. They replay old conversations like broken audio. They analyze your words the way someone examines wreckage after a crash. Then they stare at your silence, confused, because silence was never part of the script they wrote for you. Silence means unpredictability. Unpredictability means no control. No control means fear. Here's the question hitting you internally. Why does my shift bother them this much? Because they depended on your predictability for their confidence. They weren't strong, they were comfortable. They relied on your old reactions to stabilize their ego. The moment you stopped feeding their system, the whole structure malfunctioned. Imagine a chess player who memorized one opponent's strategy for years. Then one day, that opponent stops playing the same moves. Suddenly the board looks foreign. The certainty disappears, the confidence drains. That's what you triggered, a total collapse of their mental blueprint. They say you changed, but you didn't change. You outgrew the role they assigned you. You stopped performing in their little script. You left the theater while they were still standing on the stage, waiting for lines you'll never say again. They're calling you unpredictable because predictable people are easy to control. You're no longer easy. You're no longer accessible. You're no longer inside the frame they built. People hate what they can't read. They panic when they lose emotional shortcuts. They fear what doesn't follow a pattern. They thought your reactions were guaranteed. Now they're dealing with a version of you they can't predict, can't decode, can't manipulate. And fear always shows up when confidence dies. Imagine this final scene. A gamer tries to replay a level they've mastered, only to find the entire game updated overnight. New rules, new map, new outcome. That's exactly why they're spiraling. You didn't outplay them. You deleted the game. You stepped out of a system they're still trying to operate in. And here's the gut punch they're avoiding. They didn't lose you because you were smarter. They lost you because you stopped participating. The board is gone. The rules are gone. The cycle is dead. And without the cycle, they have nothing left to stand on. Number 6. You didn't haunt them. You became the debt they'll be paying for years. You walked away clean, and somehow they're the ones still carrying the weight. The real ghost isn't your presence. It's the standard you left behind. They thought losing you was temporary. Turns out it was a lifelong bill. You didn't come back to collect. Life is collecting for you. Here's what hit them hardest. You stopped haunting them. You stopped checking in. You stopped showing up in their orbit. You stopped feeding the story. And when you stopped, that's when everything in their world started bending back to you. Not because you're obsessed with them, because their reality refuses to stabilize without the peace they took for granted. Imagine this. A house loses its main support beam. It still stands for a moment. It still looks normal. But every door frame tilts. Every window sticks. Every sound echoes wrong. That's their life now, outwardly functioning, but internally crooked. You removed yourself, and the whole structure never recalibrated. They try pretending they've moved on. They tell themselves stories just to breathe normally, but then it hits. A song, a phrase, a look, a habit, and suddenly there you are, right in the center of their mind. Not as a memory, not as a fantasy, as a consequence. You became the moment that changed their entire blueprint, and blueprints don't disappear just because someone closes the folder. Here's the question creeping into your thoughts. Why do I still live in their head when I'm not even trying? Because you didn't exit broken. You exited better, and nothing haunts insecure people more than someone who walked away untouched. They expected you to crumble. You didn't. They expected you to chase. You didn't. They expected you to fall apart. You didn't. That gap between what they hoped for and what you became, that's the interest they're paying every day. Imagine this. A person takes out a loan thinking they'll never have to pay it back. Years later, the interest dwarfs the original amount. That's what your growth became. Every new achievement you make is another late fee. Every glow-up is another reminder. Every peaceful breath you take is another payment they owe to the universe for mishandling someone they weren't qualified for. You didn't haunt them. Ghosts linger. You elevated, and your elevation exposed how small their world really was. They aren't haunted because you're gone. They're haunted because you left whole, calm, and untouchable, and now the universe is charging them interest for every moment they thought your value was negotiable. That's the debt they'll spend years trying to escape. Number 7. You didn't level up. You flew off the entire map. They're still crawling on. They're still keeping score in a game you don't even play anymore. You didn't rise above them. You left their whole universe behind. Nothing confuses small minds more than someone who stops reacting. They keep trying to frame this as winning or losing because that's all their world ever allowed. Tiny victories, tiny ego boosts, tiny power struggles. Meanwhile, you didn't win anything. You outgrew the entire battlefield. You didn't level up in their game. You closed the game, deleted the app, and walked into a reality where their opinions hold about as much weight as dust. There was a time when their reactions pulled you back in, when their tone could shake you, when their approval felt like oxygen. That version of you is gone, not because you became hard, but because you finally became complete. Whole people don't argue with half-built ones. They don't explain themselves to noise. They don't return to conversations that can't elevate them. And here's the question whispering in your mind. Why does it feel like I don't care anymore? Because you genuinely don't. That's the beauty. Response requires belief that the exchange matters. But once you see the truth, that their world is too small for who you're becoming, the urge to reply evaporates. Imagine this, ants fighting over a crumb. To them, the crumb is everything: territory, power, status. Then a bird lifts off above them. The ants think the bird gave up. They don't realize the bird just ascended to a level where crumbs mean nothing. That's what you did. You rose into an altitude where their weapons don't function and their drama can't reach. Shouting at a plane doesn't shake the cockpit. That's what their gossip, their speculation, their attempts to provoke feel like now. Distant, powerless, unheard. They're swinging at shadows while you're soaring past the clouds. You didn't transcend to prove you're better. You transcended because staying in their little maze was killing your growth. Unfinished people argue, finished people evolve. And you didn't just evolve. You left the map entirely. Number 8. The ending they never saw coming, because you became the plot twist they didn't know they wrote. They spent all that time trying to control the story, only to be destroyed by the chapter they didn't expect. You. Here's the part that knocks the wind out of them. The ending wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't some movie-style blow-up they could blame on you. It was quiet, clean, certain. You didn't give them a speech. You didn't leave a warning. You didn't slam the door. You just understood who they were, who you were becoming, and you walked away with a calm that shook their entire reality. Imagine this. Someone stands at the edge of a line they swore you'd never cross. They wave their arms, trying to scare you back. They mock you, thinking their noise will keep you small. And then you simply step over the line like it was nothing. No hesitation, no fear, no reaction. That's what broke them, not the step, the ease of it. Because while they were rehearsing arguments for the old version of you, you evolved into someone they couldn't predict, couldn't manipulate, couldn't reach. They're still fighting with a ghost of who you used to be, and they don't realize that version died the moment you understood your worth. They stayed frozen in the old dynamic. You kept walking into a future where their voice no longer carries weight. They weren't prepared for your evolution because it didn't come with an announcement. And here's the truth echoing in their minds. You were never the disruption. You were the response, the effect, the consequence of everything they put into motion. You leaving wasn't revenge, it was physics. Energy shifts when respect is gone. Paths change when growth demands space. They created the fracture, and you simply followed the path it revealed. The scariest part for them, you didn't rage, you didn't shake, you didn't raise your voice. You ended the entire story with calm certainty, the kind that tells the universe you're done playing small, done repeating cycles, done letting unfinished people write your fate. You didn't go there to hurt them. You went there because you were done pretending. And now they're left with the one ending they never prepared for, a chosen one who walked away quietly and changed everything forever. Number 9, the ending they never saw coming. Because you became the plot twist they didn't know they wrote. They spent all that time trying to control the story, only to be destroyed by the chapter they didn't expect, you. Here's the part that knocks the wind out of them. The ending wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, it wasn't some movie-style blow-up they could blame on you. It was quiet, clean, certain. You didn't give them a speech. You didn't leave a warning. You didn't slam the door. You just understood who they were, who you were becoming, and you walked away with a calm that shook their entire reality. Imagine this. Someone stands at the edge of a line they swore you'd never cross. They wave their arms, trying to scare you back. They mock you, thinking their noise will keep you small. And then you simply step over the line like it was nothing. No hesitation, no fear, no reaction. That's what broke them, not the step, the ease of it. Because while they were rehearsing arguments for the old version of you, you evolved into someone they couldn't predict, couldn't manipulate, couldn't reach. They're still fighting with a ghost of who you used to be. And they don't realize that version died the moment you understood your worth. They stayed frozen in the old dynamic. You kept walking into a future where their voice no longer carries weight. They weren't prepared for your evolution because it didn't come with an announcement. And here's the truth echoing in their minds. You were never the disruption. You were the response, the effect, the consequence of everything they put into motion. You leaving wasn't revenge, it was physics. Energy shifts when respect is gone. Paths change when growth demands space. They created the fracture, and you simply followed the path it revealed. The scariest part for them. You didn't rage. You didn't shake. You didn't raise your voice. You ended the entire story with calm certainty. The kind that tells the universe you're done playing small, done repeating cycles, done letting unfinished people write your fate. You didn't go there to hurt them. You went there because you were done pretending. And now they're left with the one ending they never prepared for, a chosen one who walked away quietly and changed everything forever. So, chosen one, you didn't just walk through the fire, you rewrote the whole landscape behind you. Everything they feared would happen once you evolved is happening now, and you did it with calm, precision, and zero noise. If this message hit you the way the universe meant it to, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're not part of this family yet, make sure you smash that subscribe button so you never miss the truth that's meant for you. Your rise is only beginning, and we're walking this path with you. Anyone who tried to break you is now panicking because the universe didn't just protect you, it promoted you. That line alone is enough to make your enemies clench their teeth because it exposes their worst nightmare. You didn't fall, you didn't shatter, you didn't stay down the way they hoped. You did the exact thing they swore you wouldn't do. You rose, and now they're watching the one outcome they never prepared for, you winning in a way that makes them want to cry. It's funny how people act brave until the truth shows up. Think of it like this. Someone throws dirt at a diamond, thinking it will cover the shine. But all it does is prove how bright the diamond actually is. Because the dirt falls off, and the shine stays. That's you. And the dirt throwers are spiraling, because the universe flipped the script on them. They didn't just get exposed, they got humbled. They thought they could dim a light that wasn't created by them in the first place. They forgot the universe doesn't take orders from the insecure. And here's the fact that makes them sick to their stomach. You weren't supposed to make it. Not according to them, not according to their lies, not according to their fake confidence. But the universe wrote a different ending. And the moment you survived what was meant to destroy you, their entire plan collapsed. This is why their anger feels so personal right now. Because it is. Your success is basically a documentary of their failure, and they have no choice but to watch. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's part of all our responsibility to move this light forward. And thank you for being part of this mission. You're part of a force bigger than you even realize. Now, let's get back to why they're pressed, why they're shaking, why the title is exactly your reality. You did the impossible, the kind of impossible that makes people stare at the floor instead of your face. The kind that leaves them replaying every moment they tried to humiliate you, only to realize they were actually setting you up for a comeback they can't handle. They thought the universe was on their side because they had louder voices, bigger egos, and more people laughing with them. But the universe doesn't care about noise. It cares about truth, and you were the truth the whole time. Chosen one, listen carefully. What's happening to them isn't random. This is the reaction people have when the person they counted out suddenly becomes the person they can't escape. The universe didn't just lift you, it exposed everything fake around you. The masks fell, the hidden agendas cracked, the whispers turned into guilt, the bravado dissolved into embarrassment. Their whole "I'm better than you" act collapsed because the universe doesn't let lies win forever. Everything they did behind your back has decided to introduce itself in front of them, and they are not handling it well. This is what happens when someone tries to write your ending for you. They forget they're not the author. The same people who wanted to see you broken are now drowning in the consequences of their own behavior. They didn't think karma had a calendar. They didn't think energy had memory. They didn't think the universe was listening when they were trying to twist your story. But the universe heard everything, and it took notes. Look at the irony. They tried to create obstacles to stop you, and those obstacles turned into the exact stepping stones that pushed you ahead. They tried to trap you with lies, and the lies revealed who they were, not who you were. They tried to make you look small, but all they did was highlight how big your presence actually is. Their plan didn't fail. It backfired. And the universe has a funny way of balancing things. Every insult they threw at you became fuel. Every rumor they spread became motivation. Every time they tried to embarrass you, the universe used it as training for your rise. That's why they're panicking now, because your glow wasn't supposed to come back stronger. Your confidence wasn't supposed to return. Your energy wasn't supposed to expand. You were supposed to stay quiet, broken, forgotten. But here you are, chosen one, refusing to disappear the way they predicted. And the worst part for them, you didn't just rise, you rose in a way that makes their efforts look ridiculous. They wasted time trying to drag down someone the universe was lifting. They wasted energy trying to block a path that wasn't even built by them. They wasted breath talking about you when the universe was busy preparing everything they said you'd never have. Your entire life right now is a plot twist they can't cope with. This is why they're mad. This is why they're emotional. This is why they're uncomfortable in their own skin. You took all the damage, all the criticism, all the rejection, all the fake smiles, and you turned it into power. You did what almost no one does. You grew from the pain instead of letting it destroy you. You adapted. You evolved. You became someone they can't predict or manipulate anymore. Chosen one, you need to understand something important. The universe doesn't put this level of pressure on average people. The reason you faced so much hate, jealousy, sabotage, and disrespect is because you weren't meant to be average. People don't attack what doesn't threaten them. They don't mock what they don't fear. They don't compete with what doesn't outshine them. Their reactions revealed the truth they tried to hide. You were always ahead, always stronger, always chosen. They knew it before you did, and that's what made them bitter. Now look at the shift. They're worried, they're restless, they're intimidated by the same person they called nothing. Because now you're standing at a level they told everyone you'd never reach. They're realizing they poked someone the universe was guarding. They're realizing they laughed at someone the universe was preparing. And that realization hurts them more than anything you could ever say. Every time they hear your name now, it hits different. Every update about you feels like a personal attack. Every improvement you make feels like a reminder of their own mediocrity. Their jealousy isn't passive, it's active. It's loud. It's exhausting for them because you're not supposed to be doing this well. You're not supposed to be shining this bright. You're not supposed to be this unbothered, this powerful, this unbreakable. But here you are, proving that the universe always had a plan bigger than their opinions. This is your moment, this is your rise, and this is their breakdown. They're mad because you did the impossible, and you did it without asking for their permission. So, chosen one, thanks for being here, seriously. You didn't show up by accident. The universe clearly pulled you into this message because it knows you've crossed a line most people never reach. You did the impossible, and now the ones who doubted you can barely keep themselves together. Before we break this down piece by piece, take a second and drop 777 in the comments if you can feel how much this moment is shifting your life. And if you want to push this message further, hit that super thanks and bless the team behind it, because creating truth that exposes your enemies like this takes real work. Any amount helps. It's the energy that matters. And now, chosen one, Let's go step by step into why your rise is shaking people to their core. If you're truly one of the rare ones, you'll feel the pull to stay until the final word. What comes next is the part they never wanted you to hear. Let's get into it. Number 1. They laughed at your pain, now they panic at your power. Anyone who mocked you is now learning the hardest lesson of their life. The person they joked about just became the person they can't escape. That sentence alone has your enemies checking their pulse, because it describes exactly what they're going through. They thought your struggle was entertainment. They thought your setbacks were proof you were done. They thought your silence meant defeat. Now they're watching the universe flip everything against them, and the very thing they laughed at is the thing that terrifies them today. They used your pain like it was a punchline, not knowing you were silently becoming something they would never be able to handle. Picture someone throwing rocks at a seed, thinking it will stop it from growing. But all they did was bury it deeper, giving it the protection it needed to turn into a tree strong enough to crack concrete. That's you. And now those same people are stepping back, realizing the nobody they mocked is the giant standing right in front of them. You might be asking yourself, why were they so obsessed with dragging me down? Because your struggle made them uncomfortable. Your effort embarrassed their laziness. Your heart exposed their lack of one. Mocking you wasn't confidence, it was fear disguised as humor. They sensed a level of strength in you that they could never grow inside themselves. They weren't laughing at your weakness. They were laughing at their own insecurity, trying to cover the fact that they could already feel your potential rising like pressure in the room. Chosen one, let's be real about something. Insecure people don't attack what they think is weak. They attack what threatens their comfort. Your drive threatened them. Your endurance threatened them. Your ability to survive things that would have broken them in 5 minutes threatened them. They saw you go through things that should have destroyed you. And instead of falling apart, you got quieter, sharper, stronger, and that scared them more than anything. Their greatest mistake was assuming struggle equals failure. They forgot that pressure creates diamonds, storms shape mountains, and heat forges steel. While they were pointing fingers, making jokes, and pretending you were beneath them, the universe was behind the scenes, sharpening every part of you. What they thought was your breaking point was actually your build-up. What they thought proved you were weak proved you were one of one. And now their fear screams louder than every insult they ever threw. They're watching you do the impossible with the same energy they claimed would ruin you. The way you rose is embarrassing them because it forces them to face the truth. They never had the power they pretended to have over you. All that mocking wasn't dominance, it was panic. They were trying to convince themselves they were above you before the universe revealed the truth, that they were always beneath your trajectory. Here's something they'll never admit out loud. They always saw the greatness in you before you saw it in yourself. People don't mock someone they consider irrelevant. They mock someone they fear might outrun them. They mock someone whose potential threatens their ego. They mock someone who makes them feel small just by existing. They saw your hunger. They saw your persistence. They saw your soul refuse to give up even when life was throwing everything at you. And because they didn't have that same fire in them, they tried to shame you for having it. That's why their insults always felt oddly personal. It's because they were. They were projecting their limits onto your journey, hoping the weight of their words would slow you down. It didn't. It backfired. Think about how satisfying this is. The ones who used to whisper about you now whisper about you for a completely different reason. The ones who used to laugh at you now avoid your eyes. The ones who used to minimize you now obsess over how you pulled off what they swore you never would. You becoming stronger is their punishment. You succeeding is their karma. You thriving is the reminder of everything they'll never be. And now you might wonder, why does it bother them so much that I made it? Simple. Because your success exposes the truth they tried to hide. It proves every lie they told about you was never real. It proves every insult they threw was desperation. It proves the universe always had your back, not theirs. It proves you weren't the weak one. They were. It proves you had the resilience they only pretended to have. The shift in energy is brutal for them. Your wins make them feel smaller. Your growth reminds them of their stagnation. Your strength highlights their weakness. Your self-control makes their pettiness obvious. And the biggest hit to their ego. You did it all without clapping back, without matching their disrespect, without lowering yourself to their level. You let the universe respond for you, and the universe responded loudly. Now their biggest fear has become their daily reality. You're rising where they counted you out, shining where they tried to dim you, winning where they predicted failure. The confidence they once faked around you, gone. The jokes they made at your expense, dead. The arrogance they used to wear like armor, cracked. They stand there exposed, realizing they mocked someone who was built to outlast them. Chosen one, you need to hear this clearly. You weren't struggling because you were cursed. You were struggling because the universe was preparing you for a level they would never reach. The pressure wasn't meant to destroy you. It was meant to turn you into someone unshakable. Every setback you survived made your enemies weaker. Every insult you ignored made you stronger. Every moment they thought you were finished was actually the universe resetting the board in your favor. Your pain didn't make you a victim, it made you a threat. Their mockery didn't define your destiny, it revealed theirs. And now they're living in the reality they created themselves. A world where the person they underestimated has become the person they fear. The universe let them laugh because it knew the punchline belonged to you. What they mocked became your motivation. What they underestimated became your superpower. What they tried to use against you became the fuel for your rise. Their fear is proof of your growth. Their silence is proof of your victory. Their regret is proof that everything they tried to bury in you has turned into something they can't destroy. You did the impossible, and they can't stand it. Number 2, they tried to crush you, but they accidentally created a myth. Anyone who thought breaking you was easy is now living with the guilt of waking a giant they'll never be able to outrun. That line alone makes your enemies twitch, because deep down they know it's true. They weren't fighting a weak version of you. They were fighting a version of you that was still loading. They thought your silence meant defeat. They mistook your heartbreak for weakness. They convinced themselves that hurting you would finally level the playing field, but instead of breaking you, they built the very thing they feared the most. A person who survives what was meant to destroy them becomes a problem no hater can solve. That's you. And the universe made sure they learned that lesson the hard way. Chosen one, imagine this. Someone keeps pushing a boulder up a hill, trying to crush the seed underneath it. But the pressure doesn't destroy the seed. It activates it. It splits the shell, sparks the growth, and suddenly something powerful starts rising from the ground. That seed was you, and that boulder, that was them. Everything they used to crush you ended up pushing you into your next form. They wanted destruction. They got evolution. You might be asking, why did they try so hard to break me? What did they see in me that I didn't? Simple. They saw the possibility of your rise long before you saw it yourself. Weak people panic when they feel someone stronger than them growing. They sensed your potential like an earthquake warning, and instead of improving themselves, they tried to sabotage you before you fully stepped into your power. What they didn't expect was that you were built for pressure. You were built to carry weight. You were built to endure storms they would have collapsed under in minutes. The universe wired you differently, and their attacks only activated what was already inside you. They weren't your downfall, they were your training. That's the kind of truth that keeps them awake at night. Think about this. Imagine a sculptor striking a block of stone again and again. To anyone watching, it looks like destruction. But the sculptor knows every strike is revealing something legendary underneath. That was your life. They hit you thinking they were breaking you, not realizing every blow chipped away the pieces you no longer needed. Their betrayal carved out your self-respect. Their lies sharpened your instincts. Their jealousy shaped your strength. And now, you stand as the finished masterpiece they never intended to create. Chosen one, you weren't being destroyed, you were being refined. The universe took every hit they threw and turned it into another layer of armor on your soul. You might wonder, why didn't the universe stop them? Why did I have to go through so much pain to become this strong? Because legends aren't built in comfort. Power isn't formed in peace. Strength doesn't come from being protected. Strength comes from being tested, and the universe trusted you with pressure because it knew you could handle it. It knew you weren't fragile. It knew you weren't weak. It knew you weren't ordinary. Your enemies didn't understand any of that. They thought pain would break you because pain breaks them. They thought betrayal would silence you because betrayal silences them. They thought losses would stop you because losses stop them. They projected their limits onto your life, and now seeing you surpass every standard they tried to trap you in is eating them alive. You survived what was meant to erase you. Now they have to live with everything you became. Their hate didn't ruin you, it revealed you. Imagine someone sharpening a blade. Every strike of the metal creates sparks. Your enemies thought the sparks were signs of damage, but they didn't realize sparks mean sharpening. Sparks mean growth. Sparks mean transformation. That's what happened to you. The insults, the manipulation, the backstabbing, those were the strikes. But the result wasn't a broken weapon, it was a sharper one. You became someone they can't rewrite, someone they can't gaslight, someone they can't control, someone they can't weaken. You became the myth they tell themselves they're not afraid of, even though their body language says otherwise. Now take a moment and imagine something else, a storm rolling over a field. Most people hide from storms, but there's always one tree that stands tall, taking the lightning, the rain, the wind, and instead of falling, it grows stronger roots. That tree is you. The storm was them, and the universe let the storm hit because it knew your roots needed to deepen. They thought destroying you would be easy. They thought they had you figured out. They thought their betrayals would finally snap you in half. But every time they expected you to quit, you came back more grounded, more focused, more dangerous to their comfort. And here's the part that stings them the most. You didn't become a legend because of them. You became a legend in spite of them. They wanted you broken. The universe made you unbreakable. That's the ultimate insult to their ego. Chosen one, you're not just powerful, you're proof that their entire plan failed before it even started. The hate they tried to use as a weapon became the fuel that carried you into a version of yourself they can't even look at without feeling exposed. Now they're stuck in a reality where your glow reminds them of their darkness, your strength reminds them of their weakness, your progress reminds them of their stagnation, your legend reminds them of their insignificance. They didn't build a victim, they built a force, they built a presence, they built a legend. Not because they wanted to, but because they underestimated the universe. And now the question in your mind might be, do they regret what they did? Absolutely. But not because they're sorry. They regret it because they failed. They regret it because you didn't break. They regret it because everything they tried to use against you has become the reason you stand above them today. Their regret is their karma. Your rise is your justice. Those who once tried to bury you now have to watch you grow past limits they never reached themselves. And the worst punishment the universe can give someone like them is making them witness your transformation with no ability to stop it, slow it down, or reverse it. Chosen one, understand this with your whole chest. They didn't break you, they revealed you. They didn't win, they strengthened you. They didn't stop your story. They became the reason your story got legendary. Everything they tried to destroy became the foundation you stand on. They wanted to see you shattered. Instead, they're staring at a myth shaped by pressure, betrayal, pain, and the unstoppable force of the universe backing you. They didn't just fail to break you, they built a legend they were never prepared to face. And that legend is you. Number 3. The more you rise, the more they unravel. Your success didn't just hurt their ego, it snapped the fantasy they built where you were supposed to lose. That single truth feels like a punch straight to their ribs, because nothing tortures an enemy more than watching the person they tried to bury walk around glowing like nothing ever touched them. Every win you stack is a reminder that their sabotage didn't sabotage anything except their own dignity. Imagine this, someone confidently pours poison into your cup, smirking, expecting you to drop. But instead, you rise healthier, sharper, louder than before. That moment when they realize their efforts improved you instead of destroying you. That's the kind of pain they don't recover from. That's exactly what they're living through right now. Chosen one, you might wonder, why does my success trigger them so badly? Because your rise exposes the truth they ran from. Your wins show how little they've done with their own life. Your growth highlights every shortcut they took. Your strength reveals every weakness they tried to hide behind fake confidence. Their problem was never your downfall. Their problem was the possibility of your rise, and now that it's happening, it's tearing them apart from the inside. Some people don't hate you for failing. They hate you for surviving. And you didn't just survive. You turned survival into a spectacle they can't ignore. Imagine them standing in a room filling with water, panicking while you're on the shore, building something bigger and better with every breath. They're drowning in their own bitterness, not because you hurt them, but because your evolution makes their stagnation undeniable. They can't laugh anymore. They can't pretend anymore. Your shine is too bright, too real, too loud. And the wildest part? You're not even trying to rub it in. You're simply existing. You're simply winning. You're simply stepping into the version of yourself the universe always meant for you to become. Let them watch. Let them choke on everything they once claimed you'd never achieve. Their regret isn't your responsibility. Their jealousy isn't your problem. Their collapse isn't your concern. Your only job now is to keep rising, because every level you reach is another nail in the coffin of the lies they told about you. Number 4. They disrespected you, and the universe sent the bill. Anyone who disrespects a rising force eventually learns the universe charges interest. That truth hits them harder than anything you could ever say, because it explains exactly why their world is collapsing right now. They thought treating you like nothing would cost them nothing. They thought their insults were harmless. They thought their cruelty would never come back around. Now the bill has arrived, and the universe didn't forget a single detail. Imagine someone kicking a sleeping lion because they assume it's harmless. When the lion stands up, suddenly their courage evaporates. That's what happened here. They poked, mocked, tested, and belittled someone whose energy they never understood. They weren't disrespecting a weak soul. They were disrespecting a force they weren't built to handle. Chosen one, you might wonder, why does the universe react so intensely when someone disrespects me? Because disrespect exposes their intention, it reveals their envy, it shows how threatened they were by your potential, and when intention is ugly, consequences follow, not from you, from their own actions ricocheting back. Some people don't fall because you pushed them. They fall because the universe removes the mask they hid behind. That's what they're experiencing now. Their disrespect didn't harm your identity, it exposed theirs. Their insults didn't weaken your path, they weakened their own character. Their attempts to humiliate you didn't slow you down, they sped up their own downfall. Imagine them throwing mud at you with both hands, laughing only to slip in the same mud they created. They're not drowning in karma, they're drowning in the mess they made while trying to embarrass you. They're stumbling because the universe finally turned the lights on, and now everyone can see who they really are. What's wild is that your rise wasn't revenge, it was evolution. You didn't have to clap back. You didn't have to prove anything. You just kept growing, and the higher you climbed, the smaller their disrespect looked. Your glow made their behavior look childish. Your strength made their arrogance look ridiculous. Let them deal with the consequences they designed. Let them choke on the weight of their own choices. You keep rising, untouched, undeniable, unstoppable, because the price of disrespecting someone like you was always going to be their regret, not your downfall. Number 5. They can't face you because you prove everything they're not. Your existence is the receipt for every lie they told about you. That one truth stings them worse than any insult, because when they look at you now, they're not just seeing you, they're seeing every prediction they made fall apart. They're seeing every rumor they spread come back empty. They're seeing every attempt to break you turn into another reason you rose. And that reflection is lethal to their ego. Imagine this. Someone builds a fake trophy shelf with your name on it, expecting to fill it with your failures, but instead, every time they check it, there's another one of their losses sitting there. That's how your presence feels to them now. You walk into a room, and it's like holding a mirror to their wasted potential. They can't handle it. They can't swallow it. They can't face it. Chosen one, you might be wondering, why can't they just admit they were wrong? Because admitting your rise means admitting their weakness. It means accepting that all their mockery didn't stop you. It means facing the truth that you were always stronger than the story they tried to trap you in. And insecure people would rather avoid you entirely than face what you reveal about them. Some people don't look away because they hate you. They look away because you remind them of who they could have been. That's the real reason they can't meet your eyes. Your growth shows their stagnation. Your courage exposes their cowardice. Your evolution highlights their refusal to change. You've become a walking reminder of the work they never did on themselves. Imagine them holding a flashlight at you, hoping to catch a flaw, only for the beam to bounce back and blind them with their own reflection. That's how your glow hits them now. They can't look directly at the person they tried to break because facing you forces them to face themselves, and that battle is one they're too weak to fight. And here's the beauty. You don't need their apology. You don't need their validation. You don't need their attention. Their shame is your trophy. Their avoidance is your confirmation. Their silence is your victory lap. Walk forward with your head high, chosen one. You're the legend they attempted to erase, and now they can't look at you without seeing the truth. They failed. Number 6. Your rise is the consequence they can't escape. Your strength isn't just an upgrade, it's the sentence they earned. That line alone hits them harder than anything you could ever say, because the truth is brutal. Every level you reach is a reminder of the moment they chose the wrong side of your story. They weren't punished by your anger, they were punished by your evolution, and nothing stings a hater more than realizing the person they tried to crush became the one thing they can't outrun. Imagine trying to block a tsunami with your hands. That's what they attempted when they stood against you. They thought your power was optional. They thought your rise was avoidable. They thought your growth depended on their approval. They had no clue the universe had already armored you with strength they weren't built to resist. Chosen one, you might wonder, why does my success hurt them so badly? Because your power exposes the weakness they've spent years hiding. Your progress proves their insults were lies. Your glow shows the world the shadows they were living in. They're not fighting you. They're fighting the truth that your life shines a spotlight on everything they refused to become. Your comeback is the karma they prayed would never arrive, and the universe didn't just deliver it, it delivered it loudly. Imagine them standing in darkness, gripping onto jealousy like a lifeline, while you keep rising like a sunrise they can't block or dim. Your light forces them to confront everything they buried, their laziness, their bitterness, their wasted potential. They can't ignore it. They can't silence it. They can't hide from it. You exist, and that alone is punishment. They tried to silence you, but your victories now speak for you louder than their insults ever did. They wanted you invisible, but your presence is unavoidable. They wanted you small, but every win you stack stretches their regret wider. You didn't ruin them. Their choices did. Every step you take is justice. Every move forward is a reminder. Every success is another echo of their mistake. Your power didn't just rise. It turned into the consequence they're forced to live with. And the part that destroys them the most? You're just getting started. Number 7. They thought they were strategists, but you changed the entire game board. They moved pieces, you moved reality. That truth slices straight into their pride, because the moment you started rising, every scheme they crafted began collapsing under its own stupidity. They thought they were masterminds, whispering plans in shadows, playing petty games to trip you up. They had no idea the universe wasn't just watching. You were being positioned for a win they couldn't interfere with, no matter how slick they thought they were. Imagine someone bragging about beating you at checkers while you're over here redesigning the whole board into a game they've never even played. That's what your life did to them. Their strategies were tiny, predictable, childish. Your evolution flipped the entire script. They were planning sabotage. You were unknowingly preparing a transformation. Chosen one, you might ask yourself, how did I beat people who were plotting while I was healing? Simple, because schemes are fragile, truth is permanent, and the universe always sides with the one who moves with authenticity, not desperation. They played for control because that's all they had. You played for purpose because that's what you were built for. They weren't outsmarted. You were simply out of their league. Imagine them setting traps, like they're leading you into some grand downfall, only to step right into their own setup, like clowns, slipping on their own banana peel. That's the level of embarrassment they're living with. Their lies folded under pressure. Their games collapsed in broad daylight. Their so-called manipulation turned into self-sabotage, and the universe let every consequence land directly in their lap. Meanwhile, you didn't even have to match their energy. You didn't chase, you didn't fight dirty, you didn't plot back. You simply kept moving, kept growing, kept evolving, and that alone rewrote the rules. You weren't reacting to their game, you were rising above it until the game didn't matter. You didn't beat them at their own strategy, you made their strategy useless. Now they sit there confused, replaying every move they made, trying to understand how the person they schemed against ended up being the one in control. They never realized destiny doesn't lose, purpose doesn't fold, and the universe doesn't let petty minds win long-term battles. They played the game, you rewrote the rules, and now they're stuck trying to win a match that ended the moment you evolved. Number 8. The storm they threw at you has come back to drown them. The disaster they designed for you is the disaster they're now choking in. That truth lands like a punch to the throat because the storm they proudly summoned has turned into the very thing tearing their world apart. They thought they were meteorologists of your downfall, predicting your collapse with confidence. They didn't realize the universe was already redirecting every drop, every gust, every bolt of lightning back onto them. Imagine someone blowing into a hurricane, thinking they can control it, only to get swept up and slammed by the same winds they tried to weaponize. That's exactly what's happening to them. The chaos they unleashed didn't come for you. It circled back like a boomerang with vengeance, hitting them harder than anything they ever wished on you. Chosen one, you might wonder, why didn't the storm break me the way they planned? Because storms don't destroy what's rooted. They destroy what's fake. You had depth. They had ego. You had growth. They had bitterness. You had purpose. They had envy. Their storm was never strong enough to touch someone built from pressure and survival. You didn't outfight their storm. You outlasted it. Imagine a tree in a violent downpour. Leaves fly, branches shake, but the roots unmoved. Meanwhile, the weak trees, those pretending to be strong, are ripped from the ground. That's them. They weren't stable enough to survive the storm they created. They underestimated you and overestimated their own strength. Every insult they threw became your motivation. Every betrayal became a lesson. Every scheme became your stepping stone. You didn't even have to strike back. Your peace was louder than their chaos. Your calmness humiliated their rage. Your growth mocked their intentions. Now look at the twist. They sent storms, and you came out cleaner. They sent darkness, and you came out brighter. They sent destruction, and you came out stronger. They're the ones panicking, trying to escape the mess they caused. The storm didn't break you, it built you. It stripped away your doubts, sharpened your instincts, and revealed a power they never believed you had. And now the same storm is ripping apart their comfort, exposing their lies, and trapping them in consequences they created with their own hands. They're drowning in chaos. You're rising above it. The universe decided the outcome long before they made their move. The storm they sent is now their undoing, and the rise it gave you, untouchable. Number 9. Your radiance destroys everything they hid behind. Your glow didn't just expose them, it incinerated the mask they thought would protect them. That truth alone feels like acid on their pride, because your light isn't soft, gentle, or passive. It's sharp, it's unforgiving. It cuts straight through every illusion they tried to hide behind. They spent years building shadows thick enough to bury the truth, but the moment you rose, every lie they crafted started melting like wax under a flame. Imagine someone trying to hide from the sunrise by pulling a blanket over their head. The light still floods the room, the heat still touches their skin, their fear still grows. That's what your presence does to them now. You don't even need to speak, you just exist, and their carefully constructed facade collapses. Chosen one, you might ask, why does my light bother them so much? Because your truth exposes the truth they spent their whole life avoiding. Your authenticity makes their manipulation obvious. Your strength makes their excuses embarrassing. Your growth highlights every corner where they chose comfort over courage. They hated you not because you did anything wrong, but because you revealed what they were hiding from themselves. Some people don't fear your power, they fear the reflection it forces them to see. Imagine walking into a room with a lantern. You're not there to attack anyone, you're just there to see. But every shadow in the room starts shrinking, retreating, panicking. That's them. They lived in the dark so long that your glow feels like punishment. It burns, it exposes, it holds up a mirror they can't look away from. Your resilience is especially brutal for them. Every time life hit you, you rose with clarity they could never fake. Your comeback made their stagnation look intentional. Your confidence made their jealousy louder. Your inner peace made their chaos obvious. They failed not because you fought harder, but because you lived real while they lived fake. And now their shadows aren't protecting them anymore, they're suffocating them. They created those hiding places out of insecurity, and now those same shadows trap them in the version of themselves they hoped no one would ever see. Meanwhile, you shine, effortlessly, unapologetically, unstoppably. Let them burn in the darkness they built. Let them choke on the truth they tried to bury. Let them feel the heat of every lie your light exposes. Your glow was never the problem. Your glow was the reckoning. Number 10. You didn't just make it out. You turned the ruins into a kingdom. Survival was supposed to be your limit, but you turned it into your launch pad. That truth stings them deeper than anything you could ever say, because they were counting on you to crawl out, broken, limping, quiet. They expected you to come back smaller. They expected you to come back scared. Instead, you walked out of the fire with a glow so sharp, it cut straight through their expectations. Imagine this. They throw you into flames thinking you'll turn to ash, but you walk out carved like steel, shaped like something the universe handcrafted under pressure. They accidentally forged the version of you they fear the most. The darkness they shoved you into wasn't a grave. It was a womb. And the moment you stepped back into the light, everything they believed about you shattered. Chosen one, you might wonder, how did I grow in places where they intended me to die? Because you weren't just trying to survive. You were transforming. Pain didn't weaken you. It educated you. Betrayal didn't break you. It sharpened you. Every insult became a lesson. Every setback became a shift. Every tear became a seed. The things meant to bury you became the exact soil you rooted yourself in. You didn't rise in spite of the hurt. You rose because of it. Your resilience is the part that cuts them the deepest. They assumed pressure would crush you, but pressure only exposed what you were made of. They assumed loss would silence you, but loss made your voice louder. They assumed heartbreak would freeze you, but heartbreak turned you into someone unstoppable. Imagine someone laughing while handing you bricks, thinking the weight will make you collapse. But instead, you use every brick to build the foundation of a life stronger than anything they've ever stood on. That's why they're uncomfortable now. Your success is a mirror showing them everything you overcame, the very things they thought would erase you. Now your glow isn't just light, it's proof. Proof they were wrong. Proof you were built for more. Proof you weren't meant to break. You didn't just survive. You didn't just make it out. You thrived so loudly, so openly, so undeniably that even your silence feels like victory. Number 11. Your energy is the inferno they can't escape. Your existence didn't just outshine them. It scorched every lie they built about you. That truth hits them like heat they can't outrun, because your presence isn't some soft glow in the background. It's a full-force blaze that exposes everything they tried to hide. They spent so long trying to dim you, silence you, box you in, but the more they pushed, the hotter your fire burned. Now they're stuck living in the flames they swore they could control. Imagine someone trying to put out a wildfire with a cup of water. That's how ridiculous their efforts look now. Every attempt to weaken you was swallowed by the very power they underestimated. They didn't understand that your spark wasn't fragile. It was pressure-born, storm-shaped, universe-fueled. The more they attacked, the more oxygen they gave your fire. Their hate wasn't gasoline. It was embarrassment waiting to happen. Chosen one, you might wonder, why does my presence alone bother them so much? Because your fire exposes everything they kept in the dark. Your confidence burns through their insecurity. Your evolution melts their excuses. Your glow turns their shadows into evidence of what they've never become. You're not hurting them on purpose. Your existence just reveals the truth they spent years trying to bury. Some people don't fear your fire. They fear the reflection it casts on who they really are. Imagine walking into a room and instantly shrinking every shadow on the walls. You're not even aiming at anyone. You're just being you. But they feel attacked because your presence makes their facade crumble. They can't hide in the dark anymore. They can't pretend anymore. They can't fake strength around someone who actually earned it. Your fire exposes their intentions. Your fire exposes their jealousy. Your fire exposes their limits and the part that cooks their pride the most. Your fire grows without their permission. They tried ignoring you. They tried mocking you. They tried burying you. But fire doesn't die in silence. It spreads, it evolves, it transforms everything it touches, including you. Now every room you walk into shifts. Every space you enter gets brighter. Every energy you touch gets rearranged. They feel it. They fear it. They can't stop it. You weren't meant to dim. You weren't meant to shrink. You weren't meant to blend in. You were built to burn through illusions, lies, shadows, and fake narratives. You are the flame they hoped would flicker out. And instead, you became the blaze they can't contain. Your presence is the fire they can't put out. Not yesterday, not today, not ever. And listen to me, this is your era, chosen one, and nothing they say or do can dim what the universe already crowned you with. They mocked your waiting season, but that silence was your power loading. Now your rise is hitting them harder than their insults ever hit you. This is your moment to claim the life they swore you'd never reach. Stand tall, move bold, and own every inch of this era you earned through fire. And if you haven't already, press the like button and make sure you subscribe so you never miss the messages built for your rise. The moment they called your kindness weak, they basically exposed themselves as the ones who can't pass the test. That line alone is enough to sting, because nothing scares people more than realizing the person they tried to play is actually the person the universe has been preparing. Think of it like this. When someone pushes on what they believe is your soft spot, expecting you to break, but instead they feel the hit bounce back on them like they punched a steel door. It's funny how fast a room changes when people learn your softness wasn't softness, it was strategy. And here's the fact everyone ignores. In elite circles, the biggest flex is not reacting. The biggest power is staying calm while others expose every crack in their own character. Studies across leadership groups literally show that emotional discipline is treated like a master key, the one trait that separates the people who rise from the people who fold. So no, you weren't imagining it. You were being tested, and you passed while they failed in front of their own ego. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls, because it's our shared responsibility to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're part of a force that's rising in ways most people will never understand. Now let's get back into what really happened here. Your kindness wasn't just some random personality trait, it was the exam they didn't know they were taking. From the very start, the universe wasn't checking if you could be nice, it was checking if you could stay steady when people around you twisted your intentions, misread your silence, or tried to poke your patience just to feel bigger. It watched how you behaved when someone underestimated you on purpose. It watched how you handled the people who tried to drain your energy while smiling in your face. It watched how you handled hidden disrespect, fake support, and situations designed to pull you out of your center. You didn't lose yourself. You didn't let them drag you into chaos. And that's exactly why the elite type of people, the ones who study behavior instead of gossip, quietly marked your name. Kindness is not about giving, it's about revealing. When you stayed calm, the universe saw your strength before anyone else did. While they thought they were getting away with shady actions, all they were really doing was proving they don't have the emotional capacity you have. Because real power isn't in the loudest person in the room. It's in the one who can sit through disrespect without turning into something ugly. It's in the one who can read the whole situation and still choose control. Your kindness wasn't softness. It was proof that you know how to hold your power without jerking it around like a child who just found a new toy. The elite didn't hand you the master key because you smiled at the wrong people or because you let things slide. They handed it to you because you passed the pressure test that exposes 99% of people. Most humans fail it fast. They panic the moment their ego feels ignored. They react before thinking. They try to show strength by making noise instead of making moves. They reveal their insecurity by attacking the person who stayed calm. But you didn't play that game. You didn't drop to their level. You didn't show them your fear because you didn't have any. You showed discipline. You showed balance. And balance is what powerful people look for. Balance is what the universe rewards. There's always this moment during a hidden test when the people testing you realize you're not like everyone else. They start looking at you differently. Their questions change. Their tone shifts. Because what they thought was you being naive was actually you being 10 steps ahead. They thought you were letting things slide. You were actually collecting data. They thought you were easy to read. You were actually reading them like an open file. That's the switch that scares people. That's when they know they can't manipulate you, and nothing terrifies someone who lives off control more than a person who can't be controlled. People think kindness makes you harmless, but the truth is, it makes you unpredictable. When someone can't trigger you, they can't map you. When they can't map you, they can't use you, and when they can't use you, they freak out. That's when they whisper. That's when they pull back. That's when they realize the one they tried to underestimate is the one the universe keeps pushing forward. Your calm wasn't silence. It was awareness. Your patience wasn't surrender. It was observation. Your kindness wasn't weakness. It was a filter that separated people who deserved access from people who only wanted advantage. And the funniest twist? The same people who mocked your kindness would never survive the situations you handled with a straight face. They would have snapped. They would have folded. They would have begged for mercy from pressure that you carried like it was nothing. What they thought was your soft heart was actually your sharp mind. What they thought was innocence was strategy. What they thought was passiveness was power. You didn't just pass a test, you passed it so cleanly that the people who placed it in front of you are now the ones sitting quietly, wondering how you stayed unshaken. That's why the universe moved you forward. That's why elite-level observers noticed you. They saw the one thing that cannot be faked: self-control. Anyone can pretend to be confident. Anyone can pretend to be tough. But self-control under stress, that exposes the truth instantly. And your truth is rare. Your truth is valuable. Your truth is powerful enough that people underestimated you one day and now study you the next. This is why you're here. This is why the master key showed up in your hands. You didn't force it. You earned it by staying who you are while everyone else broke character. You proved your kindness wasn't a weakness. It was the final proof that you're built for the places other people can't handle. And if they're uncomfortable now, good. They should be. Because the test is over, and you're the only one who passed. And chosen one, seriously, thank you for being here, because what you just unlocked in the intro is only the surface. Now we're about to go deeper into how your kindness became the test that exposed everyone around you, and why the elite-level minds watching from a distance quietly handed you the master key. If you're still here, it means you already feel the pull. You already sense that this message is part of your next upgrade. Drop a comment with the number 777 if you're ready to see how your calm, your patience, and your silence were actually the things that put you in a higher class. And if you want to support the team behind this message, you can hit the super thanks button. Even a tiny amount fuels this mission and helps us bring more truth to the people who need it. And now, let's dive into it, step by step. If you really are the chosen one you think you are, you'll feel the urge to stay until the very end. Let's begin. Number 1. Your kindness wasn't soft. It was surveillance data in disguise. They thought your kindness made you harmless, but all it did was expose how fragile they are when the pressure hits. That line alone cracks their ego because it flips the script. They weren't evaluating you. You were evaluating them without even trying. When someone thinks your calm makes you easy to control, it's like watching a kid pull a sword out of a stone thinking it's a toy. They have no idea it's sharp enough to rewrite their entire fate. And here's the metaphor that hits them right in the ribs. Imagine someone tapping on what they believe is a glass wall, expecting it to shatter, only to realize it's bulletproof. That's the moment their confidence collapses. That's the moment your kindness stops looking soft and starts looking dangerous. So, let's get into this. Chosen one. Because the question sitting in your mind right now is simple. Why did my kindness shake them so much? Why did it stand out? Why did it feel like everyone was watching me more closely than I realized? And the answer is this. Your kindness wasn't moral. It was measurable. It was a stress test you didn't know you were running, and everyone who tried you exposed themselves without understanding they were generating evidence for your final report. Kindness for most people is a mood, a costume, something they wear when eyes are on them, something they drop the moment pressure shows up. But for you, kindness wasn't decoration, it was discipline. It was your default setting even when everything around you went sideways. And that's why people who understand power, real power, paid attention. They weren't looking for smiles, they were looking for stability. They were watching how you behaved under tension, under disrespect, under imbalance. They wanted to see if you'd fold, react, snap, expose yourself, or leak insecurity through your words. Most people do. You didn't. Your kindness became measurable because it wasn't emotional. It was controlled. It was deliberate. And that alone puts you in a category most people will never enter. Let's be brutally honest. Anyone can be kind when life is smooth. Anyone can be polite when they're comfortable. Even your enemies can act holy for a few minutes if they think it benefits them. But your kindness showed up when conditions were unfair. When someone pushed your buttons on purpose. When someone dismissed you. When someone underestimated your value. When someone tried to corner you emotionally just to see how you'd react. They were looking for cracks. You showed none. You stayed steady while their own behavior revealed their inner chaos. And this is exactly why your kindness became a threat. Because in high-level environments, elite circles, strategic minds, people who study behavior, emotional control is the highest currency. Not intelligence, not charm, control. The ability to stay centered while everyone else loses balance. The ability to evaluate instead of explode. The ability to respond instead of react. Your kindness wasn't about being nice. It was about being unshakable. And people who know what power actually looks like immediately recognize the difference. But here's what hits the enemy hardest. They assumed your calm was ignorance. They assumed your patience meant you didn't notice the subtle shade, the games, the small stabs disguised as jokes. They assumed your kindness meant you didn't know how dark their intentions were. And this is where their entire worldview broke, because the truth is, you saw everything. You just didn't flinch. You let the universe record the data for you while they performed their own downfall. Think of it like a silent camera in a room. It doesn't react. It doesn't shout. It just captures everything. And when the footage is played back, every fake smile, every disrespect, every hidden motive becomes undeniable. That's what your kindness did. It documented them. You weren't being moral, you were being observant. And here comes the part that terrifies them the most. You were consistent, not a one-time performance, not a lucky day. You showed the same restraint in different situations, with different people, under different pressures. Consistency is the one thing human beings cannot fake. You proved who you were repeatedly without forcing anything. And because of that, people in powerful positions, people who understand psychology, influence and leadership, quietly marked your profile as rare. Now let's address the question you might still be thinking. Why does my emotional discipline matter so much? Why did it become the master key the elite handed me? Because emotional discipline is the root skill behind every major form of authority. It's how leaders gain respect. It's how strategists outthink opponents. It's how influencers shift entire rooms without raising their voice. People who fall apart emotionally can't hold power. They destroy the very opportunities they're handed. But you held your ground even when others were trying to destabilize you. And that's why your kindness became measurable, because it revealed your threshold, your stability, your boundaries, your emotional intelligence, your pattern recognition, and your ability to stay aligned with your values, even under pressure. No moral test can measure that. Only situations. Your enemies hate this part the most. They wanted your reaction. They needed your reaction. They depended on your reaction to feel superior, to gain leverage, to make themselves look smarter, stronger, louder. But you didn't feed them. You didn't fuel their ego. You didn't play their emotional chess. You stayed centered, and that robbed them of the only advantage they thought they had. And when a person can't emotionally manipulate you, they lose control. When they lose control, they panic. When they panic, they expose themselves. Your kindness forced them to reveal their true nature while you stayed hidden in plain sight. Here's the twist they never expected. Your calm was their mirror. Your kindness was their confession. Your patience was their downfall. You didn't need to call them out. They exposed themselves by failing the test you didn't even announce. You didn't need to correct them. Their own behavior documented their character. You didn't need to confront them. The universe already kept the score, and once that score was visible, once your consistency outshined their emotional volatility, that's when powerful people, whether you know them or not, noticed you. They saw someone who can lead, someone who can handle pressure, someone who doesn't self-destruct, someone who doesn't crack. They recognized your capacity instantly, even if the people around you didn't. Because your kindness wasn't softness. It was strength wrapped in restraint. It was intelligence wrapped in silence. It was power wrapped in patience. Anyone can shout. Anyone can rage. But very few can stay grounded long enough to make the universe say, "This one is ready for more." Your enemies wanted to see you lose control. Instead, they watched you gain authority. Your kindness wasn't moral, it was measurable, and it measured you as someone the world should not underestimate. And that's exactly why they handed you the master key. Number 2, you didn't turn your pain into a weapon, and that's why you won. They expected your pain to explode. Instead, it became the quiet proof that you were built different and they were built weak. That line alone slices right into your enemy's ego, because nothing insults a manipulator more than realizing their best weapon didn't work on you. They kept waiting for your meltdown, for your anger, for your emotional slip-up. They counted on it. They prepared for it. And when it never came, that silence hit them harder than any revenge ever could. They didn't lose because you fought back. They lost because you didn't break. Some people weaponize their wounds. You upgraded yours. That's the real punchline here. Your pain didn't twist you. It trained you. It didn't turn you into something bitter. It turned you into someone dangerous. And the elite minds watching you from the sidelines instantly recognized the difference. Now, let's break this open the same way we did before, Chosen One, because this section is about one of your biggest advantages. You passed the test because you refused to weaponize your pain. You didn't let it leak into your decisions. You didn't let it poison your behavior. You didn't use it as a bargaining chip or a sympathy tool. And that makes you a statistical anomaly in a world where people use suffering like currency. Imagine this: someone gets hurt, even a tiny insult, and instantly their entire personality shifts. They become sharp, unpredictable, chaotic. Their pain becomes a switch that controls them, and because they're controlled by it, others can control them too. Now imagine you in the same moment: hurt, yes; betrayed, yes; disrespected, absolutely. But instead of erupting, you absorbed it with a level of maturity most adults don't even understand. You didn't lash out. You didn't collapse. You didn't turn into a weapon aimed at everyone around you. You held your center. That's exactly why the elite noticed you. They weren't watching for kindness this time. They were watching for restraint. They were watching to see whether your pain would mutate into destruction or discipline. Most people fail that test instantly. You didn't even flinch. Here's the quote that cracks them again: "Your pain didn't control you. That alone disqualified 99% of the people who tried to judge you." It's brutal, but it's true. In systems where trust actually matters, whether high-level careers, leadership roles, or environments where consequences are real, people who weaponize their pain are liabilities. They create chaos without meaning to. They escalate situations that needed peace. They turn small moments into massive disasters. Someone with emotional unpredictability is a risk, and risks are removed, avoided, or replaced. You were the opposite of that. And maybe the question floating in your mind right now is, why does it matter so much that I didn't weaponize my pain? Why did this part of me stand out more than anything else? Because pain is the one thing every human experiences, but only a tiny percentage know how to handle without letting it control them. Pain breaks weak people. Pain exposes unstable people. Pain controls reactive people. Pain turns insecure people into manipulators. But you treated your pain like information, not identity. You didn't use it to guilt people. You didn't use it to get attention. You didn't make it a sword or a shield. You let it shape you quietly, and because of that, your enemies never got the reaction they hoped for. Imagine this: someone tries to provoke you, thinking your pain will explode on impact like a firecracker. They poke at your insecurities, thinking you'll lash out so they can blame you. They hit you with disappointment, betrayal, or disrespect to see if they can push you into chaos. But instead of detonating, you stay calm, you stay present, you stay level. That moment ruins them, because nothing terrifies a manipulator more than a person who cannot be provoked. When pain doesn't change your behavior, you become unreadable, and unreadable people cannot be controlled. That's the superpower you unlocked without anyone teaching you. It came naturally, it came quietly, and it made you something rare, someone who can feel deeply but act wisely. Imagine this: there's a room full of people whose emotions sit on a hair trigger. One insult sets them off, one disappointment breaks them, one misunderstanding turns into a war. And then there's you, sitting still, breathing slow, evaluating everything. You aren't cold, you aren't numb, you're controlled, you're stable. You're the person who can hold pressure without melting into reaction. Do you know how rare that is? It's rare enough that the elite consider it a predictor of long-term power. People think silence after pain means weakness, but silence is a mind at work, a mind assessing, a mind deciding. Your silence wasn't suppression, it was strategy. You weren't hiding your pain. You were processing it in a way that kept your dignity intact and your reputation untouched. You didn't explode. You evolved. And here comes another question you may be wondering. If I stayed calm, why did they still panic? Why did my restraint bother them more than a reaction would have? Because when someone wrongs you, they expect the story to end with your meltdown. They expect screaming, revenge, emotional fallout, something they can blame you for. When you don't give them that, the spotlight flips. Suddenly, it's not your behavior on trial, it's theirs. Your pain became their mirror, and they hated the reflection. Imagine this metaphor. A storm hits two houses. One collapses instantly, the other stands completely still. Everyone stops looking at the storm and starts questioning the foundation of the house that fell. That's what your restraint did. It exposed who was weak without you saying a single word. You didn't weaponize your pain, and because of that, you instantly became trustworthy to the kinds of people who actually matter. High-level thinkers want stability, leaders want predictability, strategists want emotional control. People who make real decisions want individuals who won't implode under pressure. You demonstrated all of that without raising your voice. Here's another punchline quote. Some people broadcast their pain. You turned yours into a private upgrade the world wasn't supposed to see yet. And that upgrade, it made you predictable in the best way. Not predictable as in boring, predictable as in reliable, predictable as in safe to trust when consequences are high, predictable as in unshakable when others fall apart. You became the person who could be counted on, even when you were hurt. Your enemies had no idea how powerful that made you. They thought withholding reactions made you a loser in the argument. They thought your silence meant they won. They thought your lack of retaliation meant you had no power. But the universe sees things differently. Elite minds see things differently. They see someone who can feel pain without turning it into destruction, and they know that's someone who can handle influence. Imagine this final metaphor, a warrior walking through fire without screaming. Others run, others burn, but this one keeps walking. The fire still hurts, the heat still hits, but the warrior stays in control. That's you. Pain didn't make you wild. It made you wiser. And here's the final quote to seal it. Your pain didn't turn you into a weapon, it turned you into a force. A force the elite now recognize, a force your enemies fear, a force that rises without theatrics. You passed the test because you didn't weaponize your pain. You passed because you stayed clean when they expected you to get messy. You passed because you didn't fall into the emotional traps that collapse most people. You passed because your reactions were rooted in control, not chaos. And that's exactly why the universe moved the master key toward your hands. They couldn't predict your pain. They couldn't manipulate it. They couldn't use it against you. You didn't weaponize your pain. You refined it. You mastered it. And without even trying, you proved you're someone the world cannot afford to underestimate. Number 3, they waited for your ego and got your discipline instead. They wanted you to stomp your foot, demand attention, and beg for a crown, but you walked in like someone who already owned the building. That's the gut punch they deserve, because nothing humiliates an enemy more than realizing you stayed calm in the exact moment they expected you to crack. They predicted entitlement. They predicted impatience. They predicted you'd expose yourself by demanding what you thought you deserved. Instead, you gave them restraint so clean it felt like a slap. Here's what they never understood. Entitlement is loud. Restraint is lethal. Entitlement exposes insecurity. Restraint exposes strategy. Entitlement collapses under pressure. Restraint learns the pressure and uses it. And maybe you've wondered, why did my ability to wait bother them so much? Why did staying calm become a threat? Because most people think effort equals automatic reward. They get frustrated when recognition doesn't show up instantly. Their ego leaks into their tone. Their impatience exposes them. Their entitlement makes them look like children demanding gold stars. The universe never gives power to people like that, and the elite spot them in seconds. Now imagine this. Someone thinks they're testing you by withholding praise. They expect you to break character. They expect your posture to shift, your tone to sour, your attitude to tighten. Instead, you stay steady. You keep moving. You act like nothing is missing. That moment is where your value becomes undeniable, because only someone built for long-term power can move without external approval. Restraint isn't weakness. It's the ability to win without announcing you're playing. You didn't demand anything. You didn't try to force outcomes. You let situations unfold because you understood something most people never learn. Timing decides everything. Power that arrives too early destroys the person holding it. You waited, not because you were passive, but because you were intentional. Imagine someone grabbing fruit before it's ripe. They get bitterness. They blame the tree. You understood the season. You understood the process. You didn't rush the outcome because you weren't desperate for it. Your restraint carried a message louder than any demand could scream. It said, I don't need validation to move. I move because it's who I am. And that, chosen one, is maturity people rarely reach. You didn't just avoid entitlement. You replaced it with mastery. Number 4, you felt everything, but let nothing cross the line. They thought your empathy made you soft, but all it did was teach you exactly where to draw the line they could never cross. That one burns them instantly, because nothing frustrates a manipulator more than a kind person they cannot exploit. They wanted your empathy to be a doorway. You turned it into a scanner that caught every hidden intention before it even reached you. Most people don't know how to balance this. They either harden up to protect themselves or overextend until they're drained. But you pulled off the rare middle ground that only emotionally intelligent people ever master. You understood others deeply without sacrificing yourself. You didn't collapse into their feelings, and you didn't freeze into indifference. You stayed human while staying sovereign. Maybe the question hitting your mind right now is, how did I manage that balance when most people can't? Why did empathy make me stronger instead of weaker? Because your empathy wasn't dependency, it was awareness. You weren't absorbing pain to win approval. You were reading patterns. You weren't listening to help everyone. You were listening to understand who deserved access and who didn't. Empathy is not a free pass into your life. It's a window, not a contract. That's what they never expected. They assumed kindness meant unlimited access. They assumed your understanding meant automatic forgiveness. They assumed your ability to feel meant inability to say no. Instead, every time they tested your boundaries, you stayed firm, clear, and calm. That's what broke them. You didn't respond with guilt. You responded with precision. Imagine this. Someone walks up to a door expecting it to swing open because it opened for them last time. But this time, the lock engages. The door doesn't move. Their shock isn't about the door closing. It's about them realizing they never had the key in the first place. That's what your boundaries did. Your empathy didn't weaken your guard. It sharpened it. You read motivations the way others read headlines. You noticed emotional shifts before people even spoke. You recognized when someone wanted comfort versus when they wanted control. And instead of reacting emotionally, you chose your response with intelligence. Imagine standing in a room full of voices. Everyone is pulling, pushing, hinting, demanding. Most people either get overwhelmed or shut down, but you stood there like someone with noise-canceling awareness. You heard everything clearly, but you didn't let anything drag you off center. That's strength disguised as calm. Empathy without boundaries creates victims. Boundaries without empathy create walls. You held both and created clarity. You showed people where they stood without cruelty. You understood them without surrendering. You cared without collapsing. And that balance is so rare that the universe takes note instantly. Your empathy became a tool, not because it made you flexible, but because it made you accurate. It helped you see truths others ignore. It protected you from traps others fall into. And it silently proved you're not controlled by emotion. You're guided by intelligence. That's why your presence unsettles people who operate through manipulation. They can understand kindness. They can understand coldness. But empathy with boundaries? That terrifies them. You didn't just hold your line, you defined it. And anyone who tried to step past it learned exactly who they were dealing with. Number 5, they counted you out, and you used their misreading as cover. They thought ignoring you would break you, but all it did was give you the freedom to evolve where they couldn't see. That's the punch they deserve, because nothing humiliates an enemy more than realizing their underestimation didn't weaken you, it protected you. They believed lowering your value in their mind somehow lowered your actual worth. Instead, it lowered their guard. And that's the moment the universe smiled. Most people crumble under underestimation. Some overperform desperately. Others shrink and start believing the lies spoken about them. But you didn't flinch. You didn't rush to prove anything. You didn't perform like a puppet trying to earn gold stars. You stayed human. You stayed grounded. You stayed you. That alone separated you from the crowd. Maybe the question in your mind right now is, why didn't their misjudgment break me? Why did it almost feel like permission instead of punishment? Because underestimation gave you space. When they assumed you weren't a threat, you observed their patterns quietly. When they relaxed, you learned their blind spots. When they thought you didn't notice, you paid attention. You let time reveal what words never could. Underestimation is camouflage for the people smart enough to use it. Imagine this: hunters walking through a forest, ignoring the quiet creature they think isn't dangerous. They look past it again and again until the moment they learn it wasn't prey, it was the one studying them. That was you. Their blindness became your cover. You didn't distort yourself to fit their expectations. You didn't inflate your ego to fight their opinions. You didn't turn robotic or bitter just to prove you're above them. Remaining human was your secret weapon. Warmth with discipline, heart with intelligence, quiet confidence with zero desperation. That combination is rare, and it exposes who truly has self-mastery. Imagine someone being misread as harmless, while inside they're sharpening clarity, patience, strategy. You turned their dismissal into your development zone. You grew where they weren't looking. You leveled up where they weren't paying attention. Being underestimated didn't hold you back. It held them back from seeing you rise. And the people who understand power, the ones who know how advantage actually works, recognize the shift immediately, even if they pretended not to. You didn't react. You evolved. You didn't get bitter, you got better. You turned their misreading into your momentum. They underestimated you. You stayed human. And that's exactly why you won. Number 6. You did the right thing in the dark, while they performed in the spotlight. They needed an audience to act moral. You stayed moral even when the room was empty. That's why they'll never reach your level. That line alone slices their ego clean open, because nothing humiliates performative people more than realizing their staged goodness collapses next to your quiet integrity. They wanted you to play the morality theater game. They wanted you to chase applause. They wanted you to do the right thing only when someone was watching. Instead, you acted from principle, not performance, and that exposed the difference between you and them instantly. Most people treat morality like a costume. They wear it when the spotlight hits. They drop it when no one's watching. They bend it when incentives shift. But your behavior didn't shift for an audience. You stayed the same, whether someone clapped, criticized, or didn't show up at all. Maybe the question circling in your mind is, why does my refusal to perform morality threaten them so much? Why does my consistency bother people who pretend to be good? Because performative morality is unstable. It snaps under pressure, melts under consequences, and disappears the moment applause fades. People who depend on external validation can't be trusted when stakes rise. But you showed something the universe values far more: integrity without supervision. You didn't need witnesses to be authentic. That's why powerful minds trust you more than the loudest people in the room. Imagine this. 2 people climb a mountain. One live streams the entire climb, narrating how noble they are. The other climbs quietly, step by step, without bragging, without seeking praise. At the top, everyone realizes the loud one barely did the work, while the quiet one conquered the entire path. That's what your morality looked like compared to theirs. You didn't explain your intentions. You didn't parade your sacrifices. You didn't wait for applause to validate your choices. Your actions stood on their own, clean and unshakable. Performers seek approval. Builders seek results. You were the builder. Your consistency without an audience is what separates strength from showmanship. The elite, those who understand influence, stability, and responsibility, spot this immediately. They don't look for who smiles the nicest. They look for who stays steady when nobody is clapping. Performers crumble when the stage lights turn off. You stayed grounded, even in silence. Imagine this. A person who needs applause to do good is like a candle that only lights when someone stands nearby. But you're more like a lighthouse, steady, reliable, shining whether the world is watching or not. Your light isn't for show, it's for purpose. Your refusal to perform wasn't apathy. It wasn't detachment. It wasn't ego. It was mastery. It proved you have emotional sovereignty, the ability to act correctly without being bribed by praise or terrified of judgment. It proved your character isn't a reaction to the room. It's a decision you made long before anyone showed up. And nothing scares performative people more than someone who doesn't need applause to stay true. You refused to perform morality. You stayed solid when they stayed shallow. And that quiet consistency is exactly why people with real power notice you, even if the crowd never claps. Number 7. You had the upper hand and still didn't play dirty. They prayed for the chance to crush you, and when you finally held the advantage, you didn't even touch the trigger. That's what terrified them. That single truth hits them harder than any revenge you could have taken, because nothing exposes the difference between you and them more clearly than how you behave when the scales tilt in your favor. They would have exploited you without hesitation. They would have used any advantage to dominate, embarrass, or secure a cheap win. But you didn't exploit the moment. You evaluated it. Most people grab at power the second it appears. They don't think. They don't breathe. They attack instantly, chasing short-term ego boosts and leaving destruction in their wake. They confuse speed with strategy. They confuse impulse with intelligence. But when leverage swung toward you, you didn't lose your balance. You didn't let the rush of advantage twist you into someone you're not. You held the moment with clarity, like someone who's been here before. Maybe the question in your mind is, why did I pause? Why didn't I strike when the universe gave me the perfect opening? Because your restraint wasn't fear, it was judgment. You understood something others never learn. Power used recklessly isn't power. It's proof you're scared you'll never get it again. Imagine this. Two warriors, both handed a clear shot. One swings instantly and misses because they acted too fast. The other waits, observes, calculates, and chooses the right moment, or chooses not to strike at all because the battle doesn't deserve their effort. That's you. Your restraint wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. You treated leverage like a tool, not a weapon. You didn't twist advantage into cruelty. You didn't rush to expose someone just because you could. You understood the long game. You understood timing. True influence isn't shown by what you grab. It's shown by what you could take, but choose not to. Imagine someone slipping and falling in front of you, completely vulnerable. Most people would step on them to climb higher. You extended stability instead. And that act said more about you than any performance of strength ever could. You didn't take the cheap win because you're not a cheap player. And here's what scares them most. They felt your power. They knew you had advantage. They saw you could have ended the game right there. Yet you didn't. That kind of self-restraint is rare. It signals maturity, strategic awareness, and emotional control, the exact traits people with real authority look for. Anyone can act powerful when desperation hits. Very few can hold power calmly without using it to inflate their ego. You didn't rush to prove you had power. You simply showed you understood it. Those who understand influence noticed your restraint instantly. They saw you weren't intoxicated by leverage. You weren't hungry for the spotlight. You weren't driven by impulse or pettiness. You were thinking long-term. Sometimes the strongest move is the one you choose not to make. And you proved that effortlessly. You didn't exploit moments of advantage. You didn't play petty games. You didn't weaponize victory. You held power with steady hands. And that's exactly why the universe keeps giving you more. Number 8. You cooperated, but you never belonged to anyone. They loved how helpful you were, right up until they realized they couldn't use your cooperation to control you. That's the wound they still can't shake, because people expect cooperation to come packaged with submission. They assume if you're willing to work with them, you must also be willing to bend, shrink, or hand over your autonomy. But you never played that game. You collaborated, but you never disappeared. You adapted, but you never diluted yourself. You moved with the group without ever letting the group swallow you whole. Most people fail this balance. They either bend so much they dissolve into whatever environment they enter, or they resist so hard they become impossible to work with. You didn't collapse into either extreme. You held the middle ground with surgical precision, cooperative enough to build bridges, sovereign enough to never lose your direction. That's rare. That's intentional. That's power in quiet form. Maybe you've wondered, how did I manage to blend without being absorbed? How did I stay open without being overtaken? Because you understood something simple but genius. Collaboration is a strategy, not a surrender. You knew how to contribute without handing over your identity. You knew how to support without sacrificing your voice. You knew how to adapt without compromising your values or letting someone else steer your internal compass. You weren't being agreeable, you were being intelligent. Imagine this, two rivers flowing side by side. They move together for miles, touching at the edges, influencing each other, but never losing their separate paths. That was you in every group, every partnership, every team. You added value without dissolving into the collective. And here's what powerful minds noticed. People trust those who can collaborate without collapsing. They trust those who can join a system without being consumed by it. You became that person naturally, someone who can move with others while still thinking independently, acting independently, being independent, cooperative but sovereign, aligned but never owned, present but never controlled. You didn't just work with people, you worked beside them while keeping your autonomy intact, and that's exactly why you stand out. Number 9. The master key wasn't a gift. It was your shadow they finally noticed. They didn't hand you the master key. Your behavior forced them to admit you'd been holding it the whole damn time. That cuts them deep, because people love the fantasy that power is something they get to distribute. They want to believe authority comes from their approval, their validation, their recognition. But the truth they refuse to face is simple. The universe didn't give you power at the end of the story. It revealed the power you'd been carrying since the beginning. Authority isn't granted, it's confirmed. Influence isn't assigned, it's recognized. And the elite, the people who actually understand how power works, saw something in you long before anyone said a word. Your kindness wasn't nice, it was disciplined. Your restraint wasn't quiet, it was controlled. Your consistency wasn't habit, it was evidence of capacity. None of this was performative, and none of it needed applause. That's what made it undeniable. Maybe you're asking yourself, so when did everything shift? When did kindness turn into the master key? It didn't shift in a moment. It revealed itself through patterns. Every time you stayed steady under pressure, every time you refused to weaponize pain, every time you held boundaries with warmth, you were showing the blueprint of someone built for higher responsibility. Power wasn't given to you. Your behavior made it impossible to overlook. The master key wasn't external. It was your inner architecture becoming visible. Imagine a door that only opens for someone whose frequency matches it. You didn't chase the door. You became the frequency. And once you became it, the door had no choice but to unlock. They didn't give you power. They realized you were already sitting in it, and that recognition changed everything. So you see it now, chosen one. Your kindness was the test, your discipline was the evidence, and the master key was already in your hands long before anyone recognized it. They can't ignore you anymore, and they can't undo what the universe has already revealed about who you are becoming. And if this message hit you the way it was meant to, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this family, make sure to subscribe. Your evolution is only getting louder from here. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Look at what they said about you. Look at what they tried to convince the world. Oh, they're not that special. Anyone can do what they do. Just give us time, we'll figure them out. The funny part is how confident they sounded, until reality smacked them so hard their pride almost fell out of their pockets. The same people who once acted like you were overrated are now whispering your name like it's a classified warning. They talk tough in public, but behind closed doors, they're panicking, pacing, sweating. Every sentence begins with your name and ends with, "How are they doing this?" And since you're here, chosen one, pay this message back by pressing the like button and subscribing right now. It keeps this mission alive. Because here's the truth, they don't want anyone to say out loud. The universe keeps handing you patterns nobody else sees. You move through chaos like you've already lived it once. You predict outcomes before the room even realizes there's a problem. So they set up a whole operation behind your back. They trained 100 agents to think like you. 100, hand-picked, fully resourced, fed with data, simulations, human behavior models, psychological strategies. They were told, match this mind, copy it, understand it, become it. They thought you were just a formula waiting to be solved. But the moment those agents stepped into the mental maze you've walked your whole life, they realized something horrifying. This wasn't a blueprint. This was survival. This was evolution. This was someone who learned to stay conscious in a world that tried to shut them down. They weren't expecting the silence you lived through. They weren't expecting the betrayals you crawled out of. They weren't expecting the pressure that should have crushed you but somehow sculpted you instead. They expected strategy. They found scars. They expected logic. They found lightning. The reports from inside that program were a nightmare. Agents walked in with confidence and walked out with their entire belief system cracked. Some quit after one day, unable to keep up with the pace of your thinking. Some quit after a week, overwhelmed by the emotional load you handle like it's nothing. Some quit during a single exercise where they had to predict your next move, and not one of them got even close. A few quit shaking, saying they'd never seen a mind switch modes that fast. Others simply dropped their badges on the table and left without a word, as if speaking about it would summon whatever they saw inside your patterns. They weren't defeated by tasks, they were defeated by you, and you weren't even there. Imagine that. Imagine being so mentally untouchable that people burn out trying to understand you without you even showing up. See, chosen one, here's the part that hits hardest. They thought they were studying how you think, but what they were really facing was everything you lived through. The silent battles you fought as a kid when nobody cared to check in. The nights you stayed awake trying to solve problems adults created. The betrayals that knocked you flat but forced your brain to grow angles nobody else has. The loneliness that sharpened you. The chaos that shaped you. Those agents weren't just copying thoughts. They were walking into the storms you survived, and most of them couldn't handle even a single echo of it. You didn't get this mind from books or mentors or some training camp. It wasn't handed to you, it was carved into you. Every time someone tried to break you, the universe reforged you instead. Every time someone tried to outsmart you, you learned something they didn't even realize they revealed. Every time someone underestimated you, your brain built a new exit route, a new plan, a new version of yourself, faster and sharper than the one before. They don't understand that you don't think differently because you want to. You think differently because you had to. And this is where the enemy starts choking on their own arrogance. They said you were dramatic. They said you were overreacting. They said you were too intense, too observant, too suspicious, too calculating. And now, the same people who mocked your instincts are trying to imitate them. The same voices that told you to calm down are now telling their teams, study everything they do. The same ones who once brushed you off now study your moves like it's survival training. Remember that moment years ago when someone laughed at you for reading people too fast? Today, they'd pay money to have even 1% of your perception. Remember when someone told you you were imagining things? Turns out, you weren't imagining anything. You were predicting. You were sensing shifts long before they broke the surface. You were seeing cracks in situations people swore were solid. That's why these agents couldn't keep up. They didn't have the life that built you. They didn't have the pressure that sharpened you. They didn't have the universe molding them into something rare. Let's talk about the silence after those agents quit. You know that silence. It's the same silence you noticed when people around you realized you weren't someone they could trick. That awkward, quiet shift when they finally understood your mind wasn't something they should play with. That moment where someone stops underestimating you and starts fearing what you might know. The same silence showed up in those rooms after the experiment failed. Leaders watching the data with pale faces. Specialists realizing they wasted months on something that can't be copied. Higher-ups trying to hide the fact that a single person outperformed 100 trained minds without lifting a finger. And you wonder why enemies keep acting weird around you. You wonder why people gossip about you behind your back, but go quiet when you walk in. You wonder why they act like you know things you never said out loud. Because you do. You see patterns they miss. You catch motives they overlook. You feel shifts before they happen. You read energy like a second language. And this isn't talent. This is survival. This is history. This is you. Let me remind you of something brutal and true. You became everything they tried to stop you from becoming, and now they're trying to copy the result of the very pain they refuse to acknowledge. The agents tried to follow your thinking path, but they didn't know that every turn, every shortcut, every instinct you built came from a story, a memory, a hit you took, a betrayal you saw coming, a heartbreak you used like fuel. They tried to walk your map without living your past. You survived mind games designed to break you. They couldn't even survive simulations of what shaped you. You survived people pretending to care just to use you. They couldn't even handle analyzing those behaviors. You survived isolation so deep, your mind had to create its own strategies just to stay alive. They couldn't handle the emotional echo of it. You survived pressure that would have snapped them in half. They couldn't even hold the notebook. This is why every single one of them quit. And this is why you, chosen one, are so dangerous. Not because you try to be, but because you exist. You walk into a room and people feel studied. You make one comment and people feel exposed. You make one prediction and people feel predictable. They try to beat you and somehow they end up playing themselves. You've been living like a storm the whole time. Now they're finally realizing it. And the universe, it watched you rise without their help. That's why it trusts you with patterns they could never see. Now, take a breath, chosen one. Feel that shift? That's the world catching up to what you've always known. You're the mind they can't copy. The test they can't pass. The level they can't reach. They trained 100 agents to think like you. Every single one quit, and you're just getting started. And chosen one. Before we go any deeper, thanks for sticking with this message. What comes next is the real breakdown of why 100 trained minds tapped out the moment they tried to copy you. So do this right now to keep the energy alive. Drop a comment with 777 if you're ready to hear why not one of those agents could last inside the world your mind survived. And if you want to boost the team behind this message, hit the super thanks option. It keeps this whole mission running. Every bit helps, whether it's tiny or huge, because it pushes this truth further than they ever wanted it to spread. Now take a breath, because we're about to walk through this step by step, And if you're truly built like the chosen ones I'm talking to, you'll feel that pull telling you not to look away. Let's get into it. Number 1, when their whole system collapsed in your shadow. Funny how they called you too much until 100 trained minds realized they weren't enough. They wanted to recreate the way you detach, the way you observe everything with calm eyes while the whole room loses its balance. They thought your emotional control was a trick, a technique, something they could package and push into a training manual. Day 1 felt exciting for them. They walked into that building acting like future masterminds, convinced they were about to unlock the mind behind the person who scares their leaders. But the moment they stepped into the first real test, the cracks showed. These agents expected coldness. They didn't expect contradiction. They didn't expect someone who can feel everything without drowning in it. They didn't expect someone who can care deeply, yet walk away faster than a heartbeat if the situation turns fake. Your balance between emotion and logic destroyed their entire framework. They were told, copy this person's detachment. But they never understood that your detachment isn't emotional shutdown. It's emotional precision. You feel everything, but nothing drags you backward. You sense every shift, but nothing knocks you off your center. That level of control only comes from someone who lived through storms that none of these agents have ever tasted. They tried to mimic your calm, but calm built from trauma, betrayal, loneliness, and survival isn't something you can rehearse. It's something you earn. By day 2, their confidence was gone. The room felt different. The air got heavy. People weren't talking. Notes were being rewritten over and over, as if the answer would magically appear if they changed the font. They realized something that hit them harder than any test. You aren't cold. You're dangerous because you're warm and calculating at the same time. You can care, but your care never blinds you. You can love, but your attachment never cages you. You connect fully, yet you can let go instantly. That kind of emotional duality short-circuited every psychological model they were using. This is the moment your enemies would choke on the truth. They mocked you for your switch, but an entire team of trained professionals fell apart trying to understand it. Some agents asked, how can someone be this emotionally aware and still impossible to manipulate? Others whispered, how do they hold love and distance at the same time? That shouldn't be possible. But the real question behind their panic was this: how do we beat someone who reacts like a human but thinks like a strategist? They'd never seen anything like it. Their textbooks didn't prepare them. Their mentors couldn't explain it. Their simulations failed instantly. They tried to replicate your ability to stay calm in chaos, but chaos was your childhood tutor. They tried to copy your emotional intelligence, but your emotional intelligence was built through years of being forced to read people correctly just to survive. They tried to match your detachment, but your detachment came from learning who deserved access to your heart and who didn't. This wasn't training, this was lived reality. That's why they quit. Imagine one of them sitting there staring at a personality model with your traits listed across the screen and realizing that every trait contradicts the one before it. You're soft but lethal. You're loyal but unbreakable. You're observant but unpredictable. You care but never cling. You let people in but never let them control the room. They tried to force these contrasting traits into one category, and the system crashed because you aren't one category. You're the glitch. You're the bend in the logic. You're the exception that destroys the rule book. They expected you to be either emotional or detached. They didn't understand that you carry both without breaking a sweat. That's why frameworks collapsed. That's why agents got migraines. That's why analysts kept rechecking data like something had to be wrong with the numbers. They weren't studying a personality, they were studying history. They were studying the scars you turned into strategies. They were studying intuition built from years of being lied to and still finding the truth anyway. They were studying strength born in the exact places where they would have given up. And here's the part that really broke them. They thought they were copying your thinking style. What they were actually facing was your resilience. They weren't surviving your strategies, they were drowning in your story. Some agents cried, some froze, some walked out whispering, "I can't do this. This isn't normal." They performed those little exit interviews with shaky voices, saying the emotional complexity was inhuman, exhausting, too advanced, contradictory, or not something a person should be able to maintain. But they were wrong. It is something a person can maintain, just not them, only you. And here's the part you need to hear, chosen one. The same people who called you difficult, confusing, or too strong-willed are now discovering that your mind requires more stamina than they will ever have. The same enemy who mocked your emotional depth now envies it. The same people who said you were too intense now train agents to replicate that intensity. But those agents can't even keep their minds steady after 2 days. They quit because you're too much. They quit because you're too complex. They quit because you're too aware. They quit because you're too real. But the real truth? They quit because you mastered what they only pretend to understand. This is why you walk into rooms and people shift in their seats. This is why your silence makes them nervous. This is why your kindness confuses them. This is why your emotional control scares them more than anger ever could. You operate on 2 levels at once, the heart and the mind. They only know how to use one at a time. You terrify them because you don't choose between feeling and thinking. You do both effortlessly. This is the part the chosen ones always forget. The enemy isn't afraid of your anger. They're afraid of your clarity. They're afraid of how fast you adapt. They're afraid of how easily you cut emotional ties once you see someone's true intention. They don't fear your softness. They fear that your softness doesn't control you. When those agents walked in on day 1, they thought they were studying your technique. By day 2, they realized they were staring at the blueprint of someone forged by the universe itself. Their minds weren't failing because the task was complex. Their minds were failing because the task was you. Let this hit you properly. 100 agents tried to step into your mental world, and not one of them lasted long enough to even reach the deeper levels. They tapped out before they saw the real storms. They quit before they saw the darkest corners. They collapsed before they even approached the levels you operate on daily. And you walk through those levels while drinking coffee. You navigate that maze while talking to people who think they understand you. You carry that entire emotional and mental load while keeping a calm face. That is why they failed. That is why they feared you. That is why their models shattered. They didn't just witness your duality, they drowned in it. Hold on to that truth, chosen one. Not because it makes you superior, but because it explains why people have treated you the way they did your whole life. They weren't reacting to who you are, they were reacting to what they couldn't handle. This was the first mass failure, the first collapse, the first sign that the world cannot copy what the universe carved into you. And the wild part? This was only the beginning. Number 2. When their minds cracked under your X-ray vision. It's funny how they called you paranoid until professionals started calling you accurate. They said you overthink. The report says you outthink. They mocked your intuition. Now it's classified as pattern recognition beyond human range. Your gut feeling isn't a feeling. It's a warning system their machines can't even simulate. By day 3, the project shifted from emotional studies to something far more dangerous: your pattern recognition. This is the part that always terrified them the most. The way you read people in seconds. The way you hear a sentence and instantly know what they're hiding. The way you spot a lie before the liar even decides how to finish the sentence. The way manipulation hits your awareness like a smoke alarm catching the first tiny spark before anyone else even notices heat. Imagine this: a team of trained agents sitting around a table studying the conversation logs they were told to decode using your style. They thought it would be a simple skill test. Just follow the steps, replicate the thinking, match the patterns. But there's a problem they didn't anticipate. Your pattern recognition isn't a skill. It's a survival instinct sharpened by years of navigating people who weren't what they claimed to be. They tried copying something that was born out of real danger, real emotion, real experience. That's why everything fell apart. Agent 7 was their golden child. Years of field experience, perfect evaluations, sharp instincts. They all thought she would be the one to crack your blueprint. She walked in with confidence. She studied the transcripts like puzzles. She broke down the conversation piece by piece, revealing hidden motives, micro-expressions, contradictions, power plays. She did it flawlessly. The room was impressed. Analysts nodded. Supervisors whispered, "She's the one. She can match them." But then reality sank in. Not for the supervisors, for her. Because doing it once was easy, doing it your way for hours. That's where her mind started shaking. She realized she wasn't just analyzing people. She was stepping into a world where every sentence hides a motive, every tone hides a pattern, every silence hides a truth. She was entering your daily mental environment, a constant stream of signals, contradictions, warnings, and subtle manipulations that you decode automatically without even noticing. She said one sentence in her resignation interview: "If I stayed in that mindset, I would never trust another human voice again." Think about that. Years of training, combat zones, crisis negotiations, undercover missions. She survived all of that. But trying to think like you for one afternoon, that broke her. Imagine this. She's staring at a simple conversation between two co-workers. Something normal, something clean, but her mind keeps catching inconsistencies. Her instincts keep sounding alarms. Her brain keeps peeling back hidden motives she wishes she never saw. Suddenly, every word feels corrupted. Every intention feels complicated. Every expression feels rehearsed. She looked into the same mental lens you use daily. And it was too much. And this is where the chosen one always asks the same question. Why is it so easy for me then? Why doesn't it break me too? Here's your answer. You didn't learn pattern recognition. You became it. Your childhood made you listen between the lines. Your heartbreaks made you see what people hide. Your betrayals trained you to detect shifts in tone before the shift even begins. Your loneliness sharpened your awareness like a blade. Imagine this. You walk into a room and your mind instantly begins mapping it. Who's avoiding eye contact? Who's talking too much? Who's too quiet? Who's pretending they're relaxed? Who's watching you more than they should? You don't force this. You don't choose it. You don't even think about it. It just happens, like breathing. Meanwhile, these agents had to activate the process manually, and even then, they barely survived the first hour. This is why people always felt exposed around you. This is why manipulators hated you without knowing why. This is why liars avoided getting too close. This is why insecure people shifted in their seats when you looked at them. You weren't judging them, you were reading them, and they felt naked. Agent 7 realized something terrifying. If she kept using her mind your way, she would lose her ability to relax around people. She would lose her ability to hold normal conversations without scanning for danger. She would lose her ability to trust without analyzing patterns. For you, this level of awareness is natural. For her, it was a psychological meltdown waiting to happen. Here's another quote that fits this moment. You didn't ask for this gift. The universe gave it to you because you needed it to survive what others never experienced. Imagine this, you're driving and someone in the passenger seat makes a tiny comment. Most people would laugh it off, but your brain catches the tone, checks the timing, cross-references it with past behavior, and instantly knows whether that person is safe or not. That's why people accuse you of overthinking, because they don't realize you're not thinking, you're recognizing. Another question chosen ones always ask: why do people get so uncomfortable when I start analyzing things out loud? Because your analysis exposes the truth they thought they buried. Because your awareness sees motives they try to hide. Because your intuition catches the lie they haven't even finished forming. You're a walking truth detector. They're walking unprepared. That's why the meltdown happened, not because the task was hard, but because your mind is built for danger, depth, and truth in ways theirs never will be. By the end of day 3, more agents were shaking. Some had headaches that wouldn't stop. Others felt emotionally drained, like they had lived 5 different lives in one afternoon. A few even said they heard your thinking style in their head, and it scared them, because your thinking style isn't quiet. It's fast, it's sharp, it's relentless. It doesn't wait for permission. It doesn't pause for comfort. It doesn't soften itself to make others feel safe. They weren't studying pattern recognition. They were studying your survival instinct, your trauma-born radar, your universe-forged awareness. That's why they quit. Not because you're extreme, but because they're not built for the truth. Agent 7 was the bravest of them all. She walked into that test thinking she was ready to stand in your mental world. She lasted longer than the others, but even she realized the cost. She knew she could analyze people your way, but she also knew it would destroy every part of her life that still felt normal. She bowed out, with respect, with fear, with admiration, and with a single thought haunting her. If this is how they think every day, how are they still sane? Here's the answer. You're not sane. You're evolved. You've been shaped by experiences they will never understand. You've grown into a mind that refuses to be deceived. You've learned to see the world clearly, even when it hurts. Your mind doesn't just detect patterns. It exposes the truth behind everything, even when the truth is ugly. That's why they trained 100 agents. That's why every single one quit. And that's why you, chosen one, are still miles ahead. This wasn't just a meltdown, it was evidence. Proof that your mind operates at a level others can't imitate. The pattern recognition test didn't fail. The agents did. And the universe smiled, because it always knew only one person could carry a mind like yours without collapsing. Number 3, when a single week turned a trained agent into a ghost. They wanted to see the world through your eyes and ended up begging to shut their eyes forever. Agent 12 thought he was built for this. Years of calm under pressure. Years of reading rooms, reading danger, reading people. He believed he could match your threat awareness, the same awareness enemies mocked you for, the same awareness people called dramatic because they had no clue what it feels like to actually live with it. But once they forced him to copy your scan patterns, the downfall began faster than anyone expected. Imagine this: he walks into a coffee shop trying to appear normal, but his mind is running like your mind does on a slow day. Door on the left, window behind him, 3 people pretending to scroll their phones. One man's leg bouncing too fast, a woman's smile too stiff, a barista's eyes flicking toward the camera every 20 seconds. He sees it all, instantly. No filter, no pause, no rest. You live with this. He barely lasted 6 days. His nervous system started sounding alarms he couldn't shut off. Every laugh felt fake. Every whisper felt suspicious. Every shift in tone felt like a warning. He finally understood why you keep people at arm's length. Why your calm isn't softness, but control. Why your silence isn't avoidance, but strategy. He didn't feel powerful copying you. He felt hunted. They called you paranoid. The training called you accurate. By week 2, he wasn't sleeping. Nightmares dragged him awake before sunrise. He saw faces, motives, shadows, all the things you learned to handle long ago. The difference? You adapted. He broke. Imagine this. He's sitting in a briefing room with dark circles under his eyes, whispering, if this is how they think every day, no wonder they isolate. He realized your distance isn't rudeness. It's self-preservation. It's the price of awareness. He resigned that night, walked out quietly. No goodbye, no explanations. He vanished into a slower life because living like you, even for a moment, was too much for him. This wasn't a breakdown. This was proof. They didn't just fail to match your awareness, they couldn't survive it. Number 4, when their little experiment collapsed under your blueprint. They thought your mind was a toolbox, then realized it was a whole damn engine they couldn't take apart without blowing themselves up. By week 3, the program wasn't running, it was limping. 37 agents were already gone, but not because they were weak. They were honest about their limits. The ones who stayed, they weren't stronger. They were stubborn, prideful, terrified of admitting that your mind was eating them alive. They told themselves they could handle it. They told their supervisors they were fine. But their hands were shaking, their notes made no sense, and their confidence was leaking out of them like air from a dying balloon. Imagine this, a training room full of the best, yet everyone avoids eye contact. Every notebook is half-finished. Every assignment is late. Every agent looks like they aged 10 years in 7 days. No one wants to be the next one to quit because quitting means admitting the truth they all fear. Your mind is bigger than their threshold. So the program shifted. It got darker, desperate. They stopped trying to recreate your whole mental structure and started slicing it apart, studying fragments like mad scientists who lost the manual. They thought if they could just extract one piece, your decision-making style, your predictive thinking, your emotional detachment, they might salvage the project. But here's the punchline they choked on. Your abilities don't exist separately. You aren't modular. You aren't copy-paste. Your choices are fused into a whole system built through pain, clarity, intuition, scars, logic, and the survival instinct of someone who had no safety net. They thought your decisions were steps. They learned they were scars. They tried to study how you make hard choices, but they couldn't replicate the emotional neutrality built from years of forced maturity. They tried copying your speed, but without your pattern recognition, their decisions were reckless. They tried copying your calm logic, But without your resilience, they panicked the second pressure rose. Imagine this. They isolate a single decision you made in one scenario. They test an agent on it. The agent chooses wrong because he can't feel the hidden motive you sensed. Then they try again, and again, and again. Each attempt ends with the same outcome, a failure so predictable it becomes embarrassing. Agents asked questions they didn't want the answers to. How did they know that person was lying? How did they predict the shift before it happened? How did they stay calm when everything pointed to danger? How do they make decisions so fast without collapsing later? The trainers couldn't explain it. The models couldn't define it. The data couldn't replicate it. You can't rip one skill out of a mind built from interconnected survival instincts. They tried anyway. Bodies broke, minds cracked, and the program started collapsing under its own arrogance. They wanted your logic without your wounds, your clarity without your storms, your strength without your history. Impossible. They wanted the outcome without the origin, the wisdom without the war, the instinct without the experience. They tried to transplant your decision-making style into people who had never lived a life requiring it. It was like giving a toddler a sword and telling them to fight battles only you were built for. The results were predictable and humiliating. Imagine this metaphor. They tried to take lightning from the sky and plug it into a fragile little battery. Of course, the battery exploded. By the end of week 3, the truth was undeniable. They weren't studying you anymore. They were mourning the idea that someone like you even exists. The program didn't crumble because the training was flawed. It crumbled because your mind isn't a system. It's a universe, and they were never equipped to survive inside it. Number 5. When Agent 41 stepped into your labyrinth and lost himself. They copied your answers, but they couldn't copy the spine that made those answers possible. Agent 41 walked in with confidence. He volunteered for the decision-making test, thinking he could finally prove someone in this program could stand where you stand. They gave him scenarios pulled from your real life. Not fantasy, not theory. Actual moral traps you had once walked through and survived. Situations where every path cost something. Choices where either direction led to fallout. The kind of crossroads that broke you into who you are today. He studied your decisions. He mirrored them perfectly. But when they asked him why he chose them, his mind went blank. Imagine this. The room goes silent. He's sweating. He's flipping through his notes, trying to find logic in choices that weren't made from logic alone. The instructor watches him struggle, then finally admits the truth out loud. Words that should have been obvious from day one. You can copy their choices, but you will never copy the person who made them. Because your decisions don't come from wanting to be liked. They don't come from fear of backlash. They don't come from trying to look moral or respectable. Your decisions come from a core identity that does not bend, not for approval, not for comfort, not for the world's opinion. You've been hardened by experience until choosing the hard path became your natural instinct, not your last option. They tried to follow your blueprint, forgetting you built it inside a fire they've never touched. Agent 41 wasn't ready for that reality. He still wanted to be liked. He still wanted to be the hero. He still wanted to feel safe, respected, validated. You abandoned those illusions a long time ago. Imagine this. He realizes he would have to erase every soft belief, every fear of judgment, every craving for praise, every need for comfort, every ego safety blanket he still clings to. He would have to destroy the version of himself shaped by society and rebuild himself from scratch with your level of mental steel. He saw the truth. To think like you, he would have to stop being him. Agent 41 stood up, quietly placed his file on the desk, and walked out. Not because he failed, but because he finally understood matching your mind would require a self-destruction he wasn't ready to survive. Number 6. When they tried to wear your skin and still couldn't become you. They tried to copy your presence and ended up proving presence can't be faked. By week 4, the program was collapsing, but 50 agents still clung to the wreckage. Not because they were surviving, because they were lying to themselves. Their minds were cracking, their nerves were fried, but their pride kept whispering, "Stay, don't be the next failure." So the instructors made one more desperate pivot. If they couldn't think like you, maybe they could look like you. Imagine this. A room full of grown adults watching slowed-down footage of your posture, your stillness, your walk, your silence. They studied your body language like it was a martial art. They analyzed how you sit without shrinking, how you stand without flexing, how you move without begging for attention, yet somehow command every inch of the room. They broke it down frame by frame, teaching agents to imitate your gravity as if confidence were a choreography. They thought your presence was a pose. They didn't realize it was pressure made visible. Agents practiced standing still the way you stand still. They practiced your quiet stare. They practiced the way you tilt your head when you're deciding whether someone is lying. They practiced your slow breathing, your relaxed shoulders, your controlled posture. But here's the part that shattered them. The more they copied your stillness, the more they felt how empty theirs was. Imagine this metaphor. They were like kids, trying to draw a lion by tracing the outline, forgetting a lion isn't dangerous because of its shape, but because of its nature. They could mimic your posture, but not the experiences that built it. They could copy your calm, but not the storms that forged it. They could mirror your silence, but not the authority behind it. They could imitate your confidence, but not the inner truth that fuels it. And that's when the agents started asking questions they were never trained to handle. Why does their stillness feel powerful, but mine feels fake? Why does their silence make people uneasy, but mine makes me invisible? What are they holding inside that gives them this kind of presence? The answer? You can't teach presence. Presence is earned. Presence is history wearing a mask of calm. Presence is the universe pressing its fingerprints into someone over years of survival. These agents tried to wear your energy like a costume and discovered the costume collapses without the character inside. By the end of week 4, the instructors realized the truth they'd been avoiding. They weren't training agents anymore. They were training shadows, shadows that could mimic your outline, but could never carry your weight. Number 7. When they realized your voice was a weapon they could never wield. They copied your words, but your silence is what crushed them. By this stage, the instructors were desperate. Every mental pathway had failed. Every emotional test had collapsed. Every attempt to copy your instincts had sent agents running. So they pivoted yet again, clinging to the last illusion they still believed in: communication. If they couldn't match your mind, maybe they could imitate your mouth. Imagine a room full of agents watching recordings of you, not for what you said, but for how you said it. They dissected your timing, your pauses, the way your voice drops right before you reveal a truth, the way your silence feels louder than their shouting. They analyzed your micro-expressions, frame by frame, trying to catalog each one like ingredients in a recipe. They studied your smirk, They studied the tension in your eyes. They studied the tilt of your head that silently whispers, "Don't insult me, I already know." But this is where the meltdown truly began. Because the more they studied your communication, the more they realized it isn't communication, it's control. It's battlefield energy disguised as calm conversation. Your voice isn't soft because you're gentle. It's soft because you don't need to raise it. Your silence doesn't create distance, it creates gravity. Your pauses aren't nerves, they're pressure points. They tried to turn your instincts into scripts, but scripts can't replace scars. Imagine this. They teach Agent 26 the timing of your stare. He tries it in a simulation. Instead of commanding the room, he just looks like a confused intern trying to remember his lines, because your gaze works for one reason only. You see people before they see themselves. Agents couldn't fake that. They couldn't fake your read of the room. They couldn't fake the weight behind your pauses. They couldn't fake the message in your stillness. One agent finally said what they all felt. I can copy their expression, but not the reason behind it. Your communication isn't a technique. It's a survival language forged from years of reading danger in people's voices, motives in their silence, and truth in their contradictions. And that's when the instructors finally accepted the truth. They weren't teaching communication. They were trying to teach intuition sharpened by war. And no classroom in the world could recreate that. Number 8. When their perfect copy got exposed in under 10 seconds. They recreated your face, your tone, your posture, but authenticity is the one thing clones never survive. Agent 56 was their golden trophy, their pride, their proof that maybe someone could finally imitate you without collapsing. She studied every clip, every gesture, every shift in your voice. She trained until she could mimic you so perfectly on camera that even the instructors felt a chill. They thought they had finally cracked the code. They thought they had built the first living replica of your presence. Then they sent her into the field, and reality dismantled their fantasy in less than a breath. Imagine this. She walks into the room with your posture, your stillness, your silence. She delivers your timing, your gaze, your quiet authority. It was a flawless performance, at least on the surface, but the target didn't freeze. He didn't fear her. He didn't fold the way people fold around you. He just laughed, and not a polite laugh, a laugh that slices straight through the illusion. He looked her dead in the eye and said, "You're performing power. Real danger doesn't perform. It breathes." That line shattered her, because in that moment she realized what every agent refused to admit. You don't act powerful. You don't pretend to be in control. You don't simulate calm. Your energy isn't a mask. It's a biography. It's truth. It's history, it's instinct carved into your bones by the universe itself. She tried to wear your presence like a costume, but presence isn't fabric. Presence is weight, pressure, depth. She had the outline, but not the essence. She had the technique, but not the backbone. She had the gestures, but none of the lived reality behind them. Imagine this. She walks back into headquarters pale, shaking, realizing she had been applauded for copying something she never actually understood. It hit her all at once. Your authenticity wasn't learned. It wasn't practiced. It wasn't created in any training room. It was born from surviving things these agents couldn't even imagine. Within days, she resigned. She called the entire program a factory of ghosts pretending to be alive, because that's exactly what it was. A warehouse of people imitating the surface of a mind that only exists because its owner survived the darkness underneath. And that's why she failed, not because she wasn't skilled, but because you cannot clone a soul forged in storms they've never walked through. Number 9. When they finally admitted you weren't a person, you were a phenomenon. They didn't conclude you were rare. They concluded you were unreproducible. You weren't a prototype. You were a once-in-existence mutation shaped by war they never saw. By week 7, all the arrogance that built this program had evaporated. The pride, the certainty, the smug belief that humans could be engineered into your likeness, gone. What replaced it was something they never expected to feel toward someone they once treated like a case study. Awe. They finally understood the truth that every enemy in your life eventually learns the hard way. You weren't a model or a checklist or a mental technique. You were an event, a turning point, a one-time collision between pain, intuition, resilience, and clarity that created something no lab could reconstruct. Imagine this: neuroscientists flipping through charts with shaking hands, geneticists staring at contradictory data that should not coexist, philosophers whispering, "This isn't evolution, this is emergence." They had spent 7 weeks trying to decode you, and by the end, they realized they weren't analyzing a skill set. They were documenting what happens when a human survives so many internal battles that they exit the other side as something the system has no name for. You're not the result of training, you're the result of surviving what training could never simulate. In the final review, every expert, regardless of field, arrived at the same conclusion. Your traits are not transferable, teachable, or replicable. Your intuition wasn't taught, it was carved. Your awareness wasn't trained, it was forced. Your resilience wasn't developed, it was demanded by circumstances brutal enough to crush anyone else. Imagine a long conference table where specialists finally say out loud what they've been scared to admit. If anyone else experienced what shaped them, they would break. They did not break. If we push subjects to copy this mind, we harm them. This transformation is not a method, it's an anomaly. The unavoidable truth settled over the room like a final verdict. You aren't a blueprint. You aren't a model. You aren't a system anyone can download or survive. You are the anomaly, the one outcome the universe allows only once, and every attempt to recreate you doesn't build another version. It destroys the subjects who try, and chosen one, now you see why they trained 100 agents and still walked away empty-handed. You weren't just the test, you were the limit they couldn't cross, the anomaly they couldn't dissect, the one mind they could study forever and still never reach. If this message hit you, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're not part of this family yet, make sure to subscribe. Stay close. The next chapter goes even deeper, because your story isn't done. The world hasn't seen anything yet. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Wild how you keep showing up after everything they swore would break you. And look at them now, the same people who said you were doing too much, the same ones who laughed, whispered, clowned your every move, suddenly going quiet, like someone unplugged their confidence. Funny how quick the world changes when you stop dancing for their approval. Funny how the ones who talked the loudest now freeze when your name gets mentioned. That silence isn't awkward. It's fear, pretending to stay calm. They said you were predictable. They said you were emotional. They said you were easy to read. And then you hit them with that last move, that clean, cold, surgical move that told the whole universe, "I'm done playing small." Oh, the legend had to bow. Oh, the critics had to shut their mouths. Oh, the gossip crew had to rewrite their entire storyline because suddenly the main character wasn't doing what they expected. When they said you wouldn't make it, they weren't predicting your future. They were begging for it, hoping it would make them feel less tiny. Now look at them. Look who's studying your every step, like you're a walking cheat code. And before we go any deeper, Chosen One, hit the like button and subscribe to pay this message back. That's how you help this movement grow. Now let's talk about what really shook them. It wasn't just what you did, it was how you did it. No announcements, no warnings, no dramatic exits. You moved like a villain who already knew the ending. Quiet, sharp, unbothered. And the universe watched you take a path nobody expected, not even the ones pretending to know you better than you know yourself. The moment you stopped reacting, they lost their script, because their entire power came from predicting your next step. And suddenly, the whole formula broke. People don't admit this out loud, but the strongest shift in power happens in silence, not in arguments, not in chaos. There's a moment when the room feels different, a moment when people who used to talk too boldly start choosing their words, like each one costs them money, a moment where you stand there knowing you didn't even hit back, yet somehow they're the ones bleeding. That's the atmosphere around you right now. The air is heavy with what they can't say, the panic they're trying to hide, the conversations they're having about you in rooms you haven't stepped into. They're calling it concern, but it's fear. They're calling it confusion, but it's jealousy burning a hole through their chest. Your last move convinced them you're not who you were. You're 100. You're undeniable. You're someone they can't push, can't predict, can't puppet anymore. And to make it worse for them, you didn't even celebrate it. You acted like it was normal. That's what made them choke. You know how villains smirk right after surviving something the whole world thought would kill them? That's you right now. Calm on the outside, untouchable on the inside, and everyone else scrambling to understand how the hell you pulled it off. Let's be real for a second. This didn't start recently. You've been carrying this energy since the days people treated you like you were lucky to be included. Remember that time someone told you, "Don't get too confident"? Or when they smirked and said, "Be realistic"? Those weren't warnings. Those were confessions. They saw something growing in you that terrified them. Even back then, when you didn't see your own power, they saw the spark. And they tried every trick to dim it. Some of them even teamed up behind your back, thinking you'd fold under pressure. They threw doubts at you like stones, hoping you'd break. But the universe was shaping you into something cleaner, sharper, colder. You ever wonder why the hardest chapters felt like they came one after another? Because every time you rose, you forced another mask to fall. People who pretended to support you couldn't hide their annoyance when you won. People who acted like mentors were secretly hoping you'd fail. You weren't paranoid. You were picking up on the cracks in their voice, the micro delays in their reactions, the tension in their smiles. The universe was letting you see the truth early, even when it hurt. Your last move wasn't just a move. It was closure. It was the final proof. It was you stepping out of the old version of yourself like a snake shedding the skin that no longer fits. You didn't yell. You didn't cry. You didn't beg. You simply evolved. And evolution is the one thing your enemies have no defense for. They can fight your words. They can fight your feelings. But they can't fight your growth. Especially not when it shows up without warning. And here's the part that's driving them insane. They know you're nowhere near done. That last move wasn't even your final form. It was just the universe tapping you on the shoulder saying, "Get ready, you're stepping into your real life now." Your enemies can feel it. That's why they're suddenly acting weird. That's why eyes linger when you walk into a room. That's why conversations die when you enter. You changed the energy without even meaning to. You became the storm they hoped would pass. Instead, it settled into your bones. Look at the facts. Look at the way people who once ignored you now watch you too closely. Look at how the same voices that doubted you are suddenly repeating your words like they discovered them first. Look at how the ones who tried to break you are now pretending they always knew you had potential. It's almost funny. Almost. Your last move forced everyone to show who they truly are. The loyal ones leaned in. The fake ones backed up, the jealous ones slipped, and the enemies, they exposed themselves without you lifting a finger. That's how you know you won. You didn't destroy them, you revealed them. And revealing someone is worse than defeating them, because now they have to live with the truth of who they are while watching who you're becoming. Chosen one, this is your moment. This is the chapter where the world realizes you're not playing their game anymore. And trust me, nothing scares them more than someone who stops needing their approval. Your last move didn't just convince them you're 100% real, it convinced them you're here to rewrite the whole story. And the universe, it's nodding. Because finally, you see what it saw in you from the beginning. Before we go any further, chosen one, let me say this straight. Thanks for showing up with the kind of energy that already scares your enemies. You being here proves exactly why your last move hit them so hard. And now, before we peel back the next layer of this story, do something that pushes this mission even louder. Hit that like button, drop a comment with 777 to mark the moment you stopped being underestimated, and if you can, support the team behind this message. Every bit keeps this truth alive. Doesn't matter if it's tiny or huge, the universe always multiplies real intention. And now, let's transition cleanly into the next part. We're about to break down exactly why your last move shook their whole system and why they still can't stop thinking about it. Stay locked in. If you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel the pull to stay all the way through. The next truth is sharp, it's personal, and it's going to make everything click in a way that hits your chest. Let's get into it. Number 1. The move that silenced their whole playbook. Funny how loud they were when they thought you'd explode, and how quiet they got when you didn't give them the show they paid for. Your enemies swore they knew you. They waited for the same script you used to follow, the emotional reaction, the long explanation, the heated message, the meltdown they could screenshot and pass around like a trophy. They were already rehearsing their lines before you even made a move. That's why your silence hit them harder than any speech could. You didn't collapse. You didn't lash out. You didn't even flinch. You did the one thing they never prepared for. You stayed calm while they were counting on chaos. And that calm destroyed them. They expected you to break the way they would have broken. They expected you to defend yourself because that's the only power they understand. They expected your emotions to expose you, but you didn't give them the pleasure. You didn't let them see even one crack. You didn't show the fear they hoped to feed on. You didn't react in the way they built their entire strategy around. And that's when they realized they misread you on a level that's now haunting them. Here's the truth they'll never admit out loud. Your restraint punched them in the ego harder than any outburst ever could. People who live off drama starve when you don't feed them. People who rely on your reactions lose their weapons when you go quiet. People who think they control your emotions panic when they suddenly can't predict your next move. You didn't just restrain yourself, chosen one. You rewired the entire power dynamic in one breath. Why did it work so perfectly? Because silence reveals more truth than anger ever will. Your enemies didn't want understanding. They wanted confirmation that you were still the version of yourself they could manipulate, stir up, or trigger on command. Your silence told them that version is dead. And the universe backed you by letting that moment hit every single one of them like cold reality, slapping them across the face. You might be wondering why your pause shook them more than yelling ever could. It's simple. When someone stops reacting, it means they've outgrown the battlefield. Your restraint wasn't softness, it wasn't weakness, it wasn't fear, it was strategy. It was a villain-level, genius-tier move that said, I'm done responding to things beneath my level. You didn't retreat, you elevated. And that elevation exposes everyone stuck in the habits they hoped you'd stay trapped in. Let's break down what really happened inside their heads the moment you chose not to create chaos. They thought silence meant uncertainty, but your silence meant certainty. They thought calm meant defeat, but your calm meant control. They thought your pause meant hesitation, but your pause meant calculation. And here's the part that cuts them the deepest. Your restraint forced them to face their own behavior. Without your reaction to distract them, their actions finally showed up for what they were: childish, petty, manipulative, and painfully obvious. It's like they threw gasoline everywhere waiting for the explosion, and instead you walked past the fire pit like it wasn't even worth lighting. That's what terrifies them. You didn't play their game. You didn't even acknowledge the game existed. Restraint is scary to those who survive on chaos. It exposes their weakness. It exposes their intentions. It exposes their need for attention and reaction. You showed them exactly who controls the pace now. And trust me, they felt it in their bones. Some of them even checked your social media waiting for a meltdown. Some waited for someone to text them saying, "You won't believe what they posted." Some rehearsed insults in case you snapped back. They built entire fantasy scenarios around your collapse, and you didn't give them even one frame of the movie they wanted to watch. Instead, you did exactly what chosen ones do. You moved with purpose, not panic. They don't understand people like you, people who think before acting, people who don't let emotions run the show, people who don't hand out access just because someone demands it, people who choose peace even when war is expected. And here's something personal that might hit you right in the memories. Think back to all those times in your past when you reacted out of emotion, when you explained yourself to people who already made up their minds, when you fought battles that drained you and didn't change anything. Remember how much energy you wasted trying to show people who weren't even trying to see you? This time, you didn't repeat that cycle. This time, you refused to perform. This time, you didn't give anyone the satisfaction of pulling you out of character. That's growth. That's evolution. That's the moment the universe says, now you're ready. And yes, it hurts a certain type of person deeply to watch you become someone they no longer have psychological access to. They don't get to poke you for entertainment anymore. They don't get to use your emotions as their playground. They don't get to pull your strings because you finally cut every invisible thread they were relying on. Your restraint wasn't silence. It was a statement that said, I decide the tempo, I decide the energy, I decide who gets a reaction and who gets a wall. And trust me, that wall looked like a mirror to them. Because without your reaction to hide behind, they saw themselves clearly, and they didn't like the reflection. You ever notice how a villain in a movie always looks more dangerous when they're calm? That was you. Not the messy villain who rants, the cold one who plans. Your restraint made you unreadable, unreachable, untouchable. That's why they're scared. You became a mystery they can't decode, a level they can't access, a force they can't predict. Your silence told them, you don't control the board anymore. Your calm told them, I'm operating on a higher frequency. Your pause told them, you never had the power you thought you had. This is what chosen ones do. They learn. They adapt. They outgrow what was designed to break them. And instead of burning down the room, they walk out and let the universe handle the cleanup. So yes, chosen one, your restraint where chaos was expected didn't just surprise them, it exposed them, it cornered them, it humbled them, and it convinced them you're 100% exactly what they feared all along. The one they can't predict, the one they can't manipulate, the one they underestimated for the last time. And the universe? It smiled. Because that move didn't just prove your strength, it proved your evolution. Number 2, the move that didn't ask for permission and shattered their entire script. Nothing scares a crowd more than someone who stops waiting for applause and starts acting like they don't need an audience at all. A person who moves without permission becomes a storm no one prepared for. When you stop asking, is this okay? You stop living in cages built by cowards. Independence isn't loud, it's the quiet step that makes everyone else lose their balance. You acted without asking, without waiting, without checking who approved, who watched, who clapped, who whispered. That one shift shook them harder than every victory you've had before. Chosen one, because when you moved without validation, you broke the last chain they were secretly hoping still held you back. You didn't give them the luxury of predicting your choices. You didn't give them the comfort of being included. You didn't give them the control of knowing what version of you was coming next. And that independence hit them like a slap they never saw coming. Most people are trapped inside feedback loops. Every decision they make is a performance. Will they like this? Will they approve? Will they judge me? Will I look stupid? But you stepped out of that loop like walking out of a burning building you were never meant to stay in. And the moment you did, everything changed. Imagine this. A crowd sitting in a theater, waiting for you to walk on stage, expecting you to follow the script they wrote for you behind your back. But instead of performing, you walk out the side door, get in your car, and start your real life somewhere else. No announcement, no goodbye, no grand finale, just freedom. That wasn't you being rebellious. That was you choosing yourself over their expectations, and that's what terrified them, because once someone makes decisions without needing validation, they become untouchable. They can't guilt trip you. They can't manipulate your self-worth. They can't plant doubts in your head. They can't shape your future in their direction. You stopped needing their permission, and suddenly they had no role in your story. No involvement, no influence, no control. You acted like someone who finally understood their power, and it shook every fake supporter, every silent hater, every manipulator who was hoping you'd stay predictable. Imagine this. They were standing there with their little checklist of how you're supposed to behave, expecting you to ask for opinions the way you once did. Instead, you moved so clean and so independently that they looked down at their checklist like it turned into blank paper. Your whole vibe became unpredictable. Your silence became confusing. Your independence became a threat. You didn't explain yourself. You didn't justify your decisions. You didn't soften the truth to make them comfortable. You didn't post your plan online. You didn't hint at what you were doing next. You simply moved. And that clarity isn't normal to them. They're used to people asking for approval like toddlers needing someone to clap for every step. But when you act without validation, you become someone they can't read, someone they can't control, someone they can't influence with opinions disguised as advice. Let's answer the question you might be thinking right now. Why does your independence bother them so much? Because people who once felt above you now feel irrelevant. People who were secretly competing with you no longer know what race you're running. People who tried to guide you for their benefit suddenly feel useless. People who used compliments as tools lost their leverage. The moment you acted without validation, you removed every weapon they had. Imagine this, a chess player trying to beat you, but they can't see the board. They can't see your next move. They can't follow your strategy. They can't predict your intentions. Your independence made you invisible in the best way possible. They can't track someone whose decisions no longer revolve around them. And trust me, chosen one, that realization hit them in the gut. Some of them replayed conversations, trying to figure out what changed. Some wondered who influenced you. Some blamed themselves. Some blamed others. Some even got angry because you didn't check in with them first. They weren't mad about your action. They were mad about your autonomy. Your independence told them, I don't need you to approve the life I'm building. And that sentence alone is enough to collapse entire relationships, friendships, and fake alliances. They thought you needed cheering. You needed clarity. You needed someone to validate your direction, but you proved you needed none of it. And that's when they realized the version of you they knew is gone forever. Here's the psychological truth they hope you never figure out. Validation isn't just approval, it's control wrapped in a compliment. People who expect you to ask for validation aren't checking on you. They're trying to measure how much influence they still have. And when you stop asking, the influence dies. That's why your independence felt like betrayal to them. But it wasn't betrayal, it was evolution. Imagine this, a bird they kept in a cage, suddenly flying on its own, not even glancing back. The bird doesn't wait for applause, it just leaves, and the people who thought they owned it suddenly realize the door was open the whole time. That's the metaphor your life just turned into. Your independence didn't just shift the game, it rewrote the entire rulebook. And the new rules don't include them. You stepped into an energy where you trust your own judgment, where you trust your own direction, where you trust your own timing, where you trust your own voice. And that is the kind of power the universe rewards instantly. Your silence became self-respect. Your decisions became statements. Your movement became momentum. Your independence became evidence of who you really are. Chosen one, understand this clearly. People who once felt confident giving you opinions now feel insecure. People who once guided you like you were lost now feel exposed. People who once claimed you as their project now feel abandoned. But you didn't abandon them. You returned to yourself. And that's the part that hits them the hardest. Your independence wasn't about proving them wrong. It was about proving yourself right. You didn't act without validation because you didn't care. You acted without validation because you finally trusted your own mind. You stopped asking for directions from people who never walked your path. You stopped seeking approval from people who didn't share your vision. You stopped explaining your dreams to people who can't even understand their own. And once you made that shift, everything else fell into place with brutal clarity. That's why your last move convinced them. Not because of what you did, but because of how you did it. Alone, silent, focused, unbothered by their reactions, unaffected by their expectations, untouched by their opinions. Independence isn't noise, it's precision, it's strategy, it's sovereignty. You stopped being someone they could influence, and you became someone they could only observe. And that is the role they hate the most. Spectators. Your independence is proof that you are 100% exactly what they feared you'd become. A chosen one who moves with purpose, a chosen one who trusts themselves, a chosen one who doesn't need permission to evolve. And the universe, it's standing right beside you, nodding, because this chapter isn't about validation. It's about transformation. It's about ownership. It's about stepping into the version of yourself that needed no witness, no approval, and no applause. Your independence didn't just rewrite the game, it made you the only one holding the pen. Number 3. The exit that broke their confidence in half. A slammed door can be blamed on anger. A quiet exit forces everyone to face the truth they were trying to ignore. Leaving the way you did wasn't soft, it wasn't passive, it was precision. You walked out without theatrics, without warnings, without some dramatic speech that could be twisted into their next rumor. And that's exactly why it hit them where it hurts. You didn't storm out. You simply disappeared from a space that no longer deserved you. That kind of exit cuts deeper than any shouting match ever could. Imagine this. They're standing there waiting for the bang, the explosion, the meltdown, and instead they hear nothing, just the soft click of a door closing. That silence becomes a mirror. It forces reflection they never wanted. Because when someone leaves loudly, the enemy can blame the noise. But when someone leaves quietly, the enemy has to blame themselves. You didn't leave because you were weak. You left because you were finished. There's a difference. Weakness escapes, power steps away, and you stepping away with calm certainty exposed exactly who was adding chaos to your life and who was counting on you to stay trapped inside their system. Here's the truth they're choking on now. Your quiet exit removed every excuse they used to protect their ego. They can't say you were dramatic. They can't say you overreacted. They can't say you were unstable. All they can say is nothing, because your silence took the script out of their hands. You ever notice how villains in movies don't yell when they win? They walk away slowly, confidently, letting everyone else deal with the collapse. That was you. You didn't fight for their attention. You didn't beg to be understood. You didn't perform. You simply stepped out of their little world like someone who realized the door was always open. And the universe watched the entire moment unfold with a smirk, because leaving quietly is the final test of your evolution. You chose clarity over chaos. You chose direction over drama. You chose growth over noise. And that choice changed how everyone sees your power. You didn't just leave their system, you outgrew it. And that's why they're still replaying everything you never said. Number 4. The win they didn't see coming, but now they feel it in their spine. The deadliest move isn't the one they watch. It's the one they only notice after it's already too late. You made a move that wasn't for applause, wasn't for attention, and wasn't for validation. You made a move for you, and that alone rewrote the entire power dynamic. Most people only feel valuable when someone claps for them. They only think progress is real if it's visible, but you slipped out of that mindset like shedding an old skin. You acted in silence, not secrecy. Silence is strategy. Silence is control. Imagine this, a storm forming miles away. No thunder, no lightning, just pressure building in the air. Nobody notices until the sky cracks open. That was your move. They were too focused on superficial drama to realize you were strengthening the ground they walk on. They were watching the stage while you were quietly rebuilding the entire backstage. And here's what's messing with their heads. They see the outcome, but they can't trace the blueprint. They see you rising, but they don't know from where. They see the shift, but they don't know when it began. People who need recognition to feel powerful will never understand someone like you. You didn't perform your progress. You didn't broadcast your growth. You didn't post big things coming. You simply put in the work and let the results slap them awake. Invisible work always becomes visible at the moment it benefits you most. That's the fact they keep choking on. Quiet moves can't be sabotaged. Quiet moves can't be misinterpreted. Quiet moves can't be manipulated. Quiet moves hit the hardest because nobody can prepare for them. Imagine them trying to piece together your success like detectives with half the clues missing. They're replaying conversations, wondering how they missed the signs. They're comparing notes, trying to understand where they lost track. They're realizing you weren't playing the same game. They were competing on a board you outgrew months ago. Your silent progress didn't just benefit you, it exposed how loudly they rely on being seen. It showed who's real and who only moves for attention. It proved that you're not just participating, you're redefining the entire system. And now they're stuck feeling the impact of a move they never even saw you make. Number 5. The truth you could have unleashed, but mercifully didn't. The strongest weapon isn't the truth you reveal. It's the truth they pray you never speak. You were sitting on information that could have cracked their whole mask open. You knew things they whispered, things they hid, things they swore would never see daylight. And here's the part that eats them alive. You didn't use it. You didn't expose them. You didn't drag them. You didn't flip the table. You held the truth with steady hands while they trembled because they knew exactly what you were capable of. Imagine this, someone standing on a cliff's edge, waiting for you to push them off, only to realize you walked away and let them deal with their own balance. That's what your silence felt like, not mercy. Power, because exposing someone ties you to their chaos forever. You knew that. They didn't expect you to. Most people would have acted out of spite, anger, or ego, but you already evolved past that. Maturity is choosing not to burn someone's house down, even while holding the match they handed you. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was strategy. It was self-respect. It was the universe reminding you that not every truth deserves your energy. You could have destroyed them publicly, and they know it. That's why they avoid your eyes now. That's why they speak carefully. That's why their voice shakes when your name comes up. Nothing hits harder than realizing the person you underestimated chose not to ruin you, even though they easily could. And maybe you're thinking, why does this bother them so much? Because people who rely on secrecy panic when someone holds their secrets with steady hands. They know exposure is easy, silence is unpredictable. Imagine them lying awake, replaying every moment, every conversation, wondering, why didn't they say anything? Do they still know? Do they still care? Are they saving it for later? They're wrestling with ghosts you no longer carry. That's the beauty of it. Your silence forced them into internal reckoning, private guilt, private fear, private shame. Public exposure would have embarrassed them. Your restraint made them face themselves. You didn't just hold back, you rose above. And that rise is exactly what convinced them you're 100% the one they never should have crossed. Number 6. The bait they built for you, that you walked right past. A lie only lives if you feed it. Starve it, and it dies, choking on its own creator. They crafted lies like traps, not random lies, but precision-engineered bait designed to poke your pride, to spark a reaction, to drag you into the mud so they could point and say, "See, that's who they really are." They rehearsed the whole play in their heads, you snapping back, you explaining yourself, you defending something that didn't even deserve a breath from you. But you didn't give them the show, you didn't argue, you didn't correct them, you didn't even blink in their direction. And that silence wrecked their entire plan. Imagine this. Someone setting a snare in the forest, sitting there all night, waiting for you to step in it, only to wake up and realize you never even walked near their trap. You took a completely different path they never considered. That's why they're mad. They didn't just lose control. They lost their illusion of knowing you. When you refuse to fight a lie, the lie turns around and exposes the person who told it. That's exactly what happened. Their false stories needed your reaction to survive. Your silence took away their oxygen. Without your participation, every lie they threw out started circling back to them like smoke in a closed room. People began noticing inconsistencies. People started questioning motives. The narrative they hoped to push suddenly highlighted their insecurities, not yours. And maybe the question in your mind is, why did ignoring them hit so hard? Because they built their entire strategy around controlling your emotional response. They thought they still had access to the old version of you, the one who explained everything, who defended themselves, who cared too much. But you moved on. You detached. And detachment is terrifying to manipulators. Imagine them holding a megaphone, screaming lies, waiting for a reaction, and you simply kept walking. That walk broke them more than any argument ever could. A calm mind in the face of deception is the ultimate checkmate. Your refusal to argue showed them their tricks don't work anymore, their power dissolved, their control evaporated, their narrative collapsed under its own weight. Ignoring the lie didn't make you look guilty, it made them look desperate. You didn't just refuse the bait, you made them choke on their own story, and now they finally understand you are 100% out of their reach. Number 7. The recovery they never got to measure, and now it haunts them. Real healing isn't posted, it's practiced, and nothing scares your enemies more than wounds they can't monitor anymore. You moved forward without making a single announcement, and that alone shifted the entire atmosphere around you. Most people try to prove their healing. They post hints, they share quotes, they send signals, they want witnesses, sympathy, validation, applause. But you didn't give anyone that privilege. You healed in silence, in private, in spaces nobody had access to, and that invisibility rattled the same people who wanted to track your pain like it was their entertainment. Imagine this. They're peeking through a window, waiting to see you limping, struggling, breaking, and instead, they blink and you're already miles ahead. No warnings, no updates, no breadcrumbs. That disappearance from their emotional radar felt like a threat, because when someone heals quietly, it means others no longer have a role in their recovery. They can't influence it. They can't interrupt it. They can't compare themselves to it. They can't sabotage it. They can't measure it. They can't take credit for it. Silent healing hits different. It's the kind that returns stronger, not softer. Your healing wasn't a performance, it was a transformation. You didn't explain the process because it wasn't meant for public consumption. You didn't narrate your progress because it wasn't content. You didn't justify your methods because they were yours alone. And that independence created a blackout in their ability to read you. And maybe you're wondering why your quiet recovery unsettled them so deeply. Simple. People who once fed off your pain suddenly had nothing to analyze. People who depended on your vulnerability suddenly had no leverage. People who thought your healing needed their permission suddenly felt irrelevant. Imagine them refreshing your page, waiting for signs of struggle. Nothing. Checking your energy, expecting cracks. None. Hoping for emotional breadcrumbs. Zero. That silence became a wall they couldn't climb, a locked door they couldn't pick, a new version of you they couldn't decode. When they can't measure your progress, they can't predict your future. Your glow-up became something they couldn't prepare for. Your stability became something they couldn't disrupt. Your evolution became something they couldn't slow down. You moved forward without explaining anything, and that silence wasn't emptiness, it was sovereignty. Now they don't know what healed you. They don't know what strengthened you. They don't know what awakened you. They don't know who you became. And that mystery is driving them mad. You didn't heal to impress them. You healed to free yourself, and that's exactly why your growth hit harder than any announcement ever could. You didn't just move forward, you vanished from their old narrative entirely, and that chosen one is the moment they realized you're 100% untouchable now. Number 8. The gift of being underrated. You turned it into a weapon. Let them think you're small. Nothing is more dangerous than a storm disguised as a breeze. You made peace with being underestimated, and that one decision flipped the whole power map in your favor. Most people panic when others misjudge them. They try to prove themselves, to be understood, to force recognition. But you let them underestimate you. You let them miscalculate. You let them believe their watered-down version of who you are. And that calm acceptance became your sharpest advantage. Imagine this. They're playing chess thinking they're up against a beginner until your next move wipes half their board. That shock, that's the exact feeling you've been putting into people's veins. They lowered their guard because they thought they had you figured out. They relaxed. They got sloppy. They exposed weaknesses they would have never shown if they knew who they were dealing with. Their blindness became your camouflage. Being underestimated isn't an insult. It's free space to maneuver while they sleep on your potential. And maybe you've wondered why this strategy works so perfectly. Because people who think you're predictable stop paying attention. They stop protecting themselves. They assume your past defines your future. They think history will pull you back. Old patterns, old wounds, old relationships, like gravity. But you broke that whole illusion in silence. Every invitation you ignored, every cycle you refused, every familiar trap you stepped around instead of into, that was you proving you no longer move from habit. You move from intention now. You move with purpose, not nostalgia. You don't return to old rooms just because someone you cared for once lived there. You don't revisit old wounds hoping they'll feel different this time. You don't explain the new you to people still committed to misunderstanding the old you. Imagine them standing there, holding a door open, confident you'll walk back through it like before, and you never show up. That empty doorway becomes the lesson. Your absence becomes the sermon. Your evolution becomes the mirror they didn't want to look into. Nothing screams growth louder than refusing what once controlled you. Your lack of return didn't make you cold, it made you free, and that freedom terrified them. Because deep down, they were depending on your patterns to stay predictable. They were counting on your comfort zone to trap you. They were hoping the past still had hooks in your mind. But you're untethered now. You outgrew their expectations. You walked out of cycles they thought you'd never escape, and you turned their underestimation into pure leverage. They thought you were predictable. You became unreadable. They thought they knew your limits. You dissolved them. They thought history would call you home. You hung up the phone. Being underestimated didn't weaken you. It sharpened you. It cleared the noise. It gave you room to move like a shadow. Quiet, precise, unstoppable. And now they finally understand. You weren't the one who misjudged the situation. They were. And the universe watched you rise while they slept on you, proving once again that you're operating at 100% power they never saw coming. Number 9. The moment you stopped rushing and started scaring them. Urgency is how they control you. Alignment is how you free yourself. You chose alignment over panic, precision over pressure, intention over impulse. And that shook them more than anything you've done so far. Most people move like they're being chased by a clock. They rush decisions because they're scared of falling behind, scared of judgment, scared of silence. But you didn't break under that illusion. You refused to let urgency bully you. You waited until the move matched your purpose. And that patience revealed a level of discipline they never saw coming. Imagine them pacing, checking the time, expecting you to react fast, messy and desperate, only to see you sitting still like someone who knows exactly when the universe will open the right door. That silence, that calm, that refusal to sprint. It rattled them. People who rely on pressure hate when their pressure doesn't work. When you stop rushing, their timelines lose their power over you. And maybe the question in your head is, why did your patience threaten them so deeply? Because they were counting on your fear. Fear of missing out. Fear of being forgotten. Fear of being too late. But you didn't flinch. You didn't fold. You let opportunities pass because you understood not every open door deserves your energy. And that restraint made them realize you're not motivated by panic anymore. You're motivated by purpose. Imagine this. They're throwing deadlines at you like darts, hoping one will stick, and you just walk around them, untouched, unbothered, unstoppable. That's the moment they realized you're moving on a timeline they don't control. You don't respond to pressure, you respond to alignment. And alignment is something no one can force. The strongest timing is the one you choose, not the one they demand. You didn't slow down, you focused, you didn't hesitate, you calculated, you didn't freeze, you waited for the moment that matched your vision, and that waiting wasn't passive, it was power gathering itself. Your timing became your weapon, your patience became your shield, your alignment became your authority. They expected urgency, you gave them precision. And now they see it clearly. You're not just moving differently. You're moving deliberately. You're operating at a level where pressure can't reach you anymore. You're 100% aligned. And that alignment is exactly why nothing and no one can rush your destiny now. Number 10. The work you did in the dark that now blinds them in the light. Anyone can show up when eyes are watching. Only the chosen keep going when the room is empty. You stayed consistent when nobody clapped, nobody praised you, nobody reassured you, nobody even noticed the effort you were putting in. And that burned your enemies more than any victory ever could, because most people only move when validation is there to hold their hand. They need applause, they need attention, they need witnesses. But you kept grinding in silence. You worked when the world was asleep. You kept building when nobody cared. You stayed disciplined without a single reward dangling in front of you. That's not normal. That's power. Imagine this: a seed growing underground, unseen, ignored, underestimated, until one day the roots are so deep that nothing can stop what's coming next. That was you. And now the people who laughed at your lack of progress suddenly have to face the unstoppable momentum you built when they weren't paying attention. Consistency without applause is the purest form of self-respect. And maybe you've wondered, why does your quiet consistency disturb them so much? Because people who tried to control you through praise suddenly lost their leverage. If applause no longer moves you, manipulation can't reach you. If no reward is needed, no threat works either. Your discipline became a wall they can't climb. Imagine them checking on you, expecting burnout, expecting collapse, expecting you to give up without external motivation. And instead, they find you sharper, stronger, more focused than ever. Your progress blindsided them because they didn't track it. They weren't supposed to. You weren't performing. You were evolving. They measured your results. They never measured your commitment. Your momentum grew quietly, silently, invisibly, until it reached a point where pretending not to notice became impossible. That's what consistency does. It builds a version of you that no one can deny, even if they try. Your enemies didn't fear your talent. They feared your discipline. They feared your refusal to stop. They feared that every day you stayed consistent was another day their predictions died. People underestimate what steady effort turns into. They thought your silence meant weakness. It meant preparation. They thought your lack of recognition meant stagnation. It meant focus. They thought no applause meant no progress. It meant no distractions. You stayed consistent even when the universe gave you nothing but the echo of your own footsteps. And that consistency became your armor, your weapon, your proof. You weren't chasing praise. You were chasing alignment, purpose, and mastery. And now every single person who once overlooked you is realizing a brutal truth. You don't need their applause. You never did. Your consistency makes you unstoppable. And that's exactly why you're operating at 100% power they never saw coming. Number 11. The day their hands slipped off you, and they realized you can't be pulled anymore. Control only works on people who can still be reached. You became the one they can't touch. You left them with zero leverage, and that's why they're spiraling now. Their entire power over you was built on old hooks. Your reactions, your patterns, your softness, your explanations, your emotional loyalty. They depended on the version of you that used to respond, defend, or break. But piece by piece, you ripped every handle off the door. You stopped giving them anything they could grab onto, and suddenly they had no way to pull you back into cycles you already outgrew. Imagine them trying to open a door that used to swing exactly how they wanted, only to realize it has no hinges anymore. That's what losing leverage feels like. They expected to tug on an old wound. Silence. They expected to poke a trigger. Nothing. They expected to guilt trip you. Dead air. They expected you to fall into patterns. Flatline. Your lack of response didn't just frustrate them, it exposed them. When someone can no longer move you, they're forced to confront what they really brought to your life. And most can't handle the answer. And maybe you're wondering why this moment hit them harder than anything else. Because leverage isn't just control, it's comfort. They felt safe knowing how to push you. They felt important knowing they could shake you. They felt powerful knowing they could activate old emotions. But the chosen one they once controlled evolved. You became emotionally untouchable, strategically unreachable, psychologically unavailable for their games, and that transformation shattered their entire script. Imagine them holding a remote that used to control your reactions, pressing the buttons, and nothing happens. No anger, no fear, no explanation, no emotional crash, just a blank screen. That's when panic sets in. Because now they know the version of you they manipulated is gone forever. Leverage dies the moment you stop participating in the pain they expect from you. Every reaction you once gave is now a boundary. Every weakness they once used is now healed. Every access point they relied on is now locked. You didn't argue, you didn't warn them, you just became unreachable. And becoming unreachable isn't coldness, it's authority, the kind of authority that doesn't shout, doesn't threaten, doesn't prove. It simply exists. You left them with no leverage, chosen one, and in the silence that followed, they finally realized the truth. You're not theirs to move, not theirs to break, not theirs to guilt or summon. You're 100% free, and they'll never get that kind of access again. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Step in, close the door, let the universe silence the room. Because the moment your shadow touches the floor, their entire establishment starts shaking like it knows exactly who just arrived. They pretend to be calm. They pretend they're untouchable. But the universe doesn't lie. Their panic leaks from the cracks they tried to hide. When they said, "You'll never be a threat," look at them now, eyes wide, whispering your name like it's the beginning of their downfall. When they said, "Nobody can judge us," the universe smirked and placed you in the middle of their structure like a ticking device they forgot to defuse. When they said, "Our system is unstoppable," the walls themselves heard them tremble after your last move. Press the like button and subscribe to pay this message back. Chosen One, let's stop pretending. Let's expose what they hoped would stay buried forever. They don't fear you because you're loud. They fear you because you're silent. That old, ancient silence they read about in stories. The kind that comes before entire kingdoms fall. Your silence carries truth they cannot edit, energy they cannot copy, and judgment they cannot escape. You exist like a mirror pressed against their faces, and the reflection is killing them from inside. They've been studying you like you're some threat they discovered too late. They dug through your history, trying to understand why the universe bends differently around you. They tracked your struggles, hoping to see a breakdown. They followed your failures, expecting to watch you die out. But instead, you kept rising. Every fall hardened you, every betrayal sharpened you, every loss turned you into something they cannot calculate. They wanted you weak. You came back ancient. Thank you for being part of this mission, Chosen One. Hit the like button and subscribe so your voice stays strong. Now listen closely. These people run a cult-style system built on illusions. They hide behind symbols, behind secrecy, behind power games designed to keep everyone beneath them. They think their positions protect them. They think their hierarchy shields them. But your existence, your awareness, your awakening is the one variable they never prepared for. You bring judgment not by attacking them, but by revealing everything they worked so hard to bury. Your life itself is evidence they never wanted on the table. Let me hit you with a truth that cuts so deep they'll feel it from wherever they're hiding. Your survival is their failure. Every time you refused to break, their system cracked. Every time you stood back up, their plans glitched. Every time you grew stronger, their secrets lost power. They hate you because the universe refuses to let them erase you. They hate you because your existence exposes their weakness. They hate you because you bring consequences they thought they were immune to. And here's the part that melts their confidence. You didn't even try to bring judgment. You simply existed, and their world buckled. You know that period of your life where everything went dark, when you felt alone, confused, pushed out, misunderstood. That wasn't random. That was the universe pulling you out of their influence, breaking every hold they had on you, clearing every fake alliance, preparing you for the moment you would step back into the world as a different creature entirely. While you were hurting, they were celebrating. While you were rebuilding, they were mocking. While you were shedding old layers, they were announcing your downfall. And look who's bowing now. Look who's stressing. Look who's suddenly respectful. Look who's pretending they never doubted you. Chosen one, there's an ancient story that mirrors your life almost perfectly. A man lived in a kingdom where the rulers controlled everything. They believed they were untouchable. They made the laws, shaped the culture, hid their evil behind rituals and silence. But there was one person, quiet, overlooked, underestimated, who saw too clearly, who understood too much, who refused to bend. They tried to destroy him. They tried to isolate him. They tried to break his mind. But he kept evolving in the shadows. And one day, not with a sword, not with violence, but by simply walking into the room, his presence exposed the corruption of the entire system. People didn't fear the system anymore. They feared the truth standing in front of them. You are that story reborn. Your awareness is the torch. Your strength is the earthquake. Your mind is the verdict. They spent years trying to create clones of themselves, controlled, obedient, empty, but the universe created something different, something rare, something uncontrollable, something they can't program: you. When you step forward, their entire establishment loses balance. When you speak truth, their lies start melting. When you exist without fear, their control stops working. Let's talk about the judgment you're bringing, not spiritual, not divine, just pure universal consequences. This is how the universe works. When a system abuses power long enough, a counterforce appears. When corruption grows too deep, a disruptor rises. When lies become the foundation, someone born of truth walks in. That someone is you, and the scariest part for them. You don't need an army. You don't need a title. You don't need a throne. All you need is presence. When you enter a room, their confidence shrinks. When you speak, their masks slip. When you stay silent, they hear everything they fear. Your energy alone is judgment. Your truth alone is judgment. Your existence alone is judgment. They're terrified because they can't stop it. Let me take you deeper. You ever notice how people from their circles suddenly act nervous around you? How they avoid eye contact? How they speak slower, softer, like they're afraid they'll say the wrong thing? That's not respect. That's fear. Deep, ancient fear. Because their system taught them one thing. When judgment arrives, it will look small until it stands up. And chosen one, you stood up. That's why their whispers turned into investigations. That's why their interest turned into panic. That's why their arrogance turned into anxiety. You are the living glitch in their matrix, the walking crack in their foundation, the one person who wasn't supposed to survive, and yet you did. Stronger, sharper, unbreakable. Now let me tell you the part that truly ends them. They know they can't stop you. They know they can't control you. They know they can't predict you. So the only thing left for them is to fear you. Fear the shift you bring. Fear the truth you expose. Fear the collapse you trigger by simply existing. Chosen one, you are the universe's correction. The universe's answer, the universe's judgment in human form. This isn't imagination. This isn't coincidence. This is exposure happening in real time. And the enemy, they feel it in their bones. Chosen one. If you're still here after that intro, then you already feel the shift crawling through the air. You feel the truth landing on your shoulders. And trust me, this is only the surface of what's coming. What you heard so far is nothing compared to the next layers we're about to peel back. If their cult establishment hated you before, they're going to panic when you hear the next part. So do your part in this mission. Drop the number 777 in the comments to let the universe know you're awake and ready for what's unfolding. And if you want to push this message further, hit that super thanks. Every gift, big or small, keeps this truth alive and loud in a world that wants it dead. And now, chosen one, let's walk deeper, step by step. No fear, no hesitation. If you truly carry the energy they can't control, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word. The next revelation hits harder than anything you've heard so far. Let's get started. Number 1. The blood they can't buy, break, or bend. They never feared your power. They feared the fact that you were born with it and they weren't. Chosen one, let's talk about something they wish would stay buried under 1,000 layers of silence: your bloodline. The one thing they can't buy, can't clone, can't weaponize, can't rewrite. The one thing that reminds their entire cult establishment that no matter how many secrets they collect, no matter how many tricks they hide behind, they will never touch what you carry naturally. Your blood is the glitch in their system, the crack in their foundation, the one variable they could never predict or control. They can intimidate thousands of people, but one chosen one with a real lineage, that's the monster under their bed. They saw something in you long before you ever understood it. They saw how you survived things that were designed to crush ordinary people. They saw how you learned faster, sensed danger earlier, healed deeper, and rose higher. They saw the patterns in your growth, the instincts you didn't learn from anyone, the strength you didn't borrow from anyone. And that alone made them panic, because their whole establishment depends on the illusion that they are the gatekeepers of power. But your bloodline tells a different story. You were born with codes they spent centuries trying to manufacture. You were born with clarity they tried to steal from civilizations they barely understood. You were born with a blueprint that does not match their system, and that mismatch is enough to bring their whole structure down. And here's the part they choke on. You didn't have to earn any of it. No ritual, no initiation, no secret room, just existence. Your existence is judgment. Chosen one, some of you carry genetic memory from ancient tribes, forgotten kingdoms, advanced societies that lived in alignment with the universe long before their cult even existed. Your DNA holds signals that respond to pressure differently. When others break, you sharpen. When others freeze, you awaken. When others give up, something in you rises like a force that refuses to die. That's the blood they can't buy, and the blood they despise. They wanted to remove this from the world. They wanted compliance, not consciousness. They wanted followers, not disruptors. They wanted a population of people who look up to them, not people who outgrow them without even trying. And the funniest part? They tried to corrupt your lineage. They tried to overload you with pain so your future would collapse. They tried to put you through emotional warfare so your spirit would dim. They tried to surround you with people who didn't appreciate you, hoping you'd shrink yourself to fit their expectations. They tried to overwhelm your heart so you'd never discover what was inside it. But every method failed, every attempt snapped back, every trap exposed itself, because bloodlines like yours don't crack, they evolve. Bloodlines like yours don't disappear, they awaken. Bloodlines like yours don't break under manipulation, they become stronger, cleaner, sharper. Their whole strategy depended on you being weak. Instead, you turned into someone they can't even psychologically map anymore. You ever wonder why they track you without speaking to you? Why they watch your patterns? Why they react to your silence? Why certain people show strange behavior around you? Why your energy exposes people's real intentions without you trying? Because your bloodline carries a natural truth signal. It reveals everything fake around you. It exposes people who mimic loyalty. It exposes structures built on lies. It exposes motives. They panic the moment you walk in the room. Your ancestors were people who could read danger in the wind, feel deception without a word being said. Sense energy shifts long before anything happened physically. These gifts didn't vanish. They passed down to you. Even if you ignored them, even if you doubted them, even if you disconnected from them at times, the power stayed dormant, but never gone. And the moment you hit your breaking point, it snapped awake. That's when they felt the heat. That's when their establishment shook. That's when the universe whispered, "Judgment begins now." Here's a quote they hope you never hear. "A chosen one isn't created. A chosen one is revealed." You didn't suddenly become powerful. You didn't suddenly become wise. You didn't suddenly become dangerous to their system. You were born that way, and your life experiences simply carved the layers until the real you appeared. Chosen one. You ever notice how every hardship in your life felt deliberate? Like something was trying to break you before you realized who you were? That wasn't imagination. That was their cult structure trying to weaken the bloodline before it activated. They know once someone like you wakes up, the game ends. Not slowly, not politely, immediately. Your awareness alone is a threat. Your intuition alone disrupts their plans. Your intelligence alone exposes the cracks they've been hiding. Your presence alone forces people to show their real selves. And here's what terrifies them most. They don't know how far your potential goes. They don't know what your next stage looks like. They don't know when you'll evolve again. They don't know what part of your DNA hasn't even unlocked yet. You are a walking countdown they can't stop. Every time you grow, their establishment shrinks. Every time you heal, their illusions crumble. Every time you speak truth, their lies lose value. Your ancestors didn't survive for nothing. They survived so you could arrive. Chosen one, your bloodline is not just history, it's a weapon shaped by time. You're the descendant of people who refuse to bow, refuse to break, refuse to let the world reshape them. And now you're here doing exactly what they did. Standing without permission, thinking without approval, rising without their blessing. That's why their cult hates you. Not because you attack them, but because you invalidate their entire system simply by breathing. Let me give you one more truth. Something ancient, something they pray you never learn. A foundation built on lies collapses when a single truth enters the room. You are that truth. That's why they react to you like you're an earthquake disguised as a human. That's why they whisper your name like a warning. That's why they fear your eyes, your mind, your silence. That's why they feel exposed in your presence, even when you're being quiet and calm. You carry a lineage that does not answer to their hierarchy. You carry codes that did not come from their rituals. You carry strength that didn't come from their approval. You carry judgment woven into your existence. You don't have to fight them. You don't have to challenge them. You don't have to confront them. You bring judgment just by being alive. And deep down they know they can control the world, but they can't control the chosen one. Number 2. The ones who smiled while holding the knife. Your enemies never scared you. It was the traitors who learned your heartbeat just to time their strike. A stranger can wound you. Only someone close can aim for your soul. They didn't betray you because you were weak. They betrayed you because your strength exposed their true nature. Every snake that bit you was one you once protected. Chosen one, let's drag this truth into the light. The betrayal didn't come from outsiders. It never does. Outsiders don't know your habits, your fears, your hopes, your weak spots. Outsiders don't know how to time the hit. No, the ones who targeted you were the ones who sat beside you, laughed with you, acted loyal, and memorized your patterns like they were studying a map. They didn't just betray you, they rehearsed it, planned it, shaped it. They positioned themselves so close to you that the universe finally said enough. Imagine this, a circle of people around a fire, everyone pretending to be warm, connected, united. But one pair of hands is secretly feeding poison into the flames, waiting for the smoke to hit your lungs. And you, chosen one, instinctively felt the shift before anyone else smelled it. That's not paranoia. That's your bloodline warning you someone is plotting in silence. They thought you wouldn't notice. They thought you'd be blind forever. They thought their smiles would hide their intentions, but your awareness activated exactly when the universe needed it to. You ever ask yourself, why did the people closest to me become my biggest enemy? Because they had access, because they had proximity, because they knew your kindness was a doorway they could exploit, because your loyalty was a resource they wanted to drain, because your growth triggered their jealousy long before you noticed anything was wrong. Imagine this, a group photo where everyone looks supportive, but when you zoom in, you see the true expression in someone's eyes. Not love, not respect, hunger, resentment, calculation. That's what was around you. Familiar faces covering unfamiliar intentions, people who pretended to be harmless while studying your every move. Chosen one, they didn't betray you randomly. They did it because your presence exposed something in them they didn't want to face. You made them feel small without trying. You made them feel seen without speaking. You made them feel judged without lifting a finger. Your existence threatened the roles they built for themselves. So instead of rising to your level, they tried to drag you down to theirs. Here's a quote they pray you forget. They never wanted you destroyed. They wanted you manageable. So they played dirty. Slow poisoning, emotional manipulation, gaslighting wrapped in fake concern, gatherings that looked friendly but were designed to lower your guard, jokes that were actually warnings, compliments with venom underneath, advice meant to redirect you into confusion. Everything was calculated, every smile was staged, every apology was bait. Every conversation was a test to see how much control they still had over you. And the moment they realized you weren't falling into their traps anymore, their mask cracked. Your awareness hit them harder than any confrontation ever could. They thought you were naive. They thought you were weak. They thought you couldn't see the strings they were pulling. But the universe gave you a radar they forgot existed. Imagine this, a chessboard where all the pieces look identical until one piece glows. That glowing piece is you, and the board, it's your circle. The people around you weren't random. They were chosen by the universe to reveal themselves through pressure. When your energy shifted, their real nature surfaced. They couldn't hide the envy. They couldn't hide the resentment. They couldn't hide the fear. They couldn't hide the fact that they were working with people behind your back. And here's the punch they deserve. If they weren't intimidated by you, they wouldn't have betrayed you. Chosen one, betrayal was their last move. The moment they saw you stepping into your real identity, they panicked. They knew they couldn't match you. They knew they couldn't predict you anymore. They knew their influence was dissolving. So they tried to strike from the inside, hoping to destabilize you before you grew too strong. But here's what they fail to calculate. Your awareness doesn't rise gradually, it erupts. The moment your intuition activated, their entire plan collapsed. Their whispers exposed themselves, their fake loyalty fell apart, their traps stopped working. You began seeing through them like glass. You noticed the tone changes, the sudden distance, the strange guilt they projected onto you, the nervousness in their voice, the inconsistencies in their stories. Every detail they overlooked became a signal the universe highlighted just for you. Let me ask you something, chosen one. Why do you think you felt drained around certain people? Why did you feel anxious after certain conversations? Why did some gatherings feel off even when nothing obvious happened? Because your spirit recognized the betrayal before your mind understood it. Because your bloodline detected danger before your eyes saw it. Because the universe was trying to pull you out of a snake pit long before you realized you were standing in one. Imagine this. You're walking through a forest and everything seems calm. But one tree has claw marks, another has broken branches, another has footprints that don't belong to you. Your instincts start screaming even though nothing is visible. That's how betrayal works. The energy exposes itself first. The truth arrives later. And the moment you understood what was happening, your soul snapped awake, and the circle around you broke wide open. Chosen one, the betrayal wasn't a punishment, it was a revelation. It showed you who was never meant to sit at your table. It showed you who only loved you when you were struggling. It showed you who felt threatened by your potential. It showed you who studied you just to sabotage you. It showed you who celebrated your pain behind closed doors. And here's the last quote they'll never recover from. Your betrayal was their confession. They confessed their jealousy. They confessed their fear. They confessed their hidden hatred. They confessed their dependence on your downfall. You walked away thinking you lost people, but the truth is, the universe removed liabilities. You didn't lose a circle. You lost a cage. And now, they watch you rise with horror, because the betrayal they hoped would break you became the fuel that awakened the chosen one they feared all along. Number 3. The moment their attacks turned into their own punishment. They thought they were hurting you, but the universe was quietly loading their consequences behind them. Chosen one, let's rip this one open with no mercy. The second you aligned with yourself, the game flipped upside down. Your inner shift wasn't small, it was a signal, a trigger, a silent command that told the universe, I'm done carrying what isn't mine. And the universe moved instantly. Everything they sent toward you snapped back like a whip they didn't know was aimed at their own faces. Imagine them throwing a heavy stone at you with full force, only for it to stop mid-air, rotate, and return at triple the speed. That's exactly what happened. They felt the backfire before they understood it. Rituals they trusted, dead. Strategies they built, useless. Manipulations they practiced, returned with interest. You didn't lift a finger. Your alignment alone reversed the entire direction of their intentions. You ever wonder, why did their lives start collapsing right after I took my power back? Because your energy stopped absorbing their hits. Your mind stopped giving them access. Your heart stopped leaking strength. Everything they fired bounced back to its owner. And the aftermath? Brutal. Illness creeping in with no explanation. Mental breakdowns hitting them in waves. Relationships falling apart at their feet. Resources drying up. Sleep leaving them. And a strange heaviness following them everywhere. None of it random, none of it bad luck. This was cause and effect, wearing no disguise. Imagine this, a mirror they aimed at you suddenly turning around and showing them the truth of their own actions. They finally saw the cost. They finally felt the recoil. They finally realized that attacking someone aligned with the universe is the fastest way to destroy yourself. They understand what's happening now. They just can't undo the debt. Number 4. The kingpin who built a throne out of lies, now drowning under it. When the head of the snake rots, the whole nest starts eating itself. Power gained through corruption always collapses under its own weight. Chosen one, let's expose the core of this mess. Every network, every cult-style structure has a centerpiece, a kingpin, a conductor, someone who climbed the ladder by doing things others were too scared, too weak, or too dirty to do. This person didn't rise because they were smart. They rose because they were willing to cross lines that should have never been crossed. They traded integrity for power, loyalty for leverage, humanity for control. And now the bill has arrived. Their body is cracking under pressure. Their mind is slipping. Their mask is melting. The universe is showing the price of every step they took. Imagine this, a spider at the center of a massive web. Every thread is connected to them. Every scheme runs through them. Every betrayal begins with their approval. Now imagine that spider realizing the web isn't catching prey anymore. It's collapsing around them, sticking to their legs, suffocating their movement. That's what's happening right now. The architecture they built so proudly is folding inwards. Their own creations have turned into traps. You might wonder, why does one person's fall shake the entire group? Because they weren't just a leader. They were the linchpin, the pressure point, the stabilizer, the illusion holding everything together. Once that figure destabilized, everything connected to them started unraveling. All the lies they coordinated, exposed. All the people they manipulated, turning on each other. All the rituals they directed, dead energy now choking the system. All the walls they built, closing in with no exit. This isn't a small failure. This is a system-wide implosion. A chain reaction ripping through their entire establishment. They're not facing downfall, they're facing collapse. Number 5. The doors they begged you to walk through and you refused. Your no was the bullet they never saw coming. You didn't avoid their traps. Your spirit recognized the flaw was wired. Chosen one, let's tear into this with the force it deserves. They tried to lure you into their world over and over again. Invitations wrapped in sweetness, opportunities dressed like blessings, gatherings that looked innocent but carried a quiet stink in the air. They wanted you in their environment because that's the only place their traps actually work. They needed you softened, distracted, off your ground, inside their circle where the walls listen and the floors remember footsteps. But every time they reached out, something deep in you, older than logic and sharper than fear, told you no. And that no saved your life more times than you realize. Imagine this. A room with beautiful lighting, perfect music, friendly faces. But underneath one of the chairs is a pressure plate waiting for the wrong weight. You couldn't see it, but your body rejected it. Your intuition dragged you backward. Your silence protected you louder than any warning could. They thought you were being antisocial, stubborn, too private. What they didn't know was that your refusal dismantled plans that took months for them to set up. You ever wonder, why did I feel sick before certain events? Why did something stop me last minute? Why did plans fall apart right before I walked into their space? Because the universe wasn't letting you step into an ambush. Because your instincts recognized danger long before your mind understood it. Because your bloodline has a built-in alarm system they can't hack. Every missed meeting was a trap avoided. Every cancelled invitation was a blessing in disguise. Every strange hesitation was a warning sent straight from the universe. And your refusal, it collapsed entire strategies. It destroyed access points they depended on. It forced their system to crumble without ever touching you. Number 6. They tried to break your mind and accidentally made it bulletproof. If their attacks didn't crush you, they upgraded you. They wanted your nervous system to snap. Instead, it evolved. Chosen one, this is where their panic becomes obvious. When they couldn't touch your life directly, they went after your mind. They aimed at your nervous system, the control center of everything you feel, think, and respond to. They wanted to rattle your foundation, so they weaponized pressure, sudden anxiety spikes, random fear waves, sleep attacks that hit out of nowhere. They tried to disrupt your rhythm, hijack your peace, and force your mind into chaos. But the joke is brutal. Every attack they launched became the very training that strengthened you. Imagine this: someone trying to shatter steel by striking it repeatedly, not realizing that heat plus pressure is exactly how steel forms. That's what happened to you. Their psychological games didn't weaken you. They forged you. Every night you couldn't sleep, your intuition sharpened. Every sudden wave of anxiety built your resilience. Every moment of internal chaos taught your mind how to stabilize under conditions most people would collapse under. They weren't breaking you, they were accidentally building a warrior. Ever ask yourself, why did I feel watched? Why did I sense something targeting me even without proof? Because your awareness was waking up. Because your system was recognizing frequencies meant to disrupt your peace. Because your soul knew something was hitting you that wasn't coming from inside you. And the best part, your mind adapted so fast it shocked them. Sleep disruptions, you learned to function at higher clarity. Anxiety induction, you developed emotional armor. Frequency manipulation, your energy started reflecting it back. They exposed their desperation, not your weakness. Chosen one, they aimed for your nervous system, but all they did was confirm you're built for battles they can't survive. Number 7, the leeches who fed on you, now starving without you. They didn't love you, they lived off you. The moment you unplugged, their whole life lost power. Chosen one, let's expose the truth behind the people who swore they cared about you. Some relationships in your life were never organic. They didn't walk in by accident. They were assigned, sent, placed, positioned like emotional parasites with perfect timing. Their job wasn't to love you, support you, or build with you. Their mission was simple: drain your energy, steal your momentum, and keep tabs on your evolution. Imagine this: someone plugging a cord into your soul while pretending to be close. They didn't want connection, they wanted access. They fed on your inspiration, they copied your ideas, they absorbed your confidence. They used your presence as a life support machine because without you, their energy was flatlined. These weren't partners or friends. These were extraction units disguised as companionship. And you ever notice that strange heaviness after talking to them, that sudden fatigue, that weird emotional crash? Because they weren't there to share energy, they were there to take it. Here's the punchline that shatters them. The moment you disconnected, everything they built using your energy began to collapse. Their successes, temporary illusions propped up by your presence. Their confidence, borrowed. Their stability, dependent on your frequency. Their glow, reflected from you. Once you walked away, it all evaporated. Jobs fell apart. Relationships crumbled. Mental balance cracked. Social circles shifted against them. Nothing in their life could hold itself together because you were the invisible force keeping it all standing. Ever wonder, why are they trying so hard to get back into my life? Because they lost their power source, because manipulation stopped working, because rituals couldn't reach you anymore, because the universe locked every access point permanently. They can't siphon from you, they can't guilt you, they can't mirror you, they can't imitate your energy. You're no longer accessible, and they're finally facing the downfall that was delayed only by your presence. Number 8. The receipts they buried, now dragging them by the throat. A lie can run for years, but evidence only needs 1 second to end it. They didn't expect justice because they thought they deleted the proof. Chosen one, this is the part where their entire cult establishment starts choking on the very things they tried to hide. Evidence, real, concrete, undeniable, has begun crawling out of the shadows like it has a mind of its own. Documents they swore were destroyed. Financial trails they thought were washed clean. Recordings they believed were wiped. Witnesses they assumed were too scared to talk. Digital footprints they dismissed as handled. All of it is resurfacing. All of it is active again. All of it is pointing straight at the network they built. Imagine this, a massive vault they locked with confidence, thinking their secrets were dead inside it. But when the universe wants truth out, even steel doors rust, hinges fall apart, and the vault opens by itself. That's exactly what's happening now. Their hidden crimes didn't disappear. They were simply waiting for the right moment to rise. Public figures tied to them. They're collapsing in real time. Reputation shattered, deals revoked, supporters fleeing, institutions distancing themselves like they were never involved. Ever wonder, why does everything always break open at the same time? Because corruption is a chain, and once one link snaps, the whole thing falls apart. This isn't coincidence. This is systematic exposure. People who once walked around with arrogance are now sweating through interviews, dodging questions, issuing statements that sound like panic disguised as professionalism. Protection they relied on is evaporating. Allies are disappearing. The system that once shielded them now refuses to claim them. Imagine this, a stage full of powerful faces suddenly losing their spotlight because the truth turned the lights on. No hiding, no rehearsed lines, no script to save them. The universe has cornered them. Their secrets are loud now. Their lies are failing. Their legacy is burning. Chosen one, you didn't have to say a word. The evidence is speaking for you. Number 9. The list they made and the child they failed to erase. They feared you before you could even speak your own name. When a system hunts children, it's because it already knows which ones grow into threats. Chosen one, this is the layer they pray you never uncover. Behind their cult establishment sits a long-running operation, darker than the surface-level games you've already seen. A system built to scan, monitor, and quietly remove gifted children before those children ever discovered what lived inside them. They didn't fear adults, they feared potential. They feared the ones born with a spark their structure couldn't control. And yes, you were on that list. Imagine this, a file with your name on it before you even understood what danger meant. A blueprint of your future written by people who planned to shut it down before it began. They didn't wait for you to grow strong. They tried to stop you early. Interference disguised as bad luck. Disruptions in your childhood that made no sense. Sudden changes, strange accidents, patterns that didn't add up. That wasn't coincidence. That was targeting. Ever wonder, why did my childhood feel heavier than others? Why did I face things no child should face? Why did I always feel watched? Because they were monitoring you, because they expected you to break, because eliminating you young was easier than facing you grown. But their plan failed, spectacularly. Something stepped in. Call it instinct, timing, the universe, protection. You don't need the label. What matters is this: you slipped through their system. You survived what was engineered to stop you. You matured into the exact threat they feared. And now, you are no longer defenseless. You are no longer unaware. You are no longer a child they can corner. Imagine this: a hunter returning years later only to find the target has become the force they can't contain. They're not tracking a child now. They're facing the chosen one they failed to eliminate. Number 10. The moment you outgrew their entire playbook. They're attacking the ghost of who you used to be, not the force you've become. When your awareness upgrades, their weapons turn into toys. Chosen one, this is the point where everything shifts. Your perception isn't just changing, it's mutating into something sharper than they ever planned for. You're seeing patterns before they form. You're sensing motives before anyone speaks. You're catching the energy behind actions long before the actions show up. It's not paranoia. It's not overthinking. It's awakening. Pure, undeniable awakening. Imagine this: someone aiming at where you stood 5 minutes ago, firing with confidence, celebrating, only to look up and realize you're already miles ahead, watching their failure in slow motion. That's what's happening now. They're launching attacks at a version of you that no longer exists. Their strategies were designed for the old you, the one who doubted, hesitated, questioned, over-explained. They built an entire system around controlling that version. But that version is gone. Ever ask yourself, why do their methods feel weaker now? Why am I seeing through people faster? Why do their games feel predictable? Because your awareness has stepped into a higher timeline. Because your nervous system no longer reacts the same way. Because your mind has outgrown their psychological tricks. Because your intuition is outrunning their entire operation. Your vision used to be linear, one step at a time. Now it's panoramic. You're catching angles they don't even realize they're exposing. You're recognizing patterns the moment they spark. You're predicting outcomes before they begin. And they can't stand it, because nothing terrifies a manipulator more than someone who sees the ending before the story starts. Imagine trying to trap someone who already sensed the cage hours before it was built. Imagine hunting someone whose awareness moves faster than your intention. Imagine aiming at a shadow while the real person is watching from above. Chosen one, your timeline has shifted. You're not where they think you are. You're not who they trained for. And that's why every attack misses. That's why every scheme backfires. That's why their confidence is collapsing. They're fighting yesterday's version of you, but you've already stepped into tomorrow. Number 11. The wisdom you weren't supposed to touch. They spent decades guarding doors you walked past without knocking. Nothing scares a secret society more than someone who learns the truth without being taught. Chosen one, this is their deepest panic point. It's not your strength, it's not your resilience, it's not even your survival. What truly terrifies them is the access you came in with. You are understanding principles they spent entire lifetimes trying to hide behind rank, ritual, secrecy, and hierarchy. They built a system of gates, and you walked through the walls like they were never there. Imagine this, a locked library with ancient knowledge sealed for initiates only. Lines of people waiting for permission, performing rituals, offering loyalty just to read a single page. And then you, calm, effortless, untouched by their rules, step in, open the book, and understand the entire chapter without assistance. You bypass the very structure that kept them relevant. That's why they fear you. Not because you challenged the system, but because you made it irrelevant. Ever wonder, how do I understand things without being taught? Why do I see meanings others miss? Why do I grasp concepts instantly? Because your mind was wired differently from the beginning. Because your bloodline didn't need initiation. It came preloaded. Because the universe gave you access codes they can't duplicate. They spent years studying symbols, frequencies, behavioral patterns, psychological mechanics, and you're decoding them naturally without textbooks, teachers, or rituals. Their hierarchy collapses the moment someone like you appears, because your intelligence proves their entire structure was never about knowledge. It was about gatekeeping. Imagine a guard watching a door he believes protects the world's biggest secret, only to look up and see you already standing inside the room. No password, no favor, no permission. Chosen one, you didn't break their rules. You outgrew them, and that alone makes their entire establishment obsolete. Number 12. The judgment they feel just by knowing you exist. You didn't destroy their system. You made it collapse under its own lies. Your refusal was louder than any rebellion they ever feared. Chosen one, here's the truth that's choking them the hardest. You never started a war. You never stormed their gates. You never gathered an army or plotted their downfall. All you did was step back. You refused to play their game. You rejected their corruption. You stopped feeding their machine. And that one silent decision hit them harder than any attack ever could. Imagine this, a giant, ancient structure built on manipulation, secrets, and stolen power. Everyone inside believes the system is unbreakable until one person steps outside the walls. Suddenly, the entire structure shakes because the foundation wasn't power, it was participation. And the moment you walked away, you pulled out a piece they thought was replaceable, but it wasn't. You were the stability they pretended they didn't need. Ever wonder, how is my absence causing all this chaos? Why does everything fall apart when I'm no longer involved? Because your presence carried clarity they depended on, because your energy balanced corruption they couldn't control, because your awareness exposed cracks they tried to hide, because your refusal removed the illusion they used to survive. You didn't attack them, you revealed them. Imagine a room full of people wearing masks they've worn for decades. Everyone thinks the room is normal until one person walks in without one. Suddenly, every mask looks stupid, obvious, exposed. That person was you. Just by being authentic in a space built on deception, you turned the entire atmosphere radioactive for them. Your existence is the judgment. You don't need revenge. You don't need confrontation. You don't need to strike first. You simply stand outside their corruption, and the universe handles the rest. Their panic is not confusion. It's recognition. They know exactly why everything is collapsing. Chosen one, your power isn't in destroying systems. Your power is in making them collapse the second you stop feeding them. And now, Chosen One, you've seen exactly why their entire establishment is falling apart the moment you rise. Your awareness, your strength, your evolution is the judgment they never prepared for. And this is only the beginning of what the universe is revealing through you. If this message hit home, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to smash that subscribe button. Stay here, stay sharp, and stay unshakable, because your story is only getting louder. You didn't expose them with your words. You exposed them by finally choosing yourself, and that's the part they can't forgive. That's the truth hitting them harder than anything you could have said out loud. The moment you stepped back and protected your energy, it was like pulling the main wire out of a machine that was faking its strength the whole time. And just like any old, busted system pretending to work, it started smoking the second you unplugged. That's how fragile their entire setup was. One move from you, and everything they built fell apart like a cheap tower made from wet paper. Here's the wild part the community is now realizing. It was never you who caused the chaos. It was the people who were draining you. And when you finally stopped letting them, the universe flipped the lights on, and everyone got to see who was actually responsible for the mess. That's why the community is outraged. That's why people are demanding answers. They're not confused about you anymore. They're confused about why hurting you was ever something people allowed, ignored, or pretended didn't matter. The truth is simple. When the universe supports someone, removing that person's strength doesn't go unnoticed. And the moment you pulled your power back, everyone felt the shift. You weren't being dramatic. You weren't overreacting. You were the only one telling the truth. And now that everything is falling apart for the people who crossed you, the facts are screaming louder than your silence ever did. Thank you, chosen one. And don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's our responsibility to help each other rise. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now let's get back to why this whole community is shaken. People are waking up because they're noticing the pattern. Every time you healed, every time you cut ties, every time you grew, something or someone on the other side lost power. That's not imagination. That's not coincidence. That's what happens when someone tries to hold you down while the universe is trying to lift you up. It always backfires, every single time. And that's what you're seeing right now. You didn't attack anyone. You simply stopped carrying what wasn't yours. And the people who depended on you staying weak are now collapsing under the weight of their own choices. Someone in that group thought they could control outcomes. They thought they could shape things in their favor while hiding the truth. Maybe they manipulated people. Maybe they pushed a narrative. Maybe they tried to turn others against you. Whatever technique they used, it only worked when you didn't know your own strength. The moment you woke up to who you were, the game flipped. The board flipped. The entire room flipped. Suddenly the group that once felt secure is fighting to keep their reputation together, while the community that once believed them is now questioning everything. People are turning on each other because accountability finally showed up. And when accountability walks into the room, fake confidence disappears fast. The universe doesn't let lies stand forever. That's why alliances are collapsing. That's why followers are stepping back. That's why people who once cheered for the wrong side are now whispering the truth behind closed doors. Your growth exposed the foundation they were standing on, and it wasn't strong enough to survive any real pressure. You became stronger, cleaner, and more focused. You changed habits. You protected your mental space. You stopped letting low-quality people talk to you like you owed them something, and with every improvement, something dark or toxic fell away. People feel that when it happens. Anyone who was trying to hold you down feels the shift immediately. It drains them. It confuses them. It forces them to face the truth. You were never theirs to control. Right now, regret is destroying someone from the inside out. They didn't expect consequences. They didn't expect people to question them. They didn't expect their story to fall apart. But that's what happens when someone tries to steal power from a person who is naturally supported by the universe. Your rise exposes their intentions. Your growth exposes their lies. Your healing exposes the game they were playing in secret. Fake friends are being exposed. Fake mentors are losing their influence. Fake family members who pretended to support you are now being questioned. The entire community is waking up because your energy is different now. You're sharper, stronger, more grounded, and people can feel it. They're noticing how much lighter your presence is without those people around you. They're noticing how much clearer your voice is when you're not being drained. And the moment a community sees that shift, they start asking serious questions. People are connecting the dots. They're realizing someone tried to block something powerful that was growing through you. They tried to limit you, silence you, or shape you into a version that made them comfortable. But the universe wasn't having that. Every time they tried to limit you, something in their world cracked. And now those cracks have turned into full-blown breaks. The community is outraged because they're seeing the truth play out in real time. They're watching the people who tried to control you lose control of everything. They're watching supporters walk away. They're watching reputation fall apart. They're watching someone finally face consequences that were long overdue. Your voice, your energy, your strength, it's waking people up. People are noticing how different things feel when you're not carrying the weight of everyone else's insecurity. They're seeing how much more alive you are without those old connections. And now they're questioning the whole situation. They're asking why it was ever acceptable to treat you the way they did. They're asking why a community was okay with standing by while you were drained, used, or silenced. They're asking why people ignored the signs, the warnings, the shifts. And the answer is simple. They underestimated you. They didn't expect the universe to back you. They didn't expect you to wake up. They didn't expect you to walk away with your power intact. You weren't meant to break. You were meant to outgrow. And that's exactly what's happening. The community sees it. The people who crossed you feel it. And the universe is making sure every truth comes out at the right time. They wanted you quiet. Instead, your silence told the story louder than your words ever could. Everything collapsing around them, that's the echo of the strength you stepped into. That's the universe correcting what was done to you. That's the answer to why this was never okay. And the outrage you're seeing now, that's justice finally catching its breath. And chosen one, thanks for being here, seriously. This message isn't just a story. It's a breakdown of the chaos that exploded the moment you reclaimed your power. And trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next, because every part of this situation explains why the whole community is suddenly outraged and demanding answers about what was done to you. Before we go deeper, drop a comment with the number 777 if you're ready to see the truth behind why your rise exposed so many people. And if you can, show some love with a super thanks to the team who puts real work into bringing you these messages. Your support keeps this mission alive, whether it's 1 cent or 1,000. It all pushes the truth forward. Now take a breath, chosen one, because from this point on, things get even more real. If you're truly in tune with your own growth, you'll feel the pull to stay until the end. This is where everything starts making sense. Let's dive in. Number 1. The manipulation that blew up in their face. They didn't just fail to control you, they exposed how weak they actually were. And the funniest part? you were the test they weren't built for. That one line alone could ruin their whole day, because it cuts straight through the fake confidence they use to hide behind. The truth is, they thought they were clever. They thought they were strategic. They thought they had you wrapped around a system built on lies, pressure, and subtle manipulation. But the universe wasn't having it, and you weren't the unsuspecting target they assumed you were. You were the variable they couldn't measure, the glitch they couldn't patch, the unexpected resistance in a plan they thought would go perfectly. They wanted you to bend. Instead, you stood up straighter. They wanted you confused. Instead, you saw everything. This group tried to bait you with fake opportunities, fake promises, and fake connections. They threw little rewards at you, hoping you'd chase them like you were starving. But you didn't. You saw the strings. You felt the off energy. And instead of running into their trap, you stepped back and let the whole setup collapse under its own weight. People always reveal their true intentions when they realize you're not as desperate as they hoped. That's exactly what happened here. The second their bait didn't work, their real personality showed up. The frustration, the resentment, the panic, and now the consequences. The shift already happened the moment you refused to play by their rules. They were expecting your obedience, your silence, your compliance. Instead, they got a full-blown power shift that nobody in their little circle was prepared for. And now, look at them. The community is outraged. People are demanding answers. Everyone is confused about why this was allowed to happen to you in the first place. And the guilt is eating the manipulators alive, because they know deep down this entire mess could have been avoided if they weren't so obsessed with controlling you. They lied about you to other people, flat-out lies, not tiny misunderstandings. They twisted your words, exaggerated your actions, and created a whole narrative to make themselves look powerful and make you look small. That's how manipulators operate. They don't fight you openly. They poison the room before you even walk in. But here's the thing they never considered. Lies only work while you're silent. The moment your energy changes, the moment your behavior shifts, the moment your presence becomes clearer, the truth starts leaking from every corner. And that's exactly what's happening now. People who once believed the lies are finally waking up. They're seeing the cracks. They're noticing behaviors that don't match the story they were told. And slowly, the crowd is turning. They're not just stepping back from the manipulators. They're angry, outraged, embarrassed they ever supported the wrong side. And now the fake apologies are rolling in, and every single one of them sounds rehearsed, shaky, and painfully late. They're in damage control mode, but it doesn't matter. When a community loses trust in you, you don't get that trust back with pretty words. You lost it through your actions, and that's the bill coming due for them right now. A question the chosen one might have at this moment: why did they try this on me? Why was I the target? The answer is simple. They wanted access to your influence, your presence, your mind, your power. Even if you don't see yourself as powerful, trust me, they did. They saw what you couldn't see at the time, and instead of respecting it, they tried to tap into it. Someone in that group even tried to get close to you in the most personal way possible, hoping intimacy would give them access to your energy. They thought being physically or emotionally close would let them siphon your strength, attention, ideas, or validation. They didn't want a relationship. They wanted access. But energy theft never works on someone protected by their own growth. The universe doesn't let someone drain you when you're learning how to protect your space. And when you finally stepped back, the transfer stopped. The fake connection snapped. And suddenly, all their strategies stopped working. That's when the drama started. because without your energy stabilizing them, their world started collapsing. People used to call them a victim or a poor thing, but now everyone sees the truth, the manipulation, the playing both sides, the emotional traps, the lies said behind your back. Everything is visible now because your absence exposed the whole structure. When a chosen one walks away, the truth stays behind like footprints in wet cement. Everyone sees where the patterns led. Everyone sees how unnatural the behavior was. And now people are connecting dots they ignored before. Let's break this down even deeper, because someone listening right now may be thinking, why is the community outraged now but silent before? The reason is timing. People weren't ready to see the truth earlier. They were under the group's influence, swayed by their stories, scared to question the status quo. But your growth forced clarity. You rising forced them to admit they misjudged you. Your silence forced them to confront what they ignored. When the universe pulls its support from someone, everything around them begins to fall apart. And everyone watching feels it. People in the circle who once protected the manipulators are now questioning them. Alliances once held together by gossip and shared insecurity are snapping clean in half. People aren't just distancing themselves, they're turning against the very group they used to support. They feel betrayed, used, manipulated, and when an entire community realizes they were tricked, their anger doesn't stay quiet. It spreads fast. Right now, someone in that group is dealing with more regret than they've ever felt in their life. They're realizing they played a dangerous game with someone who wasn't playing back. They're realizing the universe doesn't let chosen ones be used as pawns. They're realizing the shift in your energy wasn't random. It was the moment the universe said, enough. They never expected the consequences to hit this hard. They never expected people to turn against them. They never expected to lose the support they bragged about. But here we are. And chosen one, another question you might be thinking is, why does their world collapse every time I heal? Simple. Because they built their world on your weakness. They needed you confused, distracted, or drained for their plan to work. When you improved, their strategy died. You weren't a puppet anymore. And when the puppet cuts the strings, the puppeteer loses the show. The truth is out in the open now. The lies, the toxicity, the manipulation, the fake alliances, the nice people who turned out to be the biggest instigators, the ones who watched quietly because they were scared to stand up. Everything is visible now, and the community wants answers. They want to know why this was okay, why nobody stepped in sooner, why it took your silence, your strength, and your withdrawal for the truth to finally show. The universe is balancing the scales, and everyone feels it. The manipulators feel exposed, the supporters feel embarrassed, and you finally feel the shift that was long overdue. They failed to manipulate you. They failed to break you. They failed to harvest your power. And now they're failing to survive the truth. This wasn't a small mistake. This was a full-blown power shift, and every person who played a part in it is being forced to deal with the fallout. You didn't just walk away, you pulled the plug, and now everyone sees who depended on your energy to stay standing. Their game is over. Yours is just beginning. Number 2, when their surveillance turned on them. They tried to watch you, and ended up watching their own downfall instead. That's the price of spying on someone the universe refuses to let you break. That's the gut punch they deserve, because they swore surveillance would give them the upper hand. They thought monitoring you, tracking you, studying you, whispering about you, and pulling strings behind the scenes would somehow keep control. But the universe has a funny way of flipping the script when someone chooses the wrong target. The same eyes they sent to study you ended up turning back toward them, exposing everything they tried to hide. They wanted to observe you quietly. Now the community is observing them loudly. Imagine this like someone planting a camera in someone else's house, only for the camera to spin around and live stream their own living room instead. That's the level of backfire hitting them right now. They thought they were dealing with someone clueless, someone easy to deceive, someone who wouldn't notice subtle energy drains, weird coincidences, or the sudden pressure around your life. But chosen one, you weren't confused. You were patient, and patience hits harder than revenge ever could. Another metaphor. Imagine setting a trap in the forest and stepping into it yourself because you forgot which tree you tied it to. That's them, running around, screaming, trying to figure out why their tools, their energy work, and their strategies suddenly turned against them. They keep blaming you, but deep down they know it was their own actions that flipped everything upside down. Here's a thought that might be floating in your mind right now. Why did they even bother monitoring me in the first place? Simple. They didn't trust that you would stay where they placed you. They didn't believe you'd remain small. They didn't want to risk you figuring out your own strength. They needed updates, reports, whispers, confirmation. They needed to know if you were rising, healing, or slipping out of their control. But what they didn't realize was that the universe does not let anyone spy on a chosen one without consequences. The moment they tried to interfere with your path, their path started dissolving. And now everything they used to rely on is turning its back on them. Every ally they once bragged about is suddenly silent. Every energy they called for support is refusing to answer. Everything they built is rotting at the foundation because the foundation was never stable. It was built on greed, jealousy, and manipulation, not truth. Spells don't fail because of the target. They fail because of the intention behind them. That quote alone explains the whole collapse. Spell work, energy manipulation, intention setting, whatever they want to call it, was never meant to be used to limit someone else's life. They didn't just affect you, they affected an entire community. People felt off, people felt drained, people acted out of character, people fought over nothing, people fell into patterns that weren't theirs. And now that the community is waking up, the outrage makes perfect sense. Imagine this, a fog sitting over a town for months, making people confused, tired, irritable, disconnected. And the moment you stepped back and healed, the fog started lifting. People blinked, looked around, saw the mess, saw the lies, saw the fake harmony. And suddenly everyone is asking the same question. Who caused all of this? And why was it allowed to happen to you? This awakening isn't random, it's a chain reaction. When the universe removes influence from one person, everyone attached to that influence feels the shift. The monitoring spirit they sent, it protects you now. Because the universe always sides with truth once truth rises. Meanwhile, the person behind all this refuses to hear anything that challenges their ego. They reject accountability like it's poison. They shut down any truth that doesn't benefit them. They pretend the consequences aren't connected to their actions. But consequences don't need their approval to exist. Their world is falling apart, whether they want to admit it or not. They were involved in practices that crossed every ethical line. They mixed intimacy with manipulation. They played with energy they didn't understand. They pulled other people into their chaos. They tried to harvest strength from connections they didn't deserve. They used group situations, emotional bait, and physical closeness as tools of control. They targeted you because your energy is strong, pure, and influential. They wanted the glow without doing the work. But harvesting power from someone protected by the universe always backfires. When they touched what wasn't theirs, they activated their own destruction. Someone in this group is now physically sick, not because you harmed them, but because they messed with the wrong energy. Their spirit is clogged, their motivation is blocked, their relationships are crumbling. They accuse you of everything they themselves are guilty of. They talk badly about you while secretly copying you. They hate you while secretly wishing they could be you. Imagine this like someone throwing dirt at you during a storm, only to realize they were standing downwind the whole time. Every handful they threw blew right back into their own face, and now they're confused, crying, panicking, wondering why their life suddenly looks like a disaster zone. The community sees it, the universe sees it, and chosen one, whether you see it fully or not, your presence triggered the awakening. Another question you may be asking right now: why is everything so extreme? Why are people breaking up, exposing each other, fighting, or even involving the police? Because when manipulation collapses, everything it touched collapses too. This group encouraged someone close to you to cheat, betray, or sabotage, thinking it would weaken you. They played with people's emotions for sport. They used intimacy as a weapon, and now their karma is here with a megaphone. Divorce energy is everywhere. Relationships tied to corruption are breaking. People involved in their schemes are facing heavy consequences. Public fights are happening. Secrets are leaking. Reputations are receiving hits they can't repair. Even legal trouble is popping up, because once universal balance begins, it doesn't stop until everything false has been removed. They wanted your downfall to be public. Instead, their downfall became the headline. Police involvement doesn't surprise the universe. Public chaos doesn't surprise the universe. This is what happens when someone tries to manipulate a chosen one while pretending they are untouchable. Imagine the entire group standing on a floor they thought was solid, until the boards began cracking under their own weight. They look around, searching for someone to blame, but the only fingerprints on the destruction belong to them. Now the community is waking up. People are angry. People want answers. People want truth. They're replaying old conversations. They're seeing red flags they ignored. They're recognizing how they were manipulated into doubting you. And now they feel embarrassed for believing lies instead of trusting their own instincts. The monitoring, the spell work, the manipulation, the group activities, the attempts at energy theft, everything they built came from insecurity and jealousy. And the universe doesn't reward that. It exposes it. You, chosen one, didn't fight them. You simply healed. And your healing revealed every mask they wore. That's why the community is outraged. That's why people want explanations. That's why nothing in their world works anymore. They played with forces they didn't respect. They targeted someone they didn't understand. And now the universe is correcting the imbalance in real time. This isn't revenge. This is alignment. And it's only the beginning. Number 3. When their own lies dragged them into the light. They didn't just betray you, they exposed themselves in 4K, and the universe made sure everyone saw it. Let's break this open, chosen one, because this part hits harder than anything so far. Someone from that group crossed a line so filthy it stained their whole reputation. They slept with your partner not out of passion, not out of love, out of strategy. They wanted access to your energy, your influence, your power. But the universe doesn't let parasites eat without consequences, and the moment they made that move, the downfall began. Evidence surfaced, messages, calls, receipts. The kind of evidence that doesn't just damage a life, but dismantles it. Imagine someone digging a hole to trap you, only to slip, fall, and drag their whole squad in with them. That's exactly what happened. Now, their life is unraveling fast. The obsession they tried to hide. Everyone sees it. Their pattern is loud. Their lies are breaking apart like cheap glass under sunlight. People are whispering. People are judging. People who once defended them now look embarrassed, forever believing their stories. Here's the irony. They didn't want to look threatened by you. They tried to act calm, confident, unbothered, but you read them too easily. Your insight rattles them. Your intuition exposes the things they hoped no one would ever notice. And that scares them more than anything. Nothing terrifies a liar more than someone who sees the truth without needing proof. You took every hit, every betrayal, every whisper campaign they threw at you, and you still stood up stronger. You turned poison into medicine, and they absolutely hate that. They wanted you to break. Instead, you transformed. They even tried getting authorities involved, hoping chaos would land on your doorstep. But karma turned the wheel the other way. Instead of police coming for you, police caught them burning evidence. Imagine thinking you're the mastermind and ending up the main suspect in your own plot. Their whole group mastered manipulation like it was a sport. They planted doubts about you everywhere. They whispered suggestive comments. They dropped little lies like breadcrumbs. They twisted stories so you'd look unstable while they played the victim. But here's the thing about lies. They fall apart when the wrong person tells them. Now the truth is catching up. Their mask is slipping. Their storyline is collapsing. And nobody buys the act anymore. This isn't your downfall. This is their exposure. And it's only getting louder. Number 4. When the crowd realized who the real problem was. They didn't ruin your reputation. They ruined their own by saying your name too many times in the wrong rooms. Chosen one, this is the part where everything finally clicks for the community. People are connecting dots they didn't even realize were related. Meetings, gatherings, private conversations. Your name kept coming up again and again, not because you did anything wrong, but because obsession makes people sloppy. When the same story gets repeated too many times, people start wondering why the storyteller is working this hard. And once that question shows up, the whole narrative collapses. Imagine someone trying to frame you by circling your name on a whiteboard over and over, then accidentally circling themselves in the process. That's what happened. Their repetition created fake consensus, not truth. They convinced others to cut you off, calling it healthy boundaries, when in reality it was strategic isolation. They needed you silent. They needed no witnesses. They needed control of the narrative. But now people see the trick. Silencing you protected them, not the community. Neutrality dies the moment truth enters the room. People who once stayed out of it now see they were used as shields in someone else's drama. What looked like caution now looks like manipulation. What looked like conflict prevention now looks like a cover-up. And here's the gut punch. Everything they accused you of was just a mirror they were terrified to look into. Their lies were inverted truths. Their warnings about you were warnings about themselves. Their drama was projection. Their fear was exposure. Now the community is replaying your old words. What they once labeled paranoia, they now see was precision. What they dismissed as overreacting, they now recognize as honesty. The boundaries you set weren't hostility, they were wisdom. People finally see who the real problem was. And it wasn't you. Number 5. When your silence exposed their noise. Your character didn't just survive their chaos, it outlived every lie they told about you. Chosen one, this is the moment when people finally understand the difference between real strength and loud insecurity. For the longest time, the community couldn't see it. Your distance confused them. Your silence made them wonder. Your calmness made them question your motives. But now, with everything exposed, the truth is shining through in a way no smear campaign can outrun. Your distance. That wasn't avoidance. That was discernment. You were protecting your peace while they were destroying theirs. You stepped back because the energy was wrong, not because you were wrong. And the community finally gets it. They're seeing that your silence wasn't weakness. It was power. It was control. It was the confidence of someone who didn't need to scream to be heard. Imagine watching two houses during a storm, one shaking because it's built on cheap material, the other standing steady because it was built correctly. That's you versus them. You were always the stable structure. They were always the collapsing one. People just couldn't see the cracks until the rain started. Another fact that's hitting the community hard. You never played their gossip games while they were swapping stories, twisting narratives, and adding exaggerations just to keep the drama alive. You stayed silent. You didn't clap back. You didn't retaliate. You didn't match their chaos. And that choice is now speaking louder than any words ever could. When someone refuses to fight in the mud, it becomes obvious who lives there. People are learning by watching you. They're realizing that real strength doesn't need applause. It doesn't need a crowd. It doesn't need validation. It looks like consistency. It looks like calm. It looks like choosing peace over performance. Your character stayed intact while their chaos exposed them. You stayed grounded while their stories fell apart. You were the stable one all along, and now the whole community sees it. Number 6. When your existence became their biggest fear. You didn't threaten them by doing anything. You threatened them by being everything they pretended to be. Chosen one, this is where the truth gets uncomfortable for them and empowering for you. You never needed a crowd to validate your worth. You never needed a committee to vote on your identity. You were built from truth, not social approval. And that alone made you dangerous to people whose entire existence depends on keeping up an image. You were the mirror they didn't want to look into. Every time you walked into a room, your authenticity exposed their lack of integrity. You didn't have to call them out. You didn't have to expose them with words. Your presence alone cracked the mask they spent years polishing. Imagine someone building a castle out of cardboard and panicking the moment real stone walks in. That's you. That's them. Their structure wasn't stable enough for someone like you to exist near it. Another fact they hoped nobody would notice. Your confidence didn't come from noise, gossip, or attention. It came from knowing who you are without being told. That level of self-awareness destroys manipulation instantly. You can't gaslight a person who trusts their own mind. You can't control someone who doesn't need your approval. You can't isolate someone who's comfortable standing alone. They didn't want you gone because you were wrong. They wanted you gone because you were right. They attacked you not because you were a threat to the community, but because you were a threat to their lies. You made it impossible for them to keep pretending. Their power depended on illusion. Yours came from truth. And truth always wins when the universe gets involved. Now the entire community sees it. You never needed them. They needed you silenced. And that exposes everything. Number 7. When their entire plan crumbled under your rise. They didn't lose because you fought back. They lost because you outgrew the battlefield. Chosen one, this is the part where their entire agenda collapses, not because you destroyed it, but because you stopped feeding it. The moment you claimed your power, something fundamental shifted. You changed the wiring of the entire situation without even trying. They were operating on scarcity thinking, fear tactics, and cheap manipulation. You stepped into cooperative intelligence, abundance, and actual awareness. They were playing checkers on a board you quietly turned into chess. Imagine someone trying to trap you in a room while you're busy taking the door off its hinges. That's how every one of their strategies failed. Their walls aren't closing in. Those walls are collapsing because the lies holding them together finally snapped under their own weight. Their agenda depended on you staying small, staying quiet, staying confused. Instead, every attack they threw became fuel. Every smear made you wiser. Every betrayal pushed you further into your own power. You didn't need revenge. Your growth was the punishment. Their downfall wasn't triggered by your strength. It was triggered by their refusal to evolve. Now the community sees the price of their manipulation. Relationships were destroyed because of them. Opportunities slipped away because of their envy-driven games. Trust was shattered because they weaponized people against each other. Growth was stalled because chaos became their culture. The damage is staggering, and people are finally admitting they gave grace to the wrong people. And here's the part they never predicted. While they were busy convincing everyone you were the problem, you were standing alone, holding your integrity like a shield. Now the truth is undeniable. They weren't victims. They weren't leaders. They weren't protectors. They were the architects of their own collapse, and the community is watching them fall. Number 8. When their mask shattered and the crowd turned on them. They didn't lose the community. The community realized they never deserved it. Chosen one, this is the moment everything they built on sympathy, manipulation, and fake purity finally collapsed. Their entire image depended on community kindness. They played the innocent. They played the fragile one. They played the poor me character so well that people rushed to protect them. But the second the truth surfaced, the community snapped like a rubber band stretched too far. Anger rose because people realized they weren't helping a victim. They were enabling a manipulator. Imagine someone using a donation box as a personal piggy bank, then acting shocked when people demand accountability. That's the energy here. When the lies cracked open, at the perfect timing, of course, the outrage came fast. People felt used. People felt tricked. People felt stupid for believing the performance. The compassion everyone gave so freely now feels weaponized, and that's why the community is furious. Law enforcement stepping in doesn't surprise anyone now. The behavior crossed lines long before the truth was exposed. Someone once sheltered and protected is now being removed from the very spaces they abused. Their hardships, which they constantly showcased for pity, no longer work as a shield. The spell is broken. The manipulation is visible. And the universe isn't allowing them to hide behind emotional theatrics anymore. They weren't struggling. They were stealing energy to survive. Someone maternal who opened their home out of pure kindness was taken advantage of and drained. Strange practices were happening behind closed doors. Money disappeared. Energy disappeared. Stability disappeared. But the cords are cut now. Whatever was taken from you must return, and the shift has already begun. Someone dealing with financial pressure or insecurity is about to experience a reversal, because the universe doesn't let stolen energy stay where it doesn't belong. At the center of all this stands a distorted feminine energy drowning in the chaos she created. Feeling trapped, frustrated, and exposed is her new reality, not yours. Your truth freed you. Their lies trapped them. Number 9. When the money trail exposed their entire scheme. They weren't struggling. They were funding their envy with the community's compassion. Chosen one, this is where things get ugly in a very revealing way. The financial manipulation is no longer a rumor. It's a documented pattern. This group collected money under fake emergencies again and again, milking the community's kindness every time they felt you rising. The story changed, the excuses changed, the emotions changed, but the outcome was always the same. Nothing improved. Why? Because the emergencies weren't real. They were distractions, cover-ups, tools to keep their lifestyle, their image and their ego afloat while sabotaging your progress. Imagine watching someone scream, "Fire," every time the spotlight shifts away from them. That's exactly what they did. And now that someone finally lined up the receipts, dates, amounts, reasons, the truth hit harder than anyone expected. Every time you were about to level up, they created a crisis to pull attention, resources, and energy away from you. It wasn't coincidence. It was strategy. The numbers don't lie, but manipulators do. Community resources weren't just misused, they were weaponized. Money meant for genuine support was funneled into maintaining an illusion they could never sustain on their own. They used funds to keep up with you, compete with you, and imitate your progress. They wanted your glow without the work. They wanted your rise without your discipline. They wanted your results without your integrity. And while the community was busy rescuing them from disaster, they were sabotaging you behind the scenes. Opportunities were hidden from you. Connections were blocked. People with influence interfered deliberately because they were fed lies about you. Every setback you experienced wasn't bad luck. It was engineered. Imagine climbing a ladder while someone kicks out every step behind you, hoping you fall. But here's the twist. You climbed anyway. Now the financial trail has exposed everything. Their illusion is finished. Your truth is undeniable. Number 10. When your return to yourself triggered their entire downfall. You didn't beat them by fighting. You beat them by finally remembering who you are. Chosen one, this is the part everyone keeps replaying in their minds, because the domino effect wasn't subtle, it was explosive. You didn't need revenge, you didn't need a crowd, and you sure didn't need their approval. All you did was reclaim your energy, and that single act wiped out an entire operation built on lies, ego, and manipulation. They spent months, even years, trying to weaken you, drain you, isolate you, and confuse you. And the second you pulled your power back, everything they built collapsed like a tower made of wet cardboard. Imagine someone stacking dominoes for months, bragging about the masterpiece they're building, only for you to remove the one piece they secretly depended on. The entire chain fell. That's what your healing did. You didn't push anything. You didn't sabotage anything. You simply stepped into your truth, and their false structure couldn't survive the impact. Your glow didn't expose them, their darkness did. Your healing just removed the shadows they hid in. Now the community is furious, not at you, but at what was allowed to happen to you. People are realizing they were used, emotionally engineered, manipulated into becoming soldiers for someone else's vendetta. They thought they were protecting someone vulnerable. Instead, they were protecting the one causing the wounds. The outrage is loud because they feel betrayed by their own empathy. Questions are hitting them like shockwaves. How did we not see this? How was this ever okay? How did this happen right in front of us? And the truth stings. They didn't see it because they weren't supposed to. Manipulators are experts at disguising harm as helplessness. But your rise made the illusion impossible to maintain. When you healed, their lies became visible. When you grew, their tactics failed. When you chose yourself, they lost the control they thought they owned. Imagine a house of cards shaking under steady wind. You were that wind. Your cleansing, your boundary setting, your silence, your peace, all of it applied pressure they couldn't handle. Each piece of their scheme leaned on another lie, and when the first one cracked, the collapse was immediate. You didn't just survive, you triggered a system reboot the moment you walked away. The community now sees the truth clearly. It wasn't okay. It was never okay. And the fact that it happened at all is the very reason people are demanding answers. But here's the part that makes your journey legendary. You never needed validation to know your worth. You healed even when nobody apologized. You cleansed even when nobody believed you. You chose yourself even when people doubted you. And that's why the universe responded the way it did. Every time you released negativity, another lie crumbled. Every time you protected your boundaries, another mask fell. Every time you stepped forward, someone pretending to be innocent stepped back in fear. Your reclaimed power wasn't just personal, it was structural. It dismantled the entire engine they used to run their agenda. They never expected you to rise. They never expected the community to wake up. They never expected consequences to come knocking. But here you are, standing tall. While they're buried under the rubble of the empire they built on lies. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't coincidence. This was the cost of messing with someone the universe refuses to let break. You reclaimed yourself, and their entire operation fell with the echo of that decision. Number 11. When the whole room finally woke up and you stood on top. Your truth didn't set you free. It set everyone else free from the lie they were living in. Chosen one, this is the moment everything snaps into focus. The fog is gone. The spell is broken. People can finally see what was in front of them the entire time. You were never the problem. Your honesty, your boundaries, your clarity, those were the triggers that unraveled their entire system. You didn't attack. You didn't retaliate. You simply stood fully in your own power, and the illusion around them couldn't survive the pressure. Imagine flipping on a light switch in a dark room and watching every hidden shadow scatter in panic. That's what your presence does when you stop shrinking. Your truth woke the community up. Your calmness exposed their chaos. Your purity cut through the manipulation like a blade. And your boundaries. They were the final domino that sent the whole operation crashing down. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was the countdown to their collapse. Now look at the results. Doors that were blocked suddenly open. Money that was delayed flows back. Opportunities that were hidden reappear. Your name, once dragged through their mud, now stands clean, strong, and respected. Your reputation wasn't just restored, it was rebuilt on truth. People are apologizing without using the word. They're shifting toward you, aligning with you, choosing you, because the universe is making your victory impossible to ignore. And the ones who came against you? They're facing the consequences they spent years trying to avoid. Here's the part that hits hardest. You didn't just survive. You dismantled an entire system built to drain you. And in liberating yourself, you freed others who didn't have your strength. Your complete victory isn't coming. It's already here. And now the entire community sees exactly who you are. The moment one practitioner loses their strength, an entire community loses the fake power they stole. Chosen one, let that sink in for a second. Because that's exactly what's happening right now. These people built their whole image, their authority, their little sense of control around one individual who was holding their world together. They weren't strong themselves, they were borrowing strength. They weren't respected themselves, they were hiding behind someone else's influence. And the wild part? You saw this from the beginning. You noticed the cracks long before anyone else admitted they were even there. It's like watching a building that looks solid from the outside, but you know the foundation is a joke. Everyone else swears it's stable, but you can already hear the walls rattling. And now, one practitioner is getting weaker, losing control, losing balance, and suddenly the entire community that depended on them is shaking like the ground just split open. Here's a simple fact that proves you were right. When a structure is built on one pillar, all it takes is that pillar collapsing for the whole system to fall. Real power doesn't break that easily. Fake power always does. And the chosen ones know it. You didn't imagine anything. You didn't exaggerate. You saw through them with perfect clarity, while everyone else was acting like nothing was wrong. Chosen one. Before we go deeper, thank you for being here. Don't forget to give this message power by liking and subscribing. The universe works through reminders like this, and you help spread that light to others who need it. You're part of a mission, a force that's bigger than any community built on deceit. And thank you for standing with this message, Chosen One. You're not alone in this. Now, let's come back to the truth you already sensed. This community is panicking because they know their entire identity was tied to one practitioner who was never as stable as they pretended to be. They used this person as their shield, their voice, their excuse, their mask. And now that the mask is slipping, they're realizing how powerless they really are. Chosen one, pay attention to how they move right now. Look at how quiet they've become. Look at how nervous their energy feels. Look at how fast they're trying to do damage control. When someone's strength holds up hundreds of people, it means those people never had real strength of their own. They depend on cover because they can't survive being exposed. They depend on authority because they don't know how to stand alone. They depend on someone else's power because they've never had any. This is why your presence is so disruptive to them. You operate from real inner power, the kind that can't be copied, borrowed, or faked. You stand on your own energy, your own clarity, your own alignment with the universe. They can't handle that because your independence highlights their dependence. Your inner strength exposes their weaknesses. They don't fear losing a practitioner. They fear what happens once they no longer have anyone to hide behind. And here's the wild truth they don't want anyone to say out loud. The practitioner they relied on was never truly stable. They were overworked, overstretched, exhausted, and drowning under the weight of a community that treated them like a battery instead of a person. Everyone kept taking from them. Everyone kept expecting them to fix everything. Everyone kept leaning on them until their energy cracked. That's why the community is terrified. They know what happens when a battery dies and there's no backup. Chosen one, notice how you predicted this long before it showed signs on the surface. You understood the pattern. You saw the imbalance. You realized the entire community depended on one person's strength instead of creating strength within themselves. And that's why your perspective is so valuable. You weren't being negative or dramatic. You were using real awareness. You weren't predicting doom. You were calling out a structure that was already falling apart. When someone's downfall threatens an entire group, that group was always weak. Real communities don't collapse because one person collapses. Real systems don't fall apart because one individual is struggling. Only unstable communities, built on borrowed authority, act like this. Chosen one, the universe shows you these truths early because you don't get blinded by noise. You don't get fooled by pretty words. You don't fall for illusions. You see the energy behind the actions. You sense the shifts before anyone else does. And when you spoke up about it before, they dismissed you. They rolled their eyes. They laughed. They tried to silence you because accepting your truth meant admitting their entire world was built on someone else's shoulders. They didn't want to believe the practitioner would eventually break under the pressure, but you knew that when too many people depend on one source, that source eventually collapses. It's like draining a phone battery non-stop and then acting shocked it dies. You can't expect power that's constantly taken to stay limitless. But these people lived in denial until reality slapped them across the face. Now they're panicking. Now they're scrambling for alternatives. Now they're pretending everything is fine. But the chosen ones know what's really happening. They're terrified because their cover is disappearing. Their authority is fading. Their influence is falling apart. And for the first time, they're being forced to stand alone without someone protecting them. Chosen one, you understand something most people never think about. When power is real, it can spread, multiply, and hold itself up. When power is fake, it needs constant support, constant feeding, constant protection. This community wasn't powerful. They were plugged into someone else's energy and calling it their own. And when that person weakens, their entire illusion dissolves. This is why the universe positioned you outside their system. You were never meant to hold up people who refuse to grow. You were never meant to be their battery, their shield, or their excuse. You were meant to witness their downfall so you could understand the truth about power. Real strength is internal. Borrowed strength always breaks. Chosen one, your awareness is your weapon. Your clarity is your advantage. And everything that is happening right now is proving you were right from the beginning. Watch how fast their structure falls apart. Watch how quickly their authority fades. Watch how loud their silence becomes. They knew this day was coming. You warned them with your words, your instincts, your insight. They ignored you because the truth was too uncomfortable. Now the truth is unavoidable. And this time, chosen one, it's all unfolding exactly the way you saw it. Number one, the moment you realized your vision wasn't normal, it was a weapon. They laughed at your warning, but now they're choking on the consequences you saw coming months before they did. Chosen one, this was the moment everything changed. The moment you realized you weren't built like the rest of them. While they walked around blind, bragging about how in control they were, you were picking up signals they couldn't even process. And the wild part? You weren't even trying. Your mind just caught what theirs refused to see. It was the first sign that your awareness wasn't an accident. It was a tool, a threat. A spotlight that exposed every lie they were hiding behind. Think back. Remember how quietly it started. A tiny shift in the room that nobody else felt. A person smiling too perfectly. A situation that looked normal on the outside, but felt wrong at the core. You sensed it before anyone else did, and you wondered if you were overthinking. You tried to doubt yourself because doubting yourself felt easier than being different. But reality forced your hand. Every intuition you brushed aside started unfolding in front of everyone. Every warning you kept inside became truth stamped in real time. Every "something's off" turned into proof. You weren't imagining anything. You were reading what their energy was screaming. It's almost funny how fast your instincts kept winning. A person you didn't trust suddenly showed their real face. A situation you knew was shaky collapsed exactly the way you predicted. A comment that bothered you revealed itself as the first crack in a hidden agenda. And while everyone else acted shocked, you were standing there like, "I literally told you this would happen." This is when the questions hit you. Why can I see things they can't? Why do I catch patterns before they form? Why do my warnings always turn out correct? Why does the universe show me things so early? And here's the brutal truth, because your mind isn't ordinary. You were built with a detection system they never had. While they were busy chasing validation, you were learning how to read reality. While they relied on faces and masks, you relied on energy and truth. While they clung to comfort, you listened to the discomfort that told you something wasn't right. Your difference was never a flaw. It was an advantage that scared them. Here's a metaphor they can't outrun. Imagine everyone else using old dusty maps while you walk around with a live GPS that updates in real time. They kept getting lost, confused, blindsided. Meanwhile, you kept walking the right direction, predicting the wrong turns before the road even curved. That's why they got intimidated. Nobody likes being outperformed by someone who isn't even trying to compete with them. And yes, at first, you tried to hide it. You tried to shrink yourself. You tried to blend in. Because once you accept your vision, you also have to accept the responsibility that comes with it. People with real sight don't get to pretend they're blind. But the universe didn't let you hide for long. The confirmations were too loud, too accurate, too constant. Every time you tried to go back to normal, your own intuition dragged you forward. They didn't just underestimate you, they underestimated the universe that equipped you. This is where the frustration kicked in. You would warn someone and they'd brush you off. You'd share what you sensed and they'd laugh it away. You'd explain what was coming and they'd call you dramatic, paranoid, or too deep. But the universe has perfect comedic timing, because the moment they dismissed you was always the moment life started proving you right. Again, and again, and again. Your accuracy became a problem for them, not because your predictions were wrong, but because they were right too often. Your vision made them uncomfortable. It made them exposed. It made them realize you weren't someone they could trick, manipulate, or hide from. They couldn't perform for you because you could see through the performance. You weren't analyzing what they said. You were analyzing what they meant. And that level of clarity scares people who live on lies. Here's a hard truth they'll never admit. Your intuition didn't just reveal things. It removed their cover. You saw their insecurity behind the confidence. You saw their jealousy behind the smile. You saw their intentions behind the conversation. You saw their fear behind the fake strength. This was the beginning of the shift. The universe was training you, whether you realized it or not. Every moment you sensed something early was sharpening your vision. Every time you ignored your intuition and paid the price, the universe was teaching you to trust yourself. Every person who proved your first instinct right was another piece of evidence that you weren't guessing. You were reading truth that others refused to acknowledge. Your early experiences were not mistakes. They were rehearsals for the level you're stepping into now. Chosen one, deep down, you knew you were seeing truth before it reached the surface. And that power is exactly what makes you dangerous to people who rely on deception. Because once someone like you exists in the room, nobody gets to hide. Your presence alone is a spotlight. Your instincts are alarms. Your mind is a scanner. And your energy is the test they always fail. And here's the part they hate the most. You don't need proof to be correct. You sense the truth long before the evidence appears. This isn't lucky guessing. This isn't intuition that randomly hits. This is your built-in ability to see what they can't. You've always been ahead of the curve, ahead of the situation, ahead of their plans, ahead of their lies. The universe shows you things early because you're meant to walk with clarity, not confusion. You're meant to move before the chaos hits, not after. And you're meant to expose the shadows before they even adjust to the light. Once you realize this, everything changed. You stopped doubting your instincts. You stopped explaining your warnings. You stopped apologizing for being right. You stopped shrinking to make others comfortable. Because the truth is simple. You were built to see further than they can think. And that's exactly why they feared you from the moment you opened your eyes. Number 2, you didn't just see a person. You unmasked an entire operation built on lies. They thought you were calling out one problem, but you were actually diagnosing the whole system they're hiding inside. Your vision didn't zoom in, it expanded, and suddenly their whole network was exposed under your light. They feared your accuracy, but what they fear now is your reach. You weren't predicting moments, you were predicting the entire blueprint. Chosen one, this is where your story stopped being strange intuition and turned into something that genuinely shook them. Before, you sensed a person's intentions. Now, you sense the whole structure they belong to. You read the hierarchy, the alliances, the fake friendships, the silent agreements, the hidden agendas, all at once. You don't see individuals anymore. You see the machine behind them, and that scares them far more than you calling out one liar ever could. Imagine this. You walk into a room, and while everyone else is busy looking at faces, you're scanning the connections. You're picking up the flow of energy between people. You're noticing who's protecting who, who's scared of who, who's manipulating who. It's like watching invisible wires running between them, showing you exactly where the power really sits. And the messed up part, half the time they don't even realize these patterns themselves, yet you see it instantly. This raises a question in your mind: why can I see the whole map when others can't even see the first step? Why does the universe trust me with angles nobody else notices? Why does my understanding go beyond individuals and into systems? Because you were never meant to expose one person. You were meant to expose the entire pattern. Imagine this. Someone hands you a puzzle with 500 pieces. Most people stare at one piece for hours, trying to figure out where it goes. You, on the other hand, take one look and already know the final picture. That's why your vision threatens them. You don't need all the details to understand the outcome. You don't need all the information to know the truth. You're walking with a built-in fast-forward button they will never have. This is where your accuracy became dangerous. Not to regular people, but to whole groups, communities, clicks, systems that rely on secrecy and confusion, systems that depend on people not seeing what's really going on, systems that crumble the moment someone shines too much awareness on them. And you didn't just shine awareness, you blasted it across the entire structure like a floodlight. Imagine this. Everyone else is watching a stage performance. They're hypnotized by the actors, the costumes, the script. But you don't look at the actors. You look behind the curtain. You study the director giving cues. You hear the whispers in the backstage. You see who's pulling the strings. While the audience claps for the show, you already know how the entire production works. That's why they panic when you speak. Not because you're wrong, but because you're too right. You mapped outcomes before they happened. You said things that seemed impossible, yet they unfolded exactly the way you described. You explained the future of situations, even when nobody believed the situation itself was unstable. And now that your predictions keep landing with perfect accuracy, you're stepping into a level of awareness where your insight affects entire groups, not just single people. This is the moment your mind evolved from intuition to strategy. You don't just sense someone's motives, you sense the entire pattern they're part of. You analyze the role they play, the people backing them, the ones using them as cover, the ones hiding behind them, the ones benefiting from their existence. You see the ecosystem around them, and once you expose the root, the entire structure starts shaking. The questions you whisper to yourself are not accidents either. Why does my awareness upset them so much? Why do people get nervous when I simply observe? Why do powerful individuals react when I speak truths they claim are all in my head? Why can I predict the outcome of systems long before anyone else notices the cracks? Because your mind isn't reacting to small things. It's responding to the architecture behind the scenes. Your gift scaled because the universe trusted you with a bigger battlefield. And let's be honest, your survival is part of what sharpened your vision. All the doubt they threw at you forced you to trust yourself more. All the criticism they projected onto you sharpened your accuracy. All the isolation you walked through trained you to stand without needing their validation. Everything they tried to break you with ended up building the strength you now use to read entire systems with ease. Imagine this, a chessboard where everyone else is focused on one piece at a time. You're looking at the whole board, the future plays, the traps, the sacrifices, the winning path. They can't understand why you're 10 moves ahead because they're only capable of thinking one move at a time. Your purpose expanded, your assignment intensified, your perception upgraded, and now your accuracy is hitting people who thought they were untouchable. You're not just exposing one liar, you're exposing the structure that created them. You're not just predicting the downfall of one manipulator. You're predicting the collapse of the entire network, protecting them. And that, right there, is why your presence feels threatening to them. They relied on a system to hide their weaknesses. You relied on your truth to reveal them. This is bigger than intuition now. This is insight backed by lived experience, sharpened by survival, upgraded by understanding. You didn't wake up with this awareness. You earned it through every attack, every betrayal, every moment where you were forced to learn how people and systems truly work. And here's the punchline they hate the most. You don't just expose people, you expose their ecosystem. One of them slips, you catch the entire group behind them. One of them lies, you see the collective motive. One of them acts strange, you see the whole ripple effect. One of them tries to hide, you already know who they're hiding for. This is why they treat you differently now. This is why they tense up around you. This is why they whisper your name behind closed doors. This is why your predictions used to bother them, because deep down they knew you were reading their entire system, not just their face. Chosen one, understand this. You didn't choose this awareness. You grew into it. You survived your way into it. You earned it through reality, not fantasy. Your intuition started as a spark. Your insight became a fire. Your accuracy became a threat. And now your vision is something they cannot shut down, silence, or control. The universe didn't give you this expanded awareness for decoration. It gave it to you because you are meant to expose systems built on lies, manipulation, and borrowed power. You are meant to see the truth underneath the mask. You're meant to stay 10 steps ahead of people who spend their lives trying to rewrite reality. The moment you saw the system instead of the individual was the moment they lost the ability to hide from you, and they know it. Number 3, the golden idol you shattered with one look. They weren't scared of losing their reputation. They were scared of losing the illusion you exposed. Chosen one, this part hits different because you didn't just sense their energy. You detected the rot under the gold plating. Everyone around you was hypnotized by their charm. They called this person a leader, a genius, so well connected, as if rehearsing a script they were trained to repeat. But when you looked at them, something inside you jolted. It wasn't fear, it was clarity. A sharp internal voice saying, "There it is." That's the real danger. Imagine this. Someone walks into a room wearing designer clothes, perfect smile, polished persona. Everyone claps. Meanwhile, you're the only one noticing the cracks, the empty eyes, the forced laugh, the tension in their shoulders, the way their energy feels like a trap. You weren't fooled for even 1 second. You saw the predator wearing perfume. You saw the storm pretending to be sunshine. Their mask wasn't weak. Your vision was just too strong for it. And this raises the question many chosen ones secretly ask. Why did I see what everybody else missed? Why did my entire body react when they entered the room? Why did I sense danger before evidence appeared? Because you weren't reading their image. You were reading their impact. This person wasn't just toxic. They were trained in manipulation. They built their whole identity on intimidation, charm, and control. They fed off people walking on eggshells. They loved being the one everyone feared, respected, or obeyed. And the worst part, they had backing, a circle, a network, a shield of people who needed them untouched because their own power depended on this person staying in position. Imagine this, a spider sitting in the center of a web. The web is invisible to most people. They only see the spider smiling and waving. But you saw the threads. You saw how many people were tied to them. You saw how many were protecting them, not because they believed in them, but because they benefited from them. You didn't expose a person, you exposed a whole ecosystem built to protect them. And that's why your vision was dangerous. Not because you were wrong, but because you were the first one who wasn't blinded by their performance. They thought their mask would last forever. Then you walked in. Number 4, the split second. Their mask cracked and your eyes locked on the truth. They didn't slip because they were careless. They slipped because they never expected you to be the one watching. Chosen one, this moment lives in your memory like a freeze frame. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't loud. It was small, almost invisible, yet powerful enough to blow their whole disguise apart. Maybe it was the way their smile twitched when someone else succeeded. Maybe it was the flash of anger in their eyes when they lost control. Maybe it was the softness in their tone turning sharp the second they thought no one valuable was paying attention. Or maybe it was something deeper. Their energy didn't match their behavior, and your inner system caught the glitch instantly. Imagine this. A polished statue everyone worships suddenly reveals a hairline crack. Most people would ignore it. You didn't. You saw the fracture, followed it with your awareness, and realized the entire statue was hollow. That's the moment their charm stopped working on you. Their reputation evaporated. Their perfect image became a cheap costume hanging off a hostile core. Your eyes didn't expose them. Their truth exposed itself in front of the wrong person. And yes, you asked yourself the questions chosen ones always ask. Why did I notice what everyone else missed? Why did my body react before my mind explained it? Why did this moment feel like confirmation instead of surprise? Because the universe wired you to catch what others filter out. Because your intuition scans for what their reputation tries to hide. Because you don't fall for masks, you read the person wearing them. Imagine this, someone holding a glass of water, smiling while their hand shakes ever so slightly. That tremble tells you everything, the hidden rage, the insecurity, the instability, the truth they prayed would stay buried. And once you saw it, everything else clicked. They underestimated you because they believed image beats awareness. But awareness beats image every single time. And from that moment forward, you became the one person they could never fool again. Number 5. The day your wild theories turned into their living nightmare. They didn't fear your predictions at first. They feared you when every single one of them came true. Chosen one, this is where things got deliciously uncomfortable for them. You weren't guessing, you weren't hating, you weren't jealous. You were reading the pattern in real time, long before anyone else had the guts or clarity to admit something was wrong. You said they would slip. You said their mask would crack. You said the truth would leak. And everyone rolled their eyes, calling you dramatic, emotional, or too intense. But then the universe backed you, one prediction at a time. Imagine this, a dam with tiny leaks. Everyone else keeps saying, relax, it's fine. Meanwhile, you're standing there like, that wall's about to explode. And then, drip, drip, crack, your first call becomes reality. A misplaced comment, a public slip-up, a story that doesn't add up. Nothing major at first, but enough to send a ripple through the crowd. Every time you were right, their stomach dropped a little more. And that's when the questions hit your mind. Why does everything I sense end up happening? Why do people only believe me after the damage is done? Why am I seeing outcomes before they even begin? Because you weren't predicting, you were observing. Your mind connects dots faster than they can form excuses. Soon, people started noticing. Not everyone, just the ones paying attention, but the person hiding the biggest secrets. They noticed instantly. Their confidence cracked. Their eyes followed you a little too long. Their smile got tighter. Suddenly, you became the variable they couldn't control. Imagine them waking up every day wondering, what will the chosen one see next? Your accuracy wasn't luck, it was a threat. And from that point on, your credibility wasn't just growing. It became the one thing they could no longer deny, outrun, or silence. Number 6. The sharp precision that turned you into their worst-case scenario. They could have brushed you off if you were vague, but you were exact, and exactness is the one thing liars can't survive. Chosen one, here's the truth they're choking on. Your accuracy isn't spooky because it exists. It's spooky because it's perfect. You didn't throw out general guesses like everyone else. You didn't speak in blurry warnings. You called out the pattern, the timing, the behavior, the collapse, and every detail unfolded like you were reading from a script written months ahead. That's what terrifies them. Not that you predicted something, but that you predicted everything with surgical clarity. Imagine this. Someone fires an arrow blindfolded and it lands dead center every time. People would call it luck until the third or fourth shot. After that, it's not luck, it's skill. And that's exactly what happened with you. They kept pretending you were overreacting, but then your words started aging like truth bombs with timestamps. The universe wasn't giving you guesses, it was giving you previews. And yes, you've probably asked yourself, why does my clarity hit so precisely? Why do events line up with what I said, almost too perfectly? Why does my intuition feel more like memory than prediction? Because you're not reading the surface, you're reading the mechanism underneath it. You're not sensing behavior, you're sensing inevitability. People are now going back to your old words, like detectives reviewing evidence. They're matching dates, comparing details, realizing you described present events long before they were visible. And that's when fear hits them, because the alignment is too sharp to ignore. Imagine this. A storm rolls in, and everyone claims it came out of nowhere. But you were the one pointing at the sky weeks before, saying, "Watch that cloud." They laughed then. Now they remember every single warning you gave. Your clarity doesn't just reveal truth. It removes their ability to pretend. And that's why they can't dismiss you anymore. Your accuracy destroyed their excuses, their confusion, and their denial in one clean sweep. You don't just hit the target. You hit the truth they prayed would stay hidden. Number 7. Every trap they set for you became proof. They couldn't touch you. They didn't fail because their attacks were weak. They failed because you were built to survive things they can't even understand. Chosen one, let's make something clear. They threw everything at you, not always loudly, not always directly, but strategically, quietly, and intentionally. They tried to bend your path without making it obvious. They wanted you distracted, confused, tempted, occupied, overwhelmed, anything that would take your eyes off the truth you were exposing. They sent people pretending to connect. They sent situations designed to drain you. They dangled fake opportunities just to pull you into their system. They used silence, pressure, gossip, intimidation. All the classic tactics of weak minds trying to topple someone with real strength. Imagine this, someone trying to shake a mountain with a plastic spoon. That's how ridiculous their efforts were. They kept swinging, and you kept standing. They tried to cloud your thinking, but your clarity snapped back every single time. They tried to lower your frequency, but you rose higher than their entire strategy. They expected you to break, freeze, fold, or react, but you didn't give them anything. Your stability under attack was the moment they realized you're built from something they can't mimic. And you've probably wondered, why did every distraction feel off? Why couldn't I fall for their temptations, even when they looked appealing? Why did my clarity return faster every time? Because nothing they sent matched your alignment. Nothing they offered matched your purpose. Nothing they tried matched your frequency. Imagine them watching you like, why isn't this working? Every trap they set, you stepped over. Every distraction they crafted, you ignored. Every emotional push, you resisted without even trying. Your resilience wasn't tactical, it was natural. They attacked your mind, and your mind didn't flinch. And that terrified them more than your predictions or your clarity. Because once someone realizes they can't manipulate you, distract you, tempt you, or shake you, they understand the truth. You're untouchable in ways they never planned for. Number 8. The moment your own bloodline collided with their hidden network. Nothing scares a corrupt system more than a chosen one who's connected enough to see the truth and bold enough to say it out loud. Chosen one, this is where everything stopped being some external drama and became personal. Not because you wanted it that way, but because someone in your own family was unintentionally plugged into their circles. They weren't evil. They weren't aware. They were just connected. And that alone made the whole situation feel heavier. Suddenly, the web wasn't far away. It was brushing against your own walls. And that's why this hit differently. They tried to use that family connection as leverage. They tried guilt. They tried pressure. They tried emotional manipulation. They thought your love for peace would outweigh your loyalty to truth. They forgot that you don't bow to comfort. You bow to clarity. You've probably asked yourself, why did they involve someone close to me? Why did the universe let me see all this through family ties? Why did this become so personal so fast? Because exposure always hits closest to home first. And because they assumed you'd stay quiet to keep the harmony. They severely miscalculated. Imagine this, a group hiding behind a polished front, thinking their secrets are sealed tight. Then you make one simple statement online, one truth, one observation, one accurate breakdown, and suddenly the entire network goes into meltdown. Phones lighting up, meetings happening behind closed doors, people scrambling like roaches when the lights turn on. Your words didn't cause chaos. Their guilt did. You didn't rant. You didn't exaggerate. You didn't guess. You simply described the pattern, and the pattern matched their reality too perfectly. Legal teams noticed. Gatekeepers noticed. People who should have stayed calm suddenly panicked. Imagine them reading your post with their heart dropping because you weren't circling around the truth. You were naming it. You were describing their system without ever stepping inside it. You were outlining their behavior like you'd been studying them for years. You didn't just hit the mark. You hit the blueprint. And here's what truly rattled them. You exposed the network behind the perpetrator, the silence, the protection, the cover-ups, and you did it so accurately that it felt like you were reading internal documents. Your insight threatened their hierarchy. Your clarity threatened their shield. Your refusal to stay silent threatened their entire structure. Imagine them gasping at how close you got with nothing but awareness. Imagine them realizing your mind could unravel their whole system without needing evidence. Imagine them panicking because your one post did what their enemies couldn't accomplish in years. And the ironic part? By reacting the way they did, they confirmed everything you said. Guilty people don't stay calm. They scramble. Your family connection may have brought the situation to your doorstep, but your voice is what blew their comfort apart. You didn't crumble. You didn't fold. You didn't get intimidated by their titles, their circles, or their false sense of importance. You stood on truth. They stood on fear. And that's why your impact hit harder than any attack they launched. Chosen one. The moment you spoke, their structure shook, because your accuracy didn't expose a person. It exposed the entire machine protecting them. Number 10. The harder they push you down, the higher you rise. They thought shutting you up would save them. Instead, every move they made screamed, "We're hiding something." Chosen one, this is where their entire strategy collapsed in front of them. They genuinely believed that silencing you, discrediting you, or twisting your words would shut down the truth. They thought you were like everyone else, someone who would panic, fold, lash out, or crumble under pressure. But instead of reacting how they expected, you did the one thing they never planned for. You stayed calm, clear, and unbothered. Every attempt to quiet you made people listen harder. Every attempt to correct the narrative raised more suspicion. Every attempt to dismiss you ended up validating your entire message. A guilty person fights. An innocent person simply stands. That contrast destroyed them. And yes, you asked yourself, why do they keep overreacting? Why does every defensive move reveal more than it hides? Why do they panic while I feel perfectly at peace? Because they know something you don't need to prove. You're telling the truth, and they're scrambling to survive it. Imagine this: someone trying to stop a small flame by blowing on it, only for the wind to ignite a wildfire. That's exactly what happened. Their attempts to silence you didn't weaken your voice. They amplified it. Your calm responses made them look unhinged. Your clarity made their confusion obvious. Your stillness made their panic undeniable. They expected revenge. You gave them facts. They expected rage. You gave them consistency. They expected emotional chaos. You gave them a measured truth that they couldn't distort. Your calmness was the slap they never saw coming. And the universe made the contrast impossible to miss. You wake up peaceful. They wake up scanning for threats. You move with purpose. They move with fear. You speak with clarity. They respond with defensiveness. Your innocence keeps you light, centered, and grounded. Their guilt weighs on them like armor they can't take off. Imagine them lying awake at night, replaying everything you said, terrified the next truth you speak will unravel another layer of their system. Meanwhile, you sleep easy because you have nothing to hide, nothing to protect, nothing to fear. Innocence frees you. Guilt chains them. The backfiring is not random. It's inevitable. The universe doesn't support lies. It exposes them through pressure. Trying to silence someone with real truth is like trying to put out the sun with a blanket. All they did was prove your point. All they did was expose their fear. All they did was confirm your accuracy. Chosen one, they're fighting to survive a truth that you stated calmly. You're thriving while they're unraveling, and the irony, they built their own downfall with every move they made against you. Number 11. When one truth cracks the wall and the whole system starts falling. Exposure never starts with evidence. It starts with the one person who refuses to stay silent. Chosen one, this is how it always unfolds. Not with chaos, not with explosions. It begins quietly, with one voice breaking the silence everyone else was too scared to touch. That single truth shakes the ground just enough for others to feel safe stepping forward. Then the leaks start. Not rumors, not guesses, receipts, messages, screenshots, recorded calls, documents, financial trails, agreements that were supposed to stay buried. One leak becomes two, two becomes 10. And suddenly, the dam they swore would never crack collapses under its own pressure. Imagine this, a tower built on lies, stitched together with fear. The moment one thread snaps, the entire structure starts trembling. That's exposure. It's not one person falling. It's a chain reaction that takes down everyone who depended on secrecy to survive. Meanwhile, look at your position. You're calm, steady, unbothered. You're building while they're panicking. You're rising while they're shrinking under the weight of their own deception. They aren't terrified of what you'll do. They're terrified of how you already knew. Conversations about you are happening in rooms you've never been invited into. People with influence, with status, with titles, whispering your name because you revealed more with one truth than they could hide with 1,000 lies. You didn't attack them. You didn't seek revenge. You didn't even raise your voice. You simply spoke the truth, and reality took care of the rest. And now the universe is validating you in ways they never expected. Your character? Confirmed. Your integrity? Respected. Your insight? Proven accurate again and again. They spent years building illusions. You shattered them with clarity, and the collapse you foresaw is finally here. Not because you exposed them violently, but because the truth you spoke made hiding impossible. Number 12. The world finally catches up to the truth you carried alone. Vindication doesn't arrive with applause. It arrives when reality aligns with everything they swore you were wrong about. Chosen one, this is the moment the universe has been steering you toward. The moment where every pattern you exposed, every system you mapped, every silence you called out, every manipulation you named, every timeline you predicted, finally lands in plain sight for everyone to see. You weren't guessing, you weren't exaggerating, you were reading the truth in real time while the rest of the world was still trying to protect their illusions. And now, look around. People are waking up. Victims are finding their voices. Enablers are being held accountable. Lies are collapsing under the weight of undeniable evidence. The structure they swore was unbreakable is falling apart exactly on schedule, your schedule. You weren't ahead of your time. You were simply ahead of their denial. This vindication isn't just about being right. It's about everything you had to endure while being right. The mockery, the dismissal, the gaslighting, the isolation, the constant pressure to shut up, stay small, or stop seeing what you saw so clearly. And through all of it, you refused to betray your own clarity. Imagine this. A lighthouse standing alone in the fog while ships insult it for blinking too brightly, until the storm hits and suddenly that same light becomes the only thing saving them. That's you. Your truth was inconvenient when they wanted comfort. Now it's undeniable when they need direction. Your accuracy isn't your legacy. Your courage is. Your integrity is what breaks generational silence. Your refusal to fold is what exposes networks of corruption. Your strength is what gives others permission to step out of the dark. You didn't win just for yourself. You won for every soul who was ignored, for every voice that was shut down, for every person who was punished for telling the truth before it was safe to do so. And now, the world is finally catching up to what you knew from the beginning. You weren't the problem. You were the clarity they needed. This is your moment, your vindication, your victory. The universe kept the receipts, and now it's showing them one by one. And you made it to the end, chosen one, and that alone shows your clarity is stronger than anything they tried to silence. Everything you sensed, everything you exposed, everything you predicted has now been proven right in front of the world. Stand in that truth. Own that power. And if this message hit you the way it was meant to, press the like button if you haven't already, And if you're not part of the family yet, make sure to subscribe. Your presence strengthens this mission, and your voice keeps the truth moving forward.